Just a second. I'll be right there. Hey, everybody. What's going on? I forgot my art book. Just hang on. I'll be right there. I didn't get the scissors. I'll be right back. I gotta get the scissors. Okay. Good morning, everybody. It's me. Welcome. How are you? I'd let my hair out, but it's really getting on my nerves. Yeah, and I do. I actually have bubblegum. But, okay, so welcome to this video. Hi, Muse. Hi, Marge. Hi, Scott. Yeah. Well, Muse says, Soul Collector reminds me of Soul Hunters in Babylon 5. Oh boy, such a good show with a lot of esoteric elements. So, esoteric again means hidden elements that are something that goes on within you. So it's not something going on exterior, it's interior. It's an inner alchemy. Okay? And it's true. They put a lot of stuff. So, first of all, I looked into that video. No. The show. From the video about the Tartarian Nights thing. And the fella at the end that owns the channel said about a show called His Dark Materials. So I looked into that. Even just the title of it, it makes it seem like, okay, so there's this thing about artificialness and the real thing, but making it seem like you're getting something wonderful, but it's artificial. They're doing that a lot now, even with so they tell you Neuralink will keep you young, but you don't need Neuralink because the Claustrum oil and the spiritual energy keeps you young. Okay. So they're giving like this, or like like your Neuralink will help you have like a supercomputer in your brain, but you won't need that. If you watch the Claustrum's oil, it gives you a super consciousness. So it's taking away from you. So even with His Dark Materials, this is saying symbolically, the adversary is normally known as a he, or Satan is known as a masculine energy most of the time, normally, right? So it's not that it's a real thing, it's an energy. That's why a lot of people call it the adversary or opposing force, okay? Because it's not an actual thing, it's an energy. So in this show, what they do with His Dark Materials is that they're opening portals. They have science and religion. So what I read about it, it's like the Catholic Church in their universe, though, in their universe. So it's almost like a satanic type of thing. And they're sacrificing children to open portals for their travel. And they talk about other worlds, like that she knows about the other worlds and stuff like that. It seems like, and it also suggests that there is custodians, like these rulers that have gone through different worlds, that have conquered different worlds. It's wild. They put so much truth in TV shows and movies. Hey Dave, how's it going? Thank you very much for liking and all of that. I really, really appreciate you're supporting my content. Yeah, I really appreciate it. It's been really tough. The algorithm blocks stuff like most of the subjects that I talk about, okay? So, but yeah, there's a lot of truth in movies and TV, and it's not that it's all true, but it's pretty frightening. A lot of this has to do with magicians. It has to do with familiars. It's so just with His Dark Materials, the show, okay? And it kind of touches on the subject of what I'm going to talk to you about. Yeah. Well, see, it's because these children, when they pass, they release a vast amount of energy, which allows them to use it. So it's like you need something like this scissors, like you need something to create it. But with the natural flow of things, you don't need to do that, right? So it's like this artificial thing, like artificial intelligence now everyone's obsessed with, and these channels that have trained their AI to speak a certain way that makes people think that they're giving them this all-powerful guidance, and there's becoming like AI cults and shit, I missed a little bit. They live. Yes, that is my thumbnail. Same subtitle. What the fuck? Yeah, no, it is the thumbnail, and it's because I couldn't find a good picture of this. This is connected. Everything that I'm going to talk about today is connected. I've tried, but I actually I was in the middle of something totally unrelated to all of this. And it just so happened that when I made a video about this, but I needed to do one before I released that, because this, if some people are pissed off of me now, they're going to be real pissed off of me after this. But what's done in the dark will come to light. I'm looking for, is it even in here? It's got to be. It's got to be up here. Stop hiding from me. Almost. It's right before, sorry. This. So again, these are a physical representation of the 7 deadly sins, okay? But as an energy, there are different beings that like different shit that prey upon us. I know people might think this is a joke, but it's not, okay? There are different things that prey upon us. Now, we all know that the devil fell to pride. Not even that being could resist pride and ego, and that's a huge problem here. You need to leave your emotions. I'm not trying to offend you. I'm not trying to say that anybody's a bad person or you're unworthy. I just really need you to hear me because it's everywhere, okay? All over YouTube. All this has nothing to do with religion. Nothing to do with religion. Nothing. Even though there's stuff in religion, just like with movies. So they put a little bit of truth, but then they put some other stuff, right? To confuse and turn you all around. Yeah, I know. I understand 100% that most of this, because I understand that it is a personal journey and a choice. But with the deception, like I said, it's so bad that people are getting stuck on one topic for 30 fucking years. It's gotten too far out of control. So whether they understand it or not, there are some people that are, and it doesn't matter if only one person understands. It doesn't matter. They have to see it, and they're not going to on their own. I know, but it's true. They don't. I don't want this to happen to people. It's not fair. And I know there's about choice and fate and all of that, but it's not fair. Not the way it's gone. So I didn't plan it. It wouldn't leave me alone. I tried to get every other kind of content out. Wouldn't let me. Lost content. Computer fucks up. Feed fucks up. Internet goes out. Unbelievable pushback. But this, no problem. Video downloaded. Went perfectly. Why? I don't know. But just let me finish. Okay? Because this goes back to like the reason why religions were created. It's for this division, control, but it's much more than that. There is a source that says, if I'm going to hell, I'm bringing you with me. I'm serious. There's so much of that. And it's so deceptive that there's tons of people. Like, I see it in the background of YouTube channels. These people that are, clearly showing that they're initiates of the flame or whatever, with the red and the blue symbolism and different symbols and different stuff, the heart on fire or whatever. There's different things that I can see. But like I said with this, a lot of them fall to greed. More money. Oh, I'll have to make a stupid picture of my face to make more money. I'm going to have to take off my clothes to make more money. There's so many degenerate things that's going on, and it's on purpose. And I never used to talk about stuff like this. Not even like I was never religious, but I tried not even to discuss it ever. Not just now on my YouTube channel, but even before, when I noticed these energies taken over my parents, I thought, are they possessed by fucking demons? No, they weren't. It is like, it's about, what did they say? It's the principles of that's shit. It's true about principalities of unseen forces that we're fighting against with spiritual warfare. Fuck. This is bad. I was hoping it'd go a tiny bit better. I was so busy I didn't even open my package. Don't tell me to relax. It's rude. Yeah. So, because a lot of the time, even these humans, they've fallen victim to it. We're fighting against principalities, but not everyone has good principles. There are beings out there, like the soul collectors, that honest to God, remember slavers, how they're like, oh, we're so important. Look at all these slaves we've got. I am so rich and I am so great. It's that same shit, but with souls. Why am I even talking about this? Because I found something in here. And it's not good. It doesn't mean the book's evil. It's just, I never looked in this section because I was not interested at all. And I did not understand how accessible this is for people. But it explains what I've been feeling, especially about, because that thing that's behind David Wilcock isn't Archangel Michael, and it wants David Wilcock as a collection item. Do you understand me? It's not just the elites that sign pacts with elemental demons. And it's not a mistake. I don't like the D word, but only demons make pacts with humans to give you something, to get something in return. People don't take this seriously. And I feel sad. I never want to come back here again. And people say that, but you're going to come back if you don't learn these things. There are beings out there, and I've been fighting them most of my life. There are beings that hold souls inside of them, and they collect them over time in the ages. They collect them from all different times, okay? And it's like a prison on the inside, so they're held there. And what happens is they'll let them out, and they'll say, okay, well, I won't put you back in there if you do what I say. And they trick you, they make you think like the E.T. husband thing was always a red flag for me, a huge one. I always thought that was so fucking weird. And I thought, that's a trap. And it is. It is. I have never been able to shake that feeling. Like, I said this years ago, that there was something wrong with the energy of Thorhan. That's Elena Donat's contact. He strangled a gray to death. Okay? No. I know. People want to believe in the good stuff. They want to believe like, oh, this can happen for me. But this is soul school. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't. Not in this time. Oh, all over YouTube. Even the whole room. It's been like this steady. More and more and more. The world is becoming more and more and more and more lustful. Everywhere you look, even men were coming into my birthday chat to touch themselves. They're touching themselves to me talking about the spiritual realm. This is a perversion. This is the lustful spirit of energy. It could be anything, right? No, guides are not soul collectors. Oh. Yes. So a lot of the times I didn't understand. Like, I was like, why the fuck aren't you guys telling me, like, my spirit guides, why aren't you giving me anything so I can be like them? What the fuck am I doing wrong? Am I the bad guy? Like, why aren't you helping me? Why aren't you giving me stuff so I can do this stuff like them? Am I not good enough? Am I not the same? Are they better than me? Like, it was so fucked up. And then finally I realized that it's like, if they didn't teach me how to see, I wouldn't be self-sufficient and self-reliant. I don't need to rely on anybody else except my own connection with the Creator and the connection I have with myself. I don't need AI because everything comes from within me. I answered the questions to the universe for myself. I didn't need AI to tell me. You know what I mean? I find that so bizarre. Like, see, the elites, like I explained with the Claustrum's oil thing, it's a mixture of energy. It's masculine and feminine energy united. But what if they done, this is an inner alchemy thing. What have they done? They've literally transgendered people in Hollywood as a mockery, as a degeneracy to this Claustrum's oil. They make them wear purple. Red and blue makes purple. The combination of two different energies to make something new. But they've perverted it in a physical sense. Artificially, they've created it. Do you understand? And it just, like, think of mukbangers. Wow. That's gluttony, man. Big, gigantic people have like 46, 53 million views of what? Remember I told you about that guy with the donuts? That's gluttony, glorifying the gluttony. It's so obvious. The greed. People are literally, it's that, and this is totally okay for YouTube. I can't talk about Tartaria, but it's totally fine to make videos about how to scam people, how to manipulate men to get what you want, how to manipulate women to get what you want, how to lie on your resume completely to get a job that you don't deserve. There's so much degenerate shit. It's unbelievable. And it makes you think it's okay. Even that thing, oh, money is just an energy exchange. No, it fucking isn't. It's a control system. The elites make you believe that's true because they want to infect you with their greed. They're going to squeeze you so tight, they're going to make life so fucking hard that it makes it almost impossible for you not to do degenerate shit. Like scam and lie on the internet for money. I'm speaking for Archangel Michael. Oh, we need him. Jesus, I almost said. We need him. But the thing is, Jesus isn't real. Not that name. It may have obviously been a person of the Christ. That isn't his last name. That's this process we go through. But Jesus is not real. Jesus has to do with the Claustrum's oil. Jesus is the seed. The pituitary gland and pineal gland are Mary and Joseph, and they happen to be red and blue represented in their clothing, even in biblical pictures. That's for a reason. The milk and honey, the same thing. And it's a combination of the two things. Oh man, what have they done to us? What I don't understand is, why would you make this happen? So these elites all got to fucking together, these fucking Freemasons, oh, let's do this, blah, blah, blah. They're fucking great new destiny for America or whatever the fuck. Then they do all of this. And then they hate everybody for it. Like, you've caused this. It's too much. It's not a test anymore. It's set up for failure, and it's not fair. I don't care. I suggested people to read The Gods of Eden because it explains in there. I couldn't believe it myself, but you can't deny. Why would an archangel bring one group of people Christianity and then the other Islam? Why? It's the same reason that I didn't know this, but I kept repeating, for some reason, things changed. And in the past, the Antediluvian age, we all started killing each other. That was from Archangel Gabriel. Why? Because they're custodians. They're not angels. The Bible's fake. Not real. It's all symbolic and allegorical stories, but everybody else's religion is fake too. So you can't go, I knew it. No, you're all fucked. And they did that on purpose. I'm just overwhelmed with it all. It's so much, and I didn't realize this is what it was. And I've known about these things ever since I was young. And they can be all different kinds. It doesn't matter what you look like. They'll charm you with pretty words, tell you everything you want to hear. But of course, maybe it told Elena Danaan, yeah, we're going to be together after you die and we'll live a life. No, it's fucking lying. It's just going to own you. It's not going to be your husband. These things prey upon, yes, stuff that is within us, but it will also mislead us. Like David Wilcock's the perfect example of what happened. It starts off good, and you think, oh, this is going great, but they plan your downfall. That's what it is. They'll raise you up just to pull the rug right out from under your feet. It gains control for them. Yeah, so collecting slaves, master, collect souls, and to be God, to be a god, yes. They're looked highly upon. The more you have, and the stronger. So they can feed upon them to a degree, but they don't want to deplete the etheric energy because then they'll go through their collection. Although a lot of the time, they will have to replace them if they completely consume them. But they often just use them for tasks that they don't want to do. And it's difficult because they also don't want to go back in that prison. I tried to explain in the video, I think that I did. The whole point of it is that people need to understand that good beings don't offer you anything. They'll help you learn on your own. Like, you don't give a man a fish. You teach the man to fish so that he can survive on his own. Fish for life. It's about the message behind that saying. It has nothing to do with religion. People are so turned off by it because of what it actually is. It's become something horrible. Not even that person of Jesus the Christ would like that. He was against the Bible, or not the Bible, but established religion at that time. He was going against those religious leaders, but they killed him so they could continue their shit. They will always take out people like that. Always. And I believe that's why it's never come to be yet. Some of these people that come across this esoteric information, like the secret teachings and this book, they have a thing with about thinking that they're chosen already. It goes right to your fucking head. A perfect example is when Ishmael Perez said Elena Danaan was murdered and replaced. Remember that? With an AI droid, okay? She did change, but it has nothing to do with being murdered and replaced. It has to do with these. And you see how Pride is wearing the crown? There's a reason for that. Green with envy, lustful fire. This one's wrath. He's got a fucking black eye. Lazy dog, sloth, you know what I mean? No offense to dogs. But greed looks like a little robber. Okay? Now, do you see how Gluttony looks like he's a little bit melty? It's because the more he eats, the bigger he gets. Okay? And then, of course, yeah, green with envy, pride. But I didn't realize this when I drew the little ghosts around. But I've known about this stuff since I was young and the effects of that on them. There's different spiritual energies. And that's what it means. Where it says, this was the quote: "For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this world's darkness." And I'm telling you right now, a lot of people have a very hard time accepting this is hell. This is Satan's world, okay? The adversary. This is not a good place. If it's not heaven for all, it's not heaven at all. Okay? So it might be heaven on earth for some because they've created it this way. Or maybe it's just their lifetime to completely live in ignorance and have bliss. But that doesn't mean that there's not horrific things going on all around them in the world. Just because they're not aware of it doesn't mean it's not happening. So people have a huge problem accepting that if you're here, you're not chosen. You're not special. You have to choose that. You climb that mountain. No one just puts you there. God didn't pluck you out of the bowl and put you above everybody else. You know what I mean? And I mean God as in the divine creator. See, even with words, and that's the problem. That's the problem with this. Because the celebrities are thanking God. Why do you think that is? It's not the good one. Against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. It's not just one realm. And you know what? I know this sucks, but we are outnumbered. We are. It doesn't mean that things can't turn around within a moment, though. Within the last minute. I believe that. Yeah. It's always affecting us, but people don't realize it. You know? Make little excuses. Like, it's okay if I do this. I need to pay the bills. I'm sorry I'm not paying attention to the chat. I'm just trying to get out everything I can because I am fully aware of how dangerous this is. But this is the thing. I can't stop them from doing it, but I can only warn you. Isn't last minute much better than never, though? Yeah, I agree, Fleshbag. It's kind of a terrible name, by the way. You're way much more than a fleshbag. You know, your currency is the richness of your soul. You don't need materialistic wealth. See, the thing is that some people have pain. They feel like they've been robbed in life. Even with me, everyone laughs at me. Everyone makes fun of me. You guys don't understand. But it's been like this my entire fucking life, though. You know? But other people, they can't exactly accept it. You understand? Even with me, I struggle with the calling stuff. But I always said that if that was something that was done, it needs to be done properly, right? Like, not just give everybody the fucking jabs. Oh my God. People get a hold of this shit, it goes to your fucking head. Like, his dark materials is the golden compass. What the fuck do you think your compass is? It's your heart, man. Some people don't value that, though. They value the mind. You know? I don't understand. And it's because it's not in me. I don't know how they got that way. I have no fucking clue. There's no fucking way. I don't care. They could be like, oh, well, yeah, we'll come and pick you up tomorrow. You can come in the spaceships. But you're going to have to sacrifice a child first. Fuck you, I'd say. I guess I'm not going. Just hang on. I guess I'm not fucking going. Sorry, everybody. It really makes me angry. Not an uncontrolled anger, though. A righteous anger. It makes me want to strike them with lightning straight from heaven. Kabang, 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 you little shits. Oh, this world, man. Like, we talk about self-acceptance and self-love and all that, but then everybody's running out to get every kind of plastic surgery there is, putting a whole shellac mask on your fucking face with makeup. You can't go online being like this. I just woke up. Well, it's been a little bit, but I woke up early and I went back to bed and I got up again. But still, I don't get it. It's totally fake. So you're like, yeah, I'm working out at the gym. I have health, but you have fake fucking tits and a fake ass and fake lips. What the fuck? Come on now. Oh. And it's this shit. People are always affected by that. It's not that I'm feeling inadequate in any way. I feel bad for them. Like, Madonna looks like a fucking monster. She does. You're fucked up now. Linda Howe with her fucking big ass cheeks, you look fucked up. Who told you that was good? What asshole told her that? Oh, you look great, Linda. You look fucking crazy. You look like a chipmunk with your cheeks full. But I'm telling you, that's why she gets so mad when people question her. Oh, I'm this. I've been researching this so many years. Blah, 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 blah. That's the fucking ego and pride, man. I said this in my video, I'm sure, but people that have protested, oh, I've never been evil, this and that, that's not good. That's not good. You want people that have been there and left because they'll never fucking go back. I will never go back. I was thinking in the kitchen that I have been so mad sometimes, especially because I've been wronged so much in my life, where I thought to myself, especially with that fucking demonic false twin flame motherfucker, I thought to myself, I've been so angry that yes, I've thought, I'll throw that motherfucker in a volcano. You know what I mean? Sacrifice him to the old fucking git. I've been so mad. But I wouldn't actually do it. That damns me. That makes me a monster like them. And that's been something that I never wanted to be a monster like my parents. I just. This life sucks, though. So when you fuck up, you think, oh, it'll be fine. No. No, it won't. No, it won't. It's going to be worse than you could ever fucking imagine. And it'll be in the ways that you don't fucking expect. You'll end up like me. I mean, at least I got a second chance. A lot of people didn't, okay? Because I changed my heart in the last minute, as I've explained to you before. But you don't want to end up like this. You think, oh, well, I'll just change my heart the last minute. No, it has to be genuine. God, no. Today I prayed for the actual devil to repent and change his ways. Bow. Just suck up the pride and bow and obey the Creator. Sometimes I ask these darker beings, aren't you fucking tired? And some of them are. Sometimes that works. For 500 years you've been alive, shit, that sucks. It's really tough with these soul eaters. It's the strongest, most persistent, most annoying thing I've ever faced. In the spiritual realm. I talked about a little bit in my book when I talked about that giant spider thing with all the souls on the inside of its eyes. Fuck. And then they'll start collecting souls because they want to be like their fucking master. It's so fucked up. Because they influence them. They poison you, man. It's like a poison. It's like what I tried to explain to people with Lady Gaga's video and that fucking black goo shit. It's like venom. It's like something else that takes you over, like a symbiote. It's not demonic possession, it's something else. It's your own shadow possessing you. I don't think anything takes them over. I think it's the inner darkness of them that takes them over. That's what makes you a black magician. Oh, shit. Why didn't they see it? Like, people watching movies their whole lives, like you weren't thinking about the good side? See, I truly feel like last time, yeah, we probably followed a code and we didn't fight back. Not the way we should have in resets past, probably. But that's changed now. The ones that have been reborn are different, and I think it's always been a struggle. Is that the right thing to do? I'm sure that many people have gotten a hold of this book. I found this. Now I want to make it clear because I don't know for sure. I don't. And but I got a feeling. And every time I ignored it before, I was wrong too. I always said I had a bad feeling about her, Elena. I was right. I was looking in this book and I wanted to check something to see if, because the word Sith has to do with the fire elementals, but I can't find where it is. I've heard it before. It's another word for the same thing from a different language or something. And when sorry, I wasn't paying attention to the chat. Yeah, they fed the wrong wolf for too long. For real. There's a legend that says, I think it's indigenous Native American. It says you have two wolves fighting inside of you. A black wolf and a white wolf, one of the darkness, one of the light. And whatever one that you feed the most is the one that wins. My light always defeats my darkness, always. No matter how fucking bad it gets. You know, the battle can get fierce because I've had a lot of pain in my life. I know how it feels. You know, but some people, they don't deal with it in the same way. When they first told me about the calling, I was like, wait a minute, that thing Corey Good used to talk about? But I don't think Corey Good and I have the same feelings about those things. You know, I even said in my video, this is why he's looking like Crypt Keeper these days. It explains in here. It's under the chapter of ceremonial magic and fucking sorcery. But I didn't look at it because I'm not interested in that shit. I don't do that. I don't care. I don't do that shit. I don't need to. I've been dragged along whether I like this or not. So what the fuck do I need to do it for? But as I explain here, see, it's not the magic. Just like with the Jedi Knights and the Tartarian Knights, it's not that the Aether is good or bad. It's about the user that it inhabits. Your heart affects it. It's a consciousness, so it reflects who you are. It's alive, really. You know how they say God's in all things? Well, that's the Aether. It's alive. That's why God has no, or the divine creator, or however you want to, I know, I have to use my own fucking words carefully. But I'm using it in a term how they say it in the Bible, right? But it is. It's within all things. And even if you think about it, I was looking for new cables for my computer today. And yesterday, right? It's called an Ethernet cable. Ether. That's another word for aether. Why? The Wi-Fi signals even make us sick. I think they've done something to it. You don't need it's almost like everything is out there anyway. Like a giant living record. Like a nervous system. So, and that's exactly what artificial, like even this internet network. Internet. Because the universal life force is both. A lot of people don't understand that the divine creator created everything. So that means the darkness too and all its minions. They're its children too. And we're all working together in all these systems with purposes. And I wouldn't want to be that. I wouldn't want to be the head of that. But It's true. So it says here, the practice of magic, which is just a science that you don't understand, either white or black, depends upon the ability of the adept, the person using it, to control the universal life force. This Levi guy calls it the great magical agent, or the astral light. Listen though, by manipulation of this fluidic essence, it's a plasma. I know it only comes into the physical when you manifest it this way. You have to bring it from one side of the dimension to the other. I don't know exactly how it works yet, or I'd be using it, right? But it manifests into this space. That's when it becomes a plasma. But it's normally unseen. Then it has no physical to touch. Cannot touch. Only experience with other senses. Non-physical. But it's almost like Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is in the fucking air, but you don't see it. It's similar, yeah? It all depends upon the heart of that person. So this is why it worked for like those dark Jedi Knights or whatever. It changes upon will. And so it's not that it is evil. It's the people that use it for the wrong things, that are doing bad, that turn it this way, that pollute it. And it turns against you, really, because it becomes what you wanted it to, but you just don't expect how powerful that is. And it says that in here, a lot of these people, it's not just the elites, okay? This is from black magic, right? It says right here, the theory and practice of black magic. But this is what I'm talking about. You need to give something to get something, like animal sacrifice or blah, 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 blah. It's not supposed to work like that. Beings do not make pacts with you, especially to own you at the end. The visible universe has an invisible counterpart, the higher planes of which are peopled by good and beautiful spirits, the lower planes, which are lower planes, dark and foreboding, are the habitation of evil spirits and demons under the leadership of the fallen angel and his 10 princes. So that's the 7 dimensions below, and then there's 7 above, right? That's what we're talking about, 7 heavens and 7 hells. You'll hear that on TV a lot. I heard that in Game of Thrones, and I was like, what did he say? And then it clicked in. See, it's the reverse. Listen. True black magic is performed with the aid of a demoniacal spirit, a demon spirit, who serves the sorcerer for the length of his earthly life, with the understanding that after death, the magician shall become the servant of his own demon. For this reason, a black magician will go to inconceivable ends to prolong his physical life. Remember that fellow that got all them heart transplants? Which Rothschild was that? David Rockefeller, wasn't it? That's why. Because it's real fucking bad, you guys. They'll give that just for this, just for yachts and cruises to the fucking Bahamas and shit, and going to the fucking Aspen Alps and all that bullshit. They just don't believe it, that it'll be that bad for them. It's absolutely detrimentally delusional. And this is the saddest thing. People are like, oh, I'll just wait for Jesus. That's the worst thing you can do. That's what they want you to do. Sit around and do absolutely nothing, because you come right back here and you're a slave all over again. So they still keep you in the prison planet. You're still here. But they did that for a reason. The most dangerous form of black magic is the scientific perversion of occult power for the gratification of personal desire. I said to you in this book here about this, just because Manly P. Hall wrote this, he doesn't tell you what to choose, but I'm sure we always hope that you choose the White Grail. You know? This is why people think, that's what I mean. They think because this person wrote this that he's automatically a bad person. No. Everybody makes a choice. I truly believe that and I can feel it, a lot of these people's works, they took it and they perversed it and they used it for themselves. But it says, even in here, that this is the gift to all of mankind, not just a select few. But see, the chosen one thing comes from the Rothschilds and them. They think they're from the chosen line of Egypt and everyone was fucking their brothers and sisters, remember? That's why they still do that shit. That's why they're so ugly, because they have bad genes, remember? But to them, it's totally opposite. Like Madonna would think I'm ugly because I don't look like her. I don't have fake tits, fake lips, fake cheeks. I don't look like that. So she'd think I'm gross. And I just didn't realize that they're backwards this way. They think they look great like that. Big old fucking... See, I call those lips blowjob lips. You look like a sex doll. Big titties. And you look like a sex toy. That's all anybody's going to see of you. Lustful things. Big, accentuated shit, Oh. So, this is actually, it's a... Okay, so let me just finish. So occult power for the gratification of personal desire. Its less complex and more universal form is human selfishness. Like, I'm the only one that speaks for them. I am the alien ambassador. David Wilcock was like, I think I'm going to be one of the first ones. He says, I guess I'm just the reason why this is happening, because I guess I'm going to be the first one to have these powers. He wants to start a church, by the way. Oh. For selfishness is the fundamental cause of all worldly evil. A man will barter his eternal soul for temporal power, and down through the ages, a mysterious process has been evolved which actually enables him to make this exchange. People are making pacts with demons, y'all. That's how they're getting rich, powerful, and famous. It doesn't matter. Look how fucking hard I've tried. Look how hard I've tried. It's not a joke. It's not because I suck. All the names of these things, too, sound exactly the same as angel names. And we see these a lot. In horror movies, you'll see a certain spirit come in the form of a 10-year-old boy. I can't believe it. Why would you do this? And then I know these same people are attacking me. I know they want to kill me because they wanted me to shut up. I understand. There's one here. When I read about it, I thought Helen Morris. It comes in the form of a beautiful maiden. By her aid, the magician is raised to honor and dignity. Well, now he's a somebody, isn't he? Everyone thinks he's an ET ambassador. Even if it's not true, it doesn't matter. And I don't think he is that at all. The lustful women on his Instagram prove otherwise. Listen, a person of higher caliber that's working with beings of higher consciousness in the higher realms, it would reflect upon their behavior and character and their actions. It doesn't matter if it doesn't make any sense to be like, oh, what are you supporting them for then? Okay, so I'm supporting them. Well, what for then? They can show off their ass and fake tits at the gym. I'm not jealous. It's disgusting. So, like, I'm very disappointed with Claudio. And it sucks because I was really hoping he'd be different. But I don't think so. I got this book off of his Instagram. So he posted this picture without the words. All I had to do was a Google image search. There's no way they don't know about it. Corey Good said that they practice an esoteric religion. This is what they're talking about. Yeah, they need to. I know they do need to decide. I'm sorry, flesh. They do. They have to decide. You can truly be sorry for something to realize. Maybe they just don't know. You know? Maybe there's been no fucking example. I don't know. But no matter, I've always believed this. Like, especially with my last life, I knew. And in my heart, I genuinely knew. I changed. I knew I was wrong. I knew I'd done wrong. And I was sorry, truly. And here I am. So when it says to repent, to ask for forgiveness, when you really have this change, you won't do it again anyway. It'll be hard to resist sometimes because you need to be tested. Make sure you never will. But it's possible. And so I'm hoping that they'll repent and save themselves, because you can, as long as you open yourself up for someone to come and help you, right? But you have to unlock the door. And then it won't just be me. There are others like me, like the counselors in blue. They're not all the same, but that's what they do. They help people out of these types of things by counseling. I'm going to warn you right now that this is the most dangerous, detrimental thing you could ever do. It's like having a cigarette. You're having a short dopamine boost of pleasure that doesn't even really help you. Like, oh, I'm stressed out, I need to smoke. But your stress doesn't actually go away. I remember, I used to smoke. So, please don't do this. I tried to get every other kind of content out except this. I don't know why. But please, please, please don't do this. No matter what's going on in your life, no matter how bad shit's been for you, don't do this. I'm not going to read it, but there's an invocation of spirits here. And it probably works. I couldn't finish reading it because I didn't even want to take the chance. It makes it seem, okay? But thy will not be mine through Jesus Christ. But Jesus is the Klaustrom's oil. Thy only begotten Son of our Lord? Lord is Baal. The word usage is here. I think that was a creation, Jesus to control people. Wait for Jesus to come back. That was the name of it, the story of it. A control system. Of course, he'd be the only son of the Dark One. But that means because it's been controlling people the way it was through the Bible. I'm not saying that the Christ in that being probably wasn't named Jesus, had another name. There was many of them, these beings, these solar beings. there's something wrong with this. People think, oh, it seems harmless. These are angels, Zadkiel and Elohim and all this shit. But it's not. And it's an elemental demon. So listen to this part. This is in the invocation part, but afterwards it says, where was that part about? About not wanting to die again. Yeah. So the agreement set forth above is purely the ceremonial magic. In the case of black magic, it is the magician, not the demon, who must sign the pact. When the black magician binds an elemental, remember I did elementals and I connected it to the UFOs and the aliens? To his service, a battle of wits ensues, which the demon eventually wins, and it does. They think they're smarter. These things fucking love that. You think, oh, you're better and smarter than us? Let's see. And they fucking test you to the day you die. People think you can win. You don't win. With his own blood, the magician signs the pact between himself and the demon. For in the arcanum of magic, it is declared that he controls the soul who controls the blood of another. As long as the magician does not fail, the elemental will fulfill to the letter his obligation under the pact. But the demon will try in every possible way to prevent the magician from carrying out his part of the contract. When the conjurer, in course within the circle, has invoked the spirit his desires to control and has made known his intention, the spirit will answer somewhat as follows. I cannot accede your request, nor fulfill it unless after 50 years you give yourself to me, body and soul, to do with as I may please. Good beings don't do this. Anything good in any sense of the way would never do this. If the magician refuses, other terms will be discussed. The spirit may say, I will remain in your service as long as on every Friday morning you will go forth upon the public street giving alms in the name of Lucifer. The first time you fail in this, you belong to me. So again, this is why a lot of the celebrities, like there was this wild video that I seen of Britney Spears where she clearly does the thumbs up, the middle finger, and the devil horns. That's them giving alms to Satan. Not today, Satan is right. Yeah. I've fought these things. I've dealt with them. That's how I know. Yeah. I didn't need to do any fucking magic though. I didn't know why everybody wanted to kill me, but maybe this is why. I'm going to tell on everybody. They don't tell me shit because I can't keep a fucking secret. They told me that once. It's true. Okay, where was that? If the magician still refuses, realizing that the demon will make it impossible for him to fulfill his contract, other terms will be discussed until at last a pact is agreed upon. It may read as follows. I'm not reading it out loud, but basically it's saying that every year you have to bring a human soul. So this is why they're sacrificing people. And then in return, they'll be bestowed upon treasures of the earth and fulfill my every desire for the length of my natural life. If I fail to bring him each year the offering specified above, then my own soul shall be forfeited to him. That is some kind of fucked up. Why would you do that? The real thing is so much better. Like, for them to offer all this, like, I remember once the Asura was like, combine with me, I'll give you your powers back. I said, fuck no. I knew exactly what it was doing. Fuck no, I said. My powers come from the divine creator. Fuck off. Yep. No matter how bad I wanted it back. And they would get me with making me angry about wanting to destroy the Cabal and all this stuff and saving the world with my powers. But I still said no. Fuck off, I said. So I did. I read the part about how they will do whatever is necessary to keep their lives going. Well, the black magician at the time of signing his pact with the elemental demon may be fully convinced that he is strong enough to control indefinitely the powers placed at his disposal. He is speedily deceived. Okay? Before many years elapse, he must turn all his energies to the problem of self-preservation. See, I told you, these things feed off of you. To exist in this realm, to do what you want, they need an energy source. It's usually you, because you're the one that called them through. You're like the battery, the generator. So you have to self-preserve. So this is what I was saying. People will start looking like the fucking Crypt Keeper. It's not necessarily adrenochrome, even though sometimes it can be, because the life force is in the blood. But a lot of the times, you see people start looking haggard like that. Like, this is why I looked at Corey Good the last time. I'm like, damn, boy, you don't look good. And I think this is why. This is what Jay Wilder meant when he's like, Corey Good does black magic. Well, shit, yes, he does. Anything? Listen. Where was I? Before many years elapse, he must turn all his energies to the problem of self-preservation. A world of horrors to which he has attuned himself by his own covetousness. Covetousness looms near every day. So because of the stuff that he did to fuck up, now he has to live with the consequences, right? And the true consequence of that initial action looms closer every single day. Until he exists upon the edge of seething maelstrom. And it'll drive you crazy because you know what's going to happen. So you get more and more desperate to avoid that and keep your wonderful, luxurious life going. Like I said, that fellow got like 8 heart transplants. That's why. Expecting momentarily to be sucked down into its turbid depths. Afraid to die because he would become the servant of his own demon, the magician commits crime after crime to prolong his wretched earthly existence, realizing that the life is maintained by the aid of a mysterious universal life force, which is the common property of all creatures, the aether, like God is in all things, yeah? That's why they say that. The black magician often becomes an occult vampire, stealing this energy from others. Oh, the aliens will be here next week. Oh, the Galactic Federation it's false hope. It's generating an energy to feed entities. According to medieval superstition, black magicians, and we've heard this for years too, ever since I started hearing this, that they turn themselves into werewolves. But that would be when you combine your energy with this demon. It can only be temporary, though. That's why they'll say you can only turn at the full moon or whatever. It's only temporary. You can't stay like that. So and roamed the earth at night, attacking defenseless victims for the life force contained in their blood. So look, I often wondered how, because it seemed like, they say we made a pact with the devil. Well, they kind of did. But it's not the actual devil. It's like one of the minions of the many that have fallen into that same type of world, And now it makes sense to me how these people do this. It's almost like they have a spell over people. I don't know. I feel like I'm not making sense. And I mean, it makes sense to me, but that's because that's why I said I encourage people to study so much to learn to be able to see that fella with the They Live glasses. You don't actually need a pair of glasses. This is a physical object. Again, this is artificial. Okay? You remember the Monkey King I mentioned? That's why he's got the fire in his eyes. That's what that is. Okay? Just because he's a subhuman creature doesn't make him less than us. That was the whole point of the Monkey King story. The gods thought he was less than them too. That was a mistake. Well, yeah, that's the thing, the false hope thing. I mean, like I did the rapture video. They trick people with that every so often. With the asteroid thing, there happened Heaven's Gate. People unalived themselves in a cult group setting, thinking that the aliens were going to take them on a freaking asteroid. Yeah. So I really mean it when I say they really have this mentality like, if I'm going, you're going with me, bitch. I was watching a TikTok reel, like, where they put, it's not on TikTok. I don't have TikTok, but those videos where people put shit together, like I sometimes show in my videos. Well, I watched one time, and this rapper that is relatively unknown, not like Jay-Z or whatever, but he's reading his comments, and they're like, you are with the devil, and this and that. And he's like, he goes, well, even if I made a pact with the devil, why are you here watching me? He's like, if you really believe that, then you're going with me, motherfucker. That's what he said. And I was like, oh, he's right, though. He's right, but that's what they want. So these famous people, they enjoy this life, but they know that. And I guess you do have to bring people with you. I used Sailor Moon because even in my video that I'm about to show you, they're harvesting energy in the middle of their hands, people's energy. They're stealing. The Negaforce is stealing people's energy and harvesting it for their own means. Even Jedi, the fucking guy that I'm going to show you in this video, I'm going to post it later on tonight, okay? He's wearing like what looks like a Galactic Federation suit. You know what I mean? Like those types of suits. I think that a lot of these people really do believe that they'll be okay and that they'll be able to handle it or figure it out somehow. I don't know. But you can't. It's so hard. It's like wrestling with a very spiritually well-educated lawyer. These soul collectors make pacts that, I mean, they said, well, they signed the contract. What can I do? It's so difficult to get people out of that. I can't say that I've succeeded every time because I don't. Some of them don't want to be freed. They're too far gone. And so I guess I just really don't want this to happen to others. It's not worth it. It's the biggest mistake you could make of your life. And the life is so short. Eternity is so long. And people think it's a joke just because of, it's just designed to fuck you over in every way. You think, oh, religion's a joke, but then you miss certain things that are important about it. Because there are. They hide truth in there. The moral of the story, lessons to be learned. It's like a guidebook on how to be a good person, really. To a certain degree. It's sad as hell. But they're most likely doing it. I never will. Mm-mm. The real true reward is when you've worked for that your whole life, and then no one can take that from you. See, if it's something temporary, like an object, someone can take it from you. Like the demon gives it to you, but then they take it back. If you do it yourself, no one can take that from you. Only you're in control of that. So I fucked up. I went lower in dimension. It can be fixed, but it's not as simple. Like, you still have to go through the punishment. So even people hearing me say that, like, I'll be fine. No, you fucking won't. And I mean, I'm not saying I'm the only one, but there may not be someone to help you. There may not, because of the pact you signed. It's just like court, you know? And the judge is the creator. Well, you did sign it. You know, it sucks. And I really wish that I could have helped them. Even when I made that video, I wasn't sure, but I knew there was something behind every one of those people. Even Billy Carson's entity has, when I used the Sailor Moon thing and I was using her attack to show you, like, I think it was in the Corey Good video, I thought maybe pleading with them, but even if he wanted to, he can't. He has to continue this shit, or they will take him. It would be self-sacrifice, I guess, and they're just not willing to do that. Maybe that's how you pay for it, you know? You tell the truth, and if they kill you, they kill you. You might be freed, though. Like, even if you do die, you won't belong to them anymore, right? I don't know. I thought by pleading with them a little bit, it might work. But I don't think it's gonna. Yeah, Comet Lemon. You see what I mean? Like, those things don't even matter. It's such a distractive bullshit. Like, did you watch the Klaus from Zoil playlist yet, everybody? Have you seen Nora? No. No, I don't really have a lot of time for TV and stuff these days. I did binge watch the entire new Alien series, Alien Earth or whatever. I watched it last night. The entire thing. So, but no, I haven't seen it. Sometimes I will do that, but then I don't watch TV for ages. Okay, hold on, I gotta go up. He lied about contacting aliens. Who did? Lots of people are. Especially anybody that says they're on that fucking Atlas 31 or whatever. I heard the most wild fucking shit I've ever heard. Where they think that there's a bunch of reptilians in the goddamn asteroid and they're coming for the star seeds. They're coming to get us. I've never heard anything more ridiculous in my life. And I think that's to keep people in fear, again, especially star seeds, to scare them away from, or what you first start off as knowing, but your star seed is literally the seed of the Christ. Everything's hidden with this language. Play on words shit. Well, see, everybody's lying about contacting aliens because there are no fucking aliens. There are interdimensional beings that would appear to us that look like aliens, but they're not. They're not. They're interdimensionals. These are the Fae, the Sidhe. Elena Denon talks about the Sidhe are fairies, elder race of the fairies. So it goes back all the same stuff. There are no aliens. Aliens don't exist. They're only alien to us because we forgot what they really were. It doesn't mean that it's all evil. See, even they say with the jinn, a jinn is something of the unseen realm. Simon Parkes used to teach that a jinn was like this parasitical creature that follows you around in shadow form. And that isn't true. He's an idiot if he really thinks that. Jinn is actually something of the unseen realm, but it doesn't mean that they're all the same. Some of them have accepted the Most High, Divine Creator. Some of them have not. They have families. They have hobbies. They eat. It's exactly the same thing. That's what a jinn is, but they don't deal with that shit. So they categorize it all as one thing, jinn, and put it over there. Just like Christianity named it all demonic and put it over there. Even if it's a fucking Tinkerbell fairy, it's a demon. So it didn't exactly clear things up all that great. But I suppose the confusion was on purpose. From all of it, all angles, no matter what it was. I was hoping there were aliens, but there's not. There are something called ultra-dimensionals, which are humans from past ancient civilizations, okay? Interdimensionals are the spaces between spaces. So, like I said, they could land their UFO inside a volcano. We'd see it as a volcano. But when they switch dimensions, it's no longer a volcano. But we're not going in there. It's a fucking volcano. You see? So it also keeps us out of our spaces, even if we had by chance be able to fall into their dimension somehow. It's a volcano. So this is why. Or on the tops of mountains or on the bottom of the ocean. They're all elementals. Earth, air, fire, water. Yeah. Northwest, east, south. All of that. Interdimensionals, which are higher dimensionals, lower dimensionals, okay? Then we have humans, and then we have subhuman creatures, like Bigfoot. Just as an example, but there's more of them. Yeah. That's what that sign that looks like the swastika, but it's not. It's an more ancient sign. That's what it symbolized, the unity of all of those things. The higher, the lower dimensionals, the humans, and the subhuman creatures. This is why the UFOs pick up the fucking Bigfoot. I really want to see my new clothes now, okay? Yeah. I've been waiting. I'm going to open this little package here first because I don't know why I got two. Maybe they forgot something because this is a huge fucking package. Hold on. You can't see my head anymore. Yeah. And I just want to say thank you to the person who helped me get this because I didn't buy it on my own. I received a generous donation, and I'm extraordinarily grateful for your help. Thank you very much, because this is stuff like that I used to wear when I had my best friend still in my life. When I saw those striped dress pants that I showed you last time, I literally cried a little bit because it reminded me of I suppose when a time when I was more blissful because I didn't know all this shit. You know what I mean? It was still very early, and like me and Jenny used to go look for fairies. You know, we were just in grade 5 and 6. We're just little girls. you know? Yeah, the swastika is a Vedic symbol, but it goes back way further than that, even before like ancient India. But they knew that though. They knew about that. They know about these, and they express those beings with the blue skin. Those are the higher dimensionals, but they also do the lower dimensionals. There's an excellent series by this fella that I've posted before. And here, let me just go find him, because he does excellent. He talks about the UFOs. He talks about how you don't want the ones that show up that actually need them, that cannot biolocate, like teleport themselves. Oh, there's that fella going through the freaking trash again. Hoarder, man. Always taking something home. What can I find today? Oh my God. I mean, sometimes, I find a little... Did I show you the penguin I found? Somebody left a box of like old stuff out there, and I found a little mechanical penguin. So that was exciting. But like, stay out of the garbage. Unless you're dumpster diving, because damn, you ever see those videos? Oh my gosh. What the fuck was I looking for? Oh, that fella. Where did I put it? Let's just see. Okay. How about lower planets, Vedic? Let's see if I can find it this way. Just Vedic explanation. Maybe that'll... Yeah, maybe this. Please let it find him. Yes! The exact video, #1 on the search. Yes! I'm so good at that. You have to learn how to search for things properly. If you put in Vril, VRIL, you'll get all this fucking reptilian Vril lizard bullshit. If you put Vril, energy, life force, chi, kundalini, you get a whole other set of search results, y'all. That's what I was trying to show you in my videos. That did not download. Let's see. Okay, how do I share? Press share, and then you'll get the copy. Okay, I'm going to give you this guy's channel right now. He is absolutely fan-freaking-tastic at explaining this stuff, okay? So what were we going to call it? Vedic lower planes / planets, okay? Because it's the same thing. But he also does the higher planes and everything else. So if you want to know about that stuff, he is excellent teacher about it. And I was so grateful finding that man's series right there, because I'm like, holy shit, that's the UFOs and the aliens, like from the inner earth. It explains about like, that's the lower realms. You don't like, oh, fuck. They've developed technologically, but not in the heart or the mind. Like, they got this stuff before they were ready for it, some of them. So there's ultra dimensionals, which are people like us from ages past who discovered interdimensional travel. They didn't fly to space, they found out how to travel interdimensionally. Extraterrestrials are the beings from the lands beyond our known lands. Yep. Even like, why does Santa Claus live at the North Pole? Not only is this the top of your North Pole, but there's actually been... Okay, so in the millennial reign of Christ, in Satan's little season, the Christed beings live at the North Pole. Hence, Saint Claustrum, Santa Claus. Watch that playlist. I put the playlist for the Claustrum's oil in the pinned comment in the chat. I did that before we even started. So it's already there. The story of Mary, Jesus, and Joseph, Claustrum's oil. Once you watch that, so many other things. Even Snow White and the fucking 7 dwarves. The 7 chakras. Oh my goodness. It's about inner alchemy, y'all. It's everywhere. You just need the ears to hear and the eyes to see. That's what it means. I wonder what this is. I knew it was going to be that blue shirt. How the fuck I know that was going to be that blue shirt? It's awesome. Please don't be too fucking big. Please don't be too big. Please don't be too big. Ah, it's going to fit me. Ah, it's so cute. Look, it's lace because I'm lacy. It's blue. It's so cute. Ooh, it's nice and soft. It's not like a shitty scratchy lace. It's like a dark blue. See? Pretty. So I got that. I'm not going to try stuff on today because that's really exhausting for me. I don't really have any nice tops, so I bought a lot of shirts because I don't have any really nice shirts. I got like t-shirts. I bought a bunch of t-shirts and my tank tops are all pretty old. I had a dream about this pink sweater last night. I had a dream that I was like evacuating something. I was like, wait, I need to get my new pink sweater. And it was this. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. See, when I'm a sucker for materialistic stuff, it makes me happy. It's the only thing that makes life worth living sometimes. Fuck, this place sucks. And I got a new pink sweater. Oh, it's a little small. Did I get medium? No, it's a large. This is an Asian large. Hang on. I don't have a top underneath this, so I'm just going to stand over here, and I will try this on. Yeah, I had a dream about this. It might be... I think I'm wearing a dark-colored bra. Hold on. Oh, that's cute, but you can't see my bra through it, so forgive my bra. But see? You can see my bra, the black part right here, but it's pink sweater. It's supposed to be short, so like, you know. Oh, I forgot. I almost took that off and I ain't got no shirt on. That was close. I'm a little bit too excited with my clothes. Okay, so that'll look cute with like a light colored shirt or whatever. A shirt underneath. There, I fixed that. I almost unzipped myself right then. So I got this cute pink sweater. I was hoping like it looked a lot thicker in the picture, but that's okay. I chose things that were like on sale and not expensive and stuff like that. Where's that bag? Wash everything and hang it up. Yeah, I'm excited for that. That'll look cute. Warm. Oh, yes. Oh, wait. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, that's a shirt. I got some jeans. I got some jeans. And they're called Space Gray. And heck yeah, they're going to fit. Hold on. I'm like, I'm too tired to try shit on. Oh, heck yeah. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Damn, you could fit like your pockets are a mile long. There, well, that's better. See, these fit. They're space gray. See? They're kind of high, and their pockets are some long. Look, my pocket's way the hell down here. But I don't know. The crotch is kind of baggy, but if I had gotten medium, then they wouldn't have fit at all. So that's pretty nice. They're like flared. A nice space gray. I think that's cool. Sweet. And probably when you put those in the washer and the dryer, because they feel like you gotta wash that. So like they'll get like they'll shrink more. So yeah, so like something like that, you see, looks really cute together. Yeah. So I got a pair of jeans because all my other jeans don't fit. They're too small. This is a shirt. This is like, ooh. Yeah, it's okay. This is oh shit, I think it's too big. Maybe not. Hold on. Ugh. Ow. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, it fits nice. See? Very professional. See, it's a nice little top to go with my. Well, I was supposed to have black dress pants, remember? No one's really talking. Oh, okay, thanks, Marge. Yeah. So it's really nice. It's nice and fitted. It's got a really nice little collar on it. It's comfortable. Yeah, nice material. This is like $10. So there, that's that shirt. And of course, it'll look much nicer when like my hair's done and I've got makeup on, and because I mean, a little bit of makeup makes you look nice. We don't need like that makeup look where you look like a drag queen. You know? You look like you're a man trying to make yourself look like a woman. That's what I find Kim Kardashian looks like. Her makeup looks like drag queen makeup. That's gonna get wrinkled, so I gotta make sure. I'm tired of getting up. I got a tank top or something? Hold on. Fuck it, I can't find it. All right. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. So this doesn't stink or anything. But this, ooh, it's so soft. Oh, that went right in my tea. Nice. So this little thing is a top that you'd put over your white shirt. So you wear like a white shirt and then you put this over top of it. Fuck, I can't get it going right. Like this. So you'd have like a nice white, it wouldn't go with the striped one, but you'd wear like the nice white dress shirt. I've got one in here, right here actually. So you wear this white shirt and then you put this over it. I'll have to change my bra. So it's kind of just like an accessory top, but it looks really pretty. I hope it's kind of flimsy, so I hope it goes tight enough because it has to be tight. Okay, that's a little piece of thread. Okay, so this is one of the white ones. I'll just change my ugly ass bra. It's a sports bra, but I've got a different one. I've got regular bras too, but I don't like them. It hurts my tatas. What's this? Ooh, yeah, I like that. Okay, sorry about that. I really had to pee, and I didn't actually change my bra yet. I had smoking it while I'm doing this. Okay, bra. All right. So I got a white bra. Ooh, that was never cute. Oh. Oh, I just love this stuff. I used to dress like this when I was like 17. I dressed better than I did then than I do now. It's because I had a job at Susie Shear. And so I had all these clothes that I had to wear to work, and well, I just dressed like that all the time. Ow! Fuck these buttons. God, they're stiff. Oh. Okay. Well, I'm not doing it up all the way, so this goes. I don't know if you fucking tie it like this or in the back. I think you must tie this in the back. I don't fucking know. See? This is what I'm talking about. Isn't it cute? I look so nice in it, even with no makeup. But these buttons are something else. The holes are too small. That's what she said. There, frig. Okay. So it's like a cute little top that has these, but I think it must tie in the back. I don't know. We'll put it like that. And then you take this. I have actually a long sleeved white shirt, so I probably wear this with the long sleeve. Ugh. I think the long sleeve one will be better, but you'll understand how this works in a second. See? Whoops, it's too high. Like that. See? And then you wear, like, your pants. Thank you. Let's do this one. Yeah. If I had a black pair of dress pants, then you'd be able to see, but those pure black ones didn't fit, remember? At all. Like, I couldn't get them on at all. So there. Yeah. So I like that. It's really soft. but I got to make sure that my nails, I picked the shit out of my fingernails. I broke my thumbnail right off. So then I started to pick at the other ones because watching the Alien show, just was really into it. Hello, thank you. Yeah, these are part of my new clothes. Welcome, CJ. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Interstellar. Yeah, I don't know about these. I mean, it's okay. I guess it's a little bit fashionable. Look like wings. But it's kind of cool. So, well, I could show you like an outfit. I'll put on the jeans and then I'll get these brown boots that'll go with this. I think I know where those boots are. But I don't think I'd wear these jeans with this. Maybe. But I really wanted black stretch pants. Oh. This may not look the way I'd like it to. Well, it looks better than before. You see? With like jeans. Boom, 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 boom. Like this. And I got these. See? They're brown. That's pretty good, eh? Whee! Whee! Can't really see my shoes because I can't get back far enough. There. I think it looks nice. Yeah. So, I mean, I would have preferred it to be black pants, but whatever. You like it? Thank you. So, yeah, these brown boots. This is very Y2K. Awesome. Thank you. So despite these being very big, they're quite tall or quite comfortable, these shoes. But, yeah. So, okay. So, yeah, the zipper on these is really long. Pretty good. Makes me feel much more sophisticated. Look, I look even smarter carrying a book. Oh, yes, darling. We are very sophisticated. Twoosh. Goodness, that's gonna take forever to get this off. So anyway, it's been raining for the past few days. It's been non-stop raining, which is nice for the environment. It filled up the little river that runs down the road there. It was looking pretty empty. So I'm sure it's looking good now. So I'm just going to show you my next top while I got these pants on, because it is a belly shirt. And I wore it, or I bought it for when, and if I go to the beach or whatever, like I don't fucking plan to walk around in this, but you're probably going to get mad. Oh, it's healthy. Yeah, fuck off. It's not. Woo! It's really like small though. So, but this is for like the beach. I don't know if I want to show you because I look fat. Okay, so don't laugh, because I totally planned on having a nicer stomach, okay? But it looks like this. It's got a little eye on it right here. So it's very, very small. But like, it's cute. It's for the beach. It's knitted. So yeah, there's that. This is probably as naked as you'll ever see me. Congratulations. But again, like I'm working on my abs, so hopefully I'll finally be able to wear something to the beach and feel comfortable that everyone's staring at me. What's this? Oh, I think this is a top. Yeah. Ooh, it's soft. Okay. This is my blue top. Ugh. This is supposed to be like a ruched top. Whoa, it's blue. So it's supposed to look like that. I used to wear stuff like this too. Yeah. See? There. So just like again, I was going to wear those black dress pants, not jeans, but they don't fit. So I haven't sent them back yet. I'm going to. I was going to try to see if I could sell them to somebody and then just order new ones. Okay, this is a similar shirt. It's not the same. It's a nicer, thicker material too. But it's similar, but it's got a different shape to it. Like these tops will look really nice with those striped pants that I bought. See? You just have to adjust it so that it sits on you right. I'll probably wear like, here, I'll show you. So to give your outfit more of a look, we'll try the brown one first. I'll show you. You see this? Thanks. Thank you, CJ. It's backwards in the camera, so I have a hard time adjusting. See? You put on something like that. But if you don't want something as obvious as this, right? You go black. Once you go black, you don't go back. See? Black's better. See? Oh, shit, my knees. Woo! See? Okay, and these are very cheap. You get this for like $5 less on Temu. Okay? And yes, I did. I got this stuff off of Temu, if you were wondering. Okay. Alrighty. Now, I don't know the quality of these, but they were very cheap, so I got 2 of them. No, it's not lingerie. These used to be very popular back in the day. The halter top with the lace. Here, let's see. Ooh. Of course, you can always wear something like this. Ooh, shit, it's tight. something like this, you would put like a black sweater over it. But it's too fucking small. I look like an overstuffed sausage. Okay, hold on. Look at it. It's way too fucking tight. It's way too tight. Damn. Well, it's way too tight, unfortunately. But it would have looked cute. That fucking sucks. Aww. Well, I have another one. Whoops, I almost lost an earring. I do have another one. Hold on. Here it is. I think this one's a large. Oh, I don't know. I think it's the same size. Fuck. I thought I got a large one and a medium. Oh, this is large. Uh-oh. I really like the green color. This one might look better. Maybe if I don't wear jeans, that might help. Of course, you have to wear a different bra. Reminds me a little bit of lettuce, to be honest with you. My hair's falling out. Well, it fits better than that one. It's green. You see? My hair fell out. I gotta do it again. It's green color, and I really like the color. The top looks a little bit, like I said, like lettuce, but I don't think that I'll wear a bra with that. And just try to see how it goes, and then put a black sweater maybe over it. I don't know. It's a little tight, but again, you're not supposed to wear jeans with it. You're supposed to wear like black pants. So there's that. I was expecting, well, the green one looks a lot better than the red does, because the red I can't even fucking breathe, so fuck. Well, doing good until these. Okay, what's this? Oh, this is, yeah. So this shirt has a story. But it is really tiny. So, like, is this even going to go on? Hold on. So it's not exactly the same as I thought it was. It's another one of those tiny little shirts. I don't intend to wear this outside. Well, maybe when I get a nicer stomach, when I've been doing my ab crunches and stuff, hopefully. But this is a teeny tiny shirt. But the reason why I bought it is because Amy Eskridge was wearing one that was very, very similar with the sun and the moon on it. And this one says, "Live by the sun, love by the moon." So I really liked, yeah, I mean, it does. It goes good with the jeans and even these shoes. You know, I just have to work on, like, because I used to be really big and then I lost a lot of weight. So I just have to keep doing my crunches and stuff and it should firm up. But yeah, I mean, it looks cute, but that's why I got this one because it reminded me of her. I didn't know it was going to be this short though, but it is. So that's really tiny. But that's the story with that one. The hell is that? Oh! Ooh, this is this really pretty jade green one. Oh, fuck. I can't get the bag open. Oh, here we go. This one's so pretty. Oh, okay, I see what you do there. Okay. Yeah, this one's really pretty. Check this out. It's like, you gotta go like this, and you tie this part here. Of course, it needs to be pressed. You tie this part. The fuck? The boob looks right droopy. Oh, there we go. Good, I might have to wear a different bra, but... Oh, it's silky. I keep fucking it up. Thanks for sticking with me to see my clothes show and tell. I got it. Whoop! Oh, I spilled my tea. No. At least it didn't get on any of my stuff for my books. Oh. Hold on, I need to get a towel. Oh, I got it on my shoe and my pants. Why? Why, stupid big shoe? Look what I did. On my shoe. Stomp the shit out of it. Fuck. And I'm thirsty. Anyway, this is my shirt. Oh, my boot. My pants. Okay, anyway, this is my silky green top. This titty is drooping, but it's because this is too loose. But you get the point. Needs to be pressed. This could have been smaller. but I spilt my fucking tea. So oh, I'm gonna lose that earring. This is another small little top. I didn't realize how small they were. Yeah, this is a little tiny top too. Dang it. Oh, it's got little hearts on it. Well, in black pants, it would look better. See, it's too short. Like it just literally sits at my jeans. So it's pretty short. But it's like a little top. They're all pretty short. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? See? This one's cute. It's like a little layered handkerchief top. Of course, you need like a black bra with it. See? So yeah, this is cool. This little top is super cute. I'd wear that with no sweater on top. It's not too bad. Super cute. Whoops, that was a vase. I'm gonna plant some flowers right here. Listen to this. That's how we plant. I sang that song for a reason. Hang on, I'll be right back. Fuck, now I'm toasty. So the genie in the bottle thing, if you don't know this song, it goes, if you wanna be with me, baby, there's a price to pay. I'm a genie in a bottle. You gotta rub me the right way. I know I didn't sing that very well, but listen. If that isn't the gin anthem, it should be I'm a gin in a bottle. Yeah, that's the anthem of this video, because if that isn't a song explaining exactly what I was talking about with a pack of an elemental demon, I don't know what the fuck is. Yeah. So that's why. But that dance was pretty funny. I like how my top half and bottom half are moving like that. Woo! Okay, here's the last one. Nope, no, it's not the last one. But that's the long sleeve. So I'm gonna, what's this? I don't even know what this is. What's this? What? I got 3? What the fuck? Did I really? No, I fucking didn't. Well, apparently I fucking did. How did I do that? Well, guys, apparently I got 3 of them tops, and all of them don't fit all that well. So, I mean, maybe if I wore no bra, but it's like the fucking lettuce top. But I got a black one too, but I don't fucking remember getting this one. You know? So, but it's too tight. Maybe with black pants I can get away with it, but this white bra makes it look a bit nunnish. But still, you know, I got 3 of those, and I didn't even know that I did. So, there's that one. Shit. I don't even have any friends. Like, I can't even give it to somebody. I'm gonna have to lose weight. So this is my long sleeved white shirt. Oh, dang it. And it is, she's short, ladies and gentlemen. She's short. Oh my God, the buttons. Like, if I ever needed to get dressed in a hurry with this shirt on like Superman, it would never happen. Ugh, all the buttons would fly off. Okay. Whew, I'm tired, man. Putting on all these fucking clothes. I told you it was exhausting. And I've got a mad craving for broccoli. Weird. Oh my Lord. Okay. Ow. Yeah, the buttons are really hurting my fingers. But that's what you get with like cheaply made clothes, right? Like, the fucking button won't go through the hole. Anyway, I'll just hold it. It's got one button. But this is my white shirt. Whoop. It's a little bit short. But that brown top would go over this. Of course, I have to fasten the sleeves, but that ain't happening because the buttons are so stiff. But this is my last white shirt. Of course, it'll go nice with pretty much anything. Okay. All right. All right. All right. Well, okay. Ugh. All right. Now I'm tired. Ugh. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed that. Because I really did, but I can't get in this tea now. There's tea everywhere, eh? Oh, I'm hungry. I'm gonna put all these clothes in the wash anyway, so. Fuck, now I'm tired, man. Oh. So I hope you have, I have like 5 of the same shirt, but different colors. Yeah. Well, I definitely didn't mean to do that. So I probably got a little excited buying clothes and just didn't. Well, actually, I got one more. We'll try on this fucking blue one. Hold on. I'm tired. One more. One last time. One more time. Dun, dun, gonna celebrate. Oh, yeah. All right. Oh, well, this one's teeny tiny too. Again, with jeans, it doesn't look right, but see? See? It's lace in the back. So, that's all for today's fashion show, because I'm tired as fuck. Again, I would wear this blue top here with like black pants. You don't wear it with jeans. You could, but black pants is better. Okay. Oh, thank you. Yeah, the lace, and that used to be really popular in the early 2000s. Oh, well. Well, I've honestly had quite the week. It's not necessarily bad, it's just a lot of stuff that, I mean, ever since the Red Mercury thing happened to me, and I figured that out, whew, oh, it's been a lot. And sometimes there's like periods like where nothing happens and it's really quiet, and then all of this, like a fucking tidal wave flood of it. And even going through all of this at the same time, there were people coming onto my channel leaving nasty comments all at the same time. So, like, emotionally and everything, I'm good. But physically and mentally, I'm very tired. Yeah. Mentally, I'm very tired. So, Yeah, like I don't remember any like of my, except for that I dreamt, because I went back to sleep this morning. So I dreamt about that pink sweater. I did. So okay. So oh, you liked my plant joke, eh? That's good. Well, thanks for your good reviews, everybody. No, you don't need to feel strange. It's like you guys are my friends. Let me know if I look nice or not. I don't have anybody else. I don't have my mom to go to. I don't have a sister. I don't have a friend. Nothing. So it's really nice that you know, you helped me and you looked at my new clothes with me and all that. I really appreciate that. Thank you. You don't have to be ashamed. Like I said, there's no shame, even if you want to sit down and watch Sailor Moon. The person that judges you for that is the asshole, not you. So, like, you don't need to announce it to the world or anything. But it's not gay to watch Sailor Moon. And you don't need to feel unmasculine for doing so. If it bothers you that much, Dragon Ball Z is also very good. It's similar concept, a very similar concept, and it was directed for boys. So that's why I didn't really watch it much. But now, as an adult, I looked into it, and yes, it does have like Goku is the descendant of the Monkey King, and they do have basically they would be like of like what they would say the line of Christ, but it would be Christed beings, right? The solar beings. So I gotta take these jeans off though to sit and talk with you some more, because to be honest, I ain't got no panties on. Yeah, you have to wear panties with jeans, like, because that's uncomfortable, man. Jeans to chafe up all your hoo ha. So yeah, I got my comfortable pants, yoga style. Thank you. Which, well, you know what? That's all right. Whatever shirt you did like and you think it's a bit girly, that's okay. You can go get something that's like more of a masculine equivalent if you like. I mean, the white dress shirts always look great on everybody. It just gives you a nicer look. Even for men, it makes you look nicer. There was this Japanese guy. He dressed in these nice black dress pants and a white dress shirt. Holy shit, he looked like Tuxedo Mask. You know what I mean? It makes it look really nice. So, Salem, don't be chewing up plastic, boy. Slobbering all over it. You got a problem. It's because there's plastic, like animal fat in plastic, and that's why they like to chew plastic. Well, you want this? You can have paper. You want paper? There you go. Have some paper. But anyway. Here's Salem. Coming to chew some plastic. Salem, say hi. Say no. Just look. Look. Look up. Look. Never mind. Well, there he is. Hi, Floshi. You missed the fashion shoot, Floshi. Or the fashion show. Fashion show. We had one, but you missed it. So, oh, he's sleepy. Oh, well, I think he must have already left. But hello, New York, LA away. Thank you. So yeah, that was fun. I mean, like I said, this is why when I go shopping in person for clothes, it's so exhausting for me. Ooh, I can only try on a couple of things, and I'm like, no, now I'm done. I want to go home. So that was pretty good. I'm very happy with what I have, even though some of the tops, like I said, I wouldn't be wearing that out and about. There's special occasions that you wear that stuff to. Summer beach party that I always hope to be invited to, even though I'm not invited to them. Hey, you never know, right? It could happen. Salem Jenkins, stop. No plastic. No. Ew, he's drooling on it. Salem. Oh, that's for my shoe. Oh, you're on the thing for my shoe. Buddy, why are you so obsessed with plastic? He chews the freaking water bottle case. I hear crunch, 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 crunch. He's never gotten to a water bottle like these in the container, but he's in there. Oh my god. Stop! You're making it all drooly. Look at him. Mister used to be like that too, man. Cats are just wild over plastic. Because it's got that animal fat and it smells good to them. I asked the vet, I'm like, why the fuck is he so obsessed with plastic? He said, because it's got this animal fat in it. Oh my gosh, that's funny. There, buddy. It's all away now. It's all away now, my boy. So yeah, the thing about these is that they hide inside people, and I always knew that, and that's why I called it a Shadowtron, because it's in your shadow. And so it's not the person that you got to knock that thing out of them, like Sailor Moon does, Yeah. It was almost like spiritual training for me, because you have to remember that the person that this thing is hiding inside of is most usually innocent to a degree. Yeah. It's the influence of this other thing, right? Mm. You still have to deal with their ass, though. Doesn't mean they don't become a problem. But at least I didn't get all that tea on my books. Oh shit, did I? No. It's just a little wet. Which one was in it? I don't know. You can tell I use it a lot because it's falling apart. All the fucking pages are falling out. But I guess, I missed that most important part every fucking time until I found it. Totally by random. I was looking for something else. And then I read that little paragraph and I was like, wait, what? I was like, that's what the elites will do with their, like, I thought about David Rockefeller with his 8 heart transplants. Like, that's a desperate action to not die. For sure. So here's my soggy towel. I spilt my tea. I got nothing to drink now. Except for water. But yeah, I don't know, you guys. I'm going to post that video later on tonight. And you'll be able to see another part in how Sailor Moon reflects all of this. And I said it talks about how Jedi's like, I have my servant, Morga, out searching for energy. So it says this in the opening of my new video. And there's a little video at the end too to show more example of how it's like even Jedi goes into a dark portal into his dimension. Queen Beryl says it's time to attack the other dimension. So it explains that, and I'm still trying to complete how the silver millennium compares with the millennial reign of Christ and the solar beings. Yeah. We missed so much content because feed and everything that's going on with that, I don't know, keeps losing the content. So it uploaded to 95% and then conked out last time. And I was like, okay. So doing those things over and over again, it was very mentally exhausting. And again, with this video, I tried to do it over and over and over again. And then I got to a certain point and I was like, okay, I'm just going to press done. And this is the last time. And thankfully it's saved. Like, hello, Ken. Or Kendra. Kenderson. Kendarson. Shit. Sorry, I tried. Welcome. But yeah. It is a lot like the millennial reign. They had really long lifespans in Sailor Moon. Like, even Sailor Moon's daughter from the future, she looks like she's about 8-9 years old. She's actually 900. The people of the moon are celestial beings. Again, I keep losing the content. So I went all through it. I had all these little clips found for you and everything. And Kenderson. Ah, okay. Kenderson. Thank you. So basically, with the millennial reign of Christ, is that the buildings in Tartaria were the 1,000-year reign of Christ. It says that the silver millennium was 1,000 years ago, during its 1,000 years. This is called what we're in right now, and it does reflect out with the Kali Yuga with the cycles, right? So this would be like the little season of Satan, because the darker cycles are shorter. But they might be longer, actually. But whatever. So the cycles are different. But the reflection is still there. In the silver millennium, they have the domed roofs on the palace, the little antennas on the top, big buildings with big doorways. Yeah. Star Wars, they say, is a documentary, not a movie. That's something. We talked about his dark materials, which comes from the golden compass. Again, they're sacrificing children to open portals in that show. That's not far off at all from the truth. But this is an interdimensional thing. They're not going to outer space. They're not going to Mars and all this shit. They're doing the interdimensional thing. All those craft from the ancient past are interdimensional flight craft, not spacecraft. They're not leaving the planet. They're leaving the plane. See, you don't need a space vehicle to go to the extra lands. You can go by boat. That's why they had extraterrestrial officers on those classified ships. Those were naval vessels. Like what Gary McKinnon found, those were naval vessels. They weren't spaceships. So I was trying to cover it. in the millennial reign of Christ, they have all these beautiful buildings, but no bathrooms. Why? With all this advanced technology, red mercury, all sound technology, sound frequency technology, all those bells, but they got no bathrooms. No one was taking a shit. Why? And when they rediscovered it, they were in horse and buggy with shit and mud covered roads with these immaculate buildings, the little shacks built down the road. So you have to prove it for yourself. Don't listen to me. That's why I posted here. I'll get you the millennial reign. The millennial reign of Christ. That's what it's called. Now there's some people, yeah, seriously, the little season, we have like these little shitty buildings. We cannot create the architecture that used to be there. This is a good one here. But me and this fella disagree on a few things. That's the problem. He thinks the Nephilim look like clowns, and they didn't. They're mocking us, and the clown thing is to take away their power, make them look foolish, right? Because they do. They act foolish. But they are mocking us. They're trickster beings, but they don't look like clowns. They're shapeshifters, so they can look like anything, you know? Mm-hmm. But let me see. There's this fella. Yeah, his story, Tartaria, the Millennial Reign. I'll give you this one. It's a little short. But remember, history, his story, his dark materials. Who's he? The devil makes you believe he doesn't exist. It's fucking true. Evil, man. That's why people blame reptilians. They can't fucking handle it that humans are that bad. Hold on. Okay. So I'll give you this little short. Ancient of Days. Oh, I like that. I'm going to give it a like so that it has 111 likes. That's nice. Okay, so here, look, check this out. It's a little tiny short at first. Okay, that's about the millennial reign. And then okay, so that's not the right topic because that's saying it's already coming. Because yes, the time of the Christ beings will come again, but it's already been. The camp of saints in the North Pole. Okay, so that's what I was talking about the solar beings. All right, well, it's all right. Just because we disagree on that. Satan's little season in 5 minutes. That's perfect. But I'll give you some more. I'm going to give you the title, Satan's Little Season in 5 minutes. That's excellent. Oh, hold on. Shh, shh. Okay, he kind of has a dorky voice, but it might be auto-tuned. But this is Satan's Little Season in 5 minutes. So we're going to do this. My lips are drying out. I told you the heat in my building is something else. And it dries me the hell out. I have 2 humidifiers going right now to make moisture, and it's just really, really bad heating. Okay. Here's Satan's Little Season in 5 minutes. Oh yeah, they were immaculate buildings, and they had technology built in them. The organ, like in the big churches, boom, boom. That's because it healed your organs, man. It was healing frequencies. The organ was part of the machinery. That's why when you feel that music, it feels like it's reaching you right down to your core because it's supposed to. That's what's called the organ. Earlier, I said, why is the internet cord called Ethernet? The aether, we already talked about that, but there's a play on words. So the last one, that fellow that I said that I didn't quite agree with, it's called crap. Hang on. No, it's not called crap. I'm not trying to be disrespectful at all. Understanding conspiracy. I want you to get together. That's the beginning of his yeah, it is. Oh, there's no place like home does a good job with that too. Question the narrative. Tartaria, the 1,000-Year Reign, and the Armageddon. So that's why you see all those melted buildings, because Armageddon already happened that way. There's a whole bunch of melted buildings and shit, melted by fire and all that. Oh yeah. The evidence is unreal in this. It'll blow your fucking mind. But it makes sense, because I've always thought we're in hell. And this really confirms it. Okay, here it is. Understanding the millennial kingdom already happened theory. So we're going to open this one. We'll close this one. And I will give you this. And this is, this guy covers a lot of different stuff, including, hold on. Okay. Including about the Nephilim looking like clowns, okay? Yeah, so the healing frequencies is similar, but that's like what you can listen to, like binaural beats and such like this. And this does help. But I'm talking like if your kidneys were dying, you go in, listen to the organ, and they reset your fucking organs back to health. This was miracle healing frequency. It worked. Okay. The system back then worked together with nature. The system now works against it to suppress the natural, to give the artificial. That's what it is. So everything's backwards. So, okay. So I got to copy this part here. Did I do that? Okay, hold on. Oh, I already did. Now I just need the address. Okay, here. Okay, now. There. So, put my damn leg in the tea. I put my leg in the wet carpet full of tea. You got to sing about it because there's nothing else you can do. Yeah, well, they have a hard time wrapping their heads around it because they've been waiting so long for the return, right? And a lot of people have been taking advantage of that. So that's the problem. But it that's what I mean. Like dark and light, like the sun and the moon, we have cycles. So of course the dark ages to Satan would be the dark ages, but maybe it actually wasn't. And that's why either they erased or added on 1,000 years or whatever, so they could hide the millennial reign of Christ that already happened. They don't want people to know about that. And that's where the Tartarian buildings come from. They've got no bathrooms. Go ahead. Watch all the stuff. Prove me wrong to yourself and tell me that, or just I'm not going to argue with it because I already feel that's the kicker thing right there. There's no bathrooms. Immaculate fucking building. They even had plumbing and stuff like aqueducts and all kinds of stuff back in Rome. So they couldn't build bathrooms, not any of them. So if we built those buildings when we found the West and all that, found it in the West or colonized the West or what the fuck ever, then you'd think that we'd build bathrooms in there. What the fuck we need an outhouse for? Build it inside. You can make an immaculate doorway with big giant stone blocks, but you didn't make a bathroom. That's one of the weirdest things about it. No fucking bathrooms. So they're in buggies going through mud and shit on the road. And then you have this immaculate large building. Beautiful. Size that we can't even recreate today. So it's pretty interesting, but I've always thought there was something wrong. The moment I got here, I thought it wasn't just because I had a bad childhood or whatever. I just seen everything around me that it seemed like hell, and more and more prevalent as I have grown. Like I said, the 7 deadly sins, like how we're glorifying gluttony with mukbanging and people eating enormous amounts of food, and they're 400 or 500 pounds, or like putting 400 or 500 pound life people on TV, and it's in the disguise of helping, but it's not. It's glorifying. And a lot of people can't see this. Then we have the greed, right? So I told to talk to you about the donut fella. That guy is going to keep eating buckets full of donuts with chocolate milk, and he calls it his cereal because he gets 53 million views. Gluttony, greed, what else? It's not that it's religious, it's the downfall of civilizations. It's the weaknesses that they give into, the laziness that they fall prey to, like sloth, like laying flat is a thing in China, or Asia rather, forgive me, Asia, that comes from the East. And it's people just giving up on life. And I watched a girl, she has bad mental illness, but she was living in a garbage-filled apartment that had so many roaches, like you couldn't even move without roaches running, like roaches. She was this Japanese girl, and again, they may not realize it. You know, it's not saying that she's doing anything wrong, but it's the sickness of the world. You know, mental illness is a lot to do with how the world is sick and we become sick because of it. Living off of unnatural frequencies, people being unnatural to each other. Actually, the parasite thing is bullshit, and it's actually a way to sell products. I'm sorry. Yep. It's actually a way. In colonoscopy and those flushes, there's never, ever been a parasite found. That's a lie. Parasites don't come out of your butthole like that. Unless you live in some place like Africa, like I was talking about the eye parasites and stuff, which people call vril, the reptilian lizard parasite, which isn't real. Vril is energy, chi, life force, prana. Okay? It's all the same thing, vril. That's what it means. So people have taken it and said it's a reptilian eye parasite lizard. But that also is from the natural medicine. They're trying to sell you flushes, cleanses, this and that, okay? Yeah. See, vril like the eye snake? It's not true. Not true. Snake again as the serpent of the wisdom of the initiates? Yeah. It's total play on words, not real at all. Vril is energy, chi, life force, prana, kundalini, Christ. So vril also means Christ. I've tried to tell you this in my previous videos. So they've taken this Claustrom's oil thing and even created the 3 days of darkness, the story of Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, Snow White, and the 7 dwarves. You guys won't even, it's gonna fucking blow your mind how greatly, almost unbelievably deceived we've been. And it's not even a fucking joke. I wish it was, but it's not. Yeah, it is. It's a play on words. You're right. And a lot of people know the vril as like an eye parasite or some type of shapeshifter or whatever. And I did a video about it. And of course, I lost the content. I can do it again. It's even, you can find it on Reddit. It's this little chocolate chip thing on the head, which is the parasite. And then the body of the thing dies. It uploads its consciousness in a little chocolate chip. Elena Danaan tried to put that shit in her book too, with these reptilian shapeshifter vril bullshit. But it is not true. They even have the Ouroboros on their belt, and that symbolizes the reincarnations and cycles, like it is right the fuck here. That's the Ouroboros, the snake eating its tail. This is all symbolic. The mountain is you. Mount Meru is you. You got to climb that. That's you. You got to reach the gods at the top. That's you. But everything else, see the flat plane of existence, the mountain rises at you. You guys got to go watch that. These things that I show you. You'll see so much other. You'll get your they live glasses, but it'll be like nothing. Like you think you see little things now, it gets more and more intense. Like you turn the intensity of your glasses up. Okay, so I covered this again in my new Schwabenland and ancient technology. What's it called? Sorry. I covered that about the Nazis and the Vril and the Thule Society. So again, I would be considered Vril. I would be considered life force, energy. That's why they have long hair. That's where the long hair in the Thule Society with Maria Orsic. Hang on, I have her. Hold on. No, I don't actually have her. I have a picture of her. Here they are. Here. Yes. Yes, look. Occult Secrets of Vril by Robert Sephir. That's Maria. Look at how long her hair is, man. That's my hair. But they're not evil. Shit. Look. They're not evil. I've got long hair. I'm a Vril. But I'm not a fucking reptilian parasite. It's a lie. Occult Secrets of the Vril. It talks about all this with Germany. That's that symbol of all the civilizations. Recognize this? That goes back way further too. They're just like the Nazi symbol. See, these were interdimensional flight craft. These were not spacecraft. The Mercury goes in these. The little bulbous bulbs. I explained this in the video. That's been out for, I don't know, a while now. I went all through this. Vril and Thule societies were women who were like me, but I'm not evil. We're into the esoteric inner alchemy. This is what Corey Good meant by his esoteric religion, but these guys are fucking assholes. Knowledge is power. They use their knowledge and power against you to prosper at the expense of others because they've clearly, with money and prospering at the expense of others, which I've gone all over this in my previous videos over and over and over. Look at, money symbol upside down. Prosperity at the expense of others, selfishness, shortcuts, mastered by appetite and comfort in this life. Money symbol, black kundalini. This is light kundalini, the white holy grail. Okay? Service, self-sacrifice, purification, love, and study. Whoops. So they choose wrong. They choose their own path, but it's not the one. I guess it's not wrong to them. But it's about principles. They don't have the same principles as us, you know? But even this book did not teach me what I learned about the, oh, look, there it is right there. See? That is not a swastika. That is the four directions. That is the four creations of the divine creator. Higher dimensionals, lower dimensionals, subhuman creatures and humans, and not in any kind of order. Earth, air, fire, water, north, south, east, west, interdimensionals, or higher dimensionals, lower dimensionals, humans, subhuman creatures. That is what that is. Now, why do I have that same upside down sword? It symbolizes a defender or a guardian. Had it since I was 19. Didn't know. Angel wings of the higher dimension. Didn't know. But we always have to mark ourselves. That's what they say. But I didn't know. Do you understand? So it's not that these people were evil or anything like that. Vril is energy, chi, life force. She had strong life force. That's your life force that makes your hair grow. In Sailor Moon, her fucking hair starts growing. Yeah. And they're like, oh my God, it's sucking your hair. And it's all over the bed, man. She wakes up and her hair's glowing and it's growing. Yeah. Because of her Vril energy, life force, chi, prana. This right here, your stomach is called your sea of chi. Like your fuel source for your body is your stomach. But it's also your spiritual solar plexus, solar beings of chi. This is how the Dark Jedis used it against the Light Jedis. They still have chi, but they're directing it with their will for harm. So the occult parasite eye thing is a total lie. If you look up Vril by itself, that's all that's going to come up is reptilian, lizard, eye bullshit. Parasite bullshit, I mean. If you put Vril, energy, kundalini, prana, chi, all in the same time, you're going to get what I'm talking about. Claustrom's oil, energy, kundalini, the rising of the sacred secretion, all that. But they put so much bullshit about Vril being like a reptilian shapeshifter or a fucking invader, brain parasite, body snatcher shit. But that isn't real. It's most likely not real. It's most likely to hide the truth about the solar beings, about how Jesus, even Jesus, that character person in the Christ, became who they were. So the thing about it is, I didn't say this already, dimensionally, you can only really relate to those closest to you in dimension. A lot of people's ego and pride thinks that they could deal with something like an actual archangel or an angel, but a higher dimensional, you wouldn't be able to connect mentally, emotionally, and physically because you're too high, there's too much of a distance between you in consciousness and understanding. So yeah, I mean, this is good, but Robert doesn't talk about, see, the swastika, it says an emblem linking Eastern Western occultism, but that's not what it stands for at all. The ancient meaning is what I told you. It stands for also the four directions. The Navajo and different Eastern cultures incorporated this into their spiritual traditions, but the symbol remains the same. They are trying to hide creation. And I know that's hard for a lot of people to understand. But like I said, even the demons are of the divine creator. Everything is under the Most High divine creator's creation. So like I said, it's like this big, gigantic universal soul school where everybody's learning together, regardless of your position in the spiritual hierarchy or whether you're a human. Like I was just saying, there's a reason why the UFOs and are seen around Bigfoot, because Bigfoot is a subhuman creature. There is a unification, beings that have principles that are good, that work together, that are also good, right? But they also have things of like non-interference where they don't act like the darkness. So they're not going to just kill people and stuff like that. They're going to try to negotiate like the Jedi did and, you know, try to, instead of fight physically, have a mental, intellectual battle of sorts to you can come to some acceptable conclusion that both parties can be happy with and have peace. They were beings of peace, right? I do understand this. It's not like I don't have these types of compassionate negotiating skills, yes? Like I said, sometimes dealing with these demons that have made pacts and own beings, it's like dealing with a really, really educated spiritual lawyer. So, who knows the ins and outs of their own contract and whatnot. It's not easy, it's doable. But I can't say I haven't failed, and lost people before, because you do. Some of them don't want to go, like I said. So they don't want to leave. Yeah. But the Vril, that's what that is. And the Vril technology is how they use the natural forces of the planet plane, electromagnetic frequency and all that, with the mercury and the natural lodestone magnet push and pull and all of that, which I covered in the Antediluvian series very, very thoroughly. Yeah. So, I mean, I didn't learn this stuff from these guys. This was like a very basic overview. In fact, I'm pretty sure Robert Zephyr is in on the game and keeping this stuff, because of the fact that he suggests, about inner earth and all of that. Yeah. It's just, I would say that, he's one of those same type of people making money off of this type of thing. I think that the creators think that this is something that they do. I don't think the average creator on YouTube thinks one day that they could actually have superpowers and believe that to be fact, and that's a problem. That's why it will never happen for them. Seriously. People laugh at me, I don't care. Because it only takes that one day. Remember? Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had a very shiny nose, and if you ever saw it, you would even say it glows. All of the other reindeer used to laugh and call her names. They never let poor Rudolph join in any reindeer games. You left me here. Then one foggy Christmas Eve, St. Claustrum came to say, Rudolph, with your nose so bright, won't you guide my sleigh tonight? Then how the reindeer loved her, and they shouted out with glee, Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer, you'll go down in history. It only takes one fucking day. And then you ain't laughing no more. For real. Only one day. So go ahead. You've been making fun of me. You've been laughing. I'm not talking to the people in the chat, but like collectively how my life has been. And I've had to resist the urge to destroy you all so many fucking times. And I'm glad that I have. Not saying I'm perfect. I'm not Jesus. But I've worked very hard to get where I'm at. And I just truly hope that this will break the awful, terrible spell that's been placed upon us all, truly. Even me, my materialistic shit makes me happy, but to a degree. But on the day that that chip shows up, I would have to leave it all behind, all of it. And I would have all new suits. They would just make me new clothes, probably in a 3D printer. And then you just recycle that shit. They have something like that on Star Trek. So I would assume it'd be something like that. But I could have a suit in every color I fucking wanted. And that's good enough. Oh, thanks. I'm glad you liked my song. But I hope it made a point. Santa Claus, St. Claustrum, may not be the glowing nose, but I definitely have a glowing heart that it can guide the way, right? Yeah. I'm not perfect. I'm definitely not perfect, right? No. But I've done pretty good so far. So I can only hope that, like I say, when I pray for this, I pray for the Christ to return, if not in me, in someone else. And that's just fine, because that means that it comes back. And I'm not going to be mad. I'm not going to be jealous. I'm going to be fucking relieved. Because that's the only thing that matters. I think people really, truly need to see a real example of what goodness is and what that truly means to be, you know? People might not get that. It's the compass of the heart that tells you that. That's why in the game, I played a Jedi game called Knights of the Old Republic. Based upon your choices and how you treated people, was if you went to the light side or the dark side. And you became either a Sith or a Jedi. You're fucking right, I became a Jedi. Why would you rob an old man, even in a fucking video game? Why would you rob an old man and beat him up? That's fucking terrible. Of course I choose to help him. Not even a fucking video game am I gonna beat up an old man. So everything's a test. But that video game was called Knights of the Old Republic, and it was for Xbox, and it was friggin' awesome, man. You can create your own character. It's an interactive story. It was great. It was really one of the best games I ever played, and I talk about it a lot. Like, it was so interactive and cool, and like all the choices, it makes you feel like you have this responsibility. Like I said, I wasn't beating up an old man. You know, if someone's in trouble, even if like they're somewhat being an asshole to you, you still help. And then it turns out that like this is why they're being like that, or they were under the influence of somebody that was threatening to kill their family or whatever. It was such a good game. You know, I was just thinking to myself in the kitchen, even Elena, like if she was like, oh fuck, Lacey, like I did do that and I don't know what to do now. I made a pact with an elemental demon. I don't know what to do now. I'd say, bitch, I don't know what to do either, but I swear to God, I swear to God, I'll help you figure it out. You know what I mean? I will help you figure it out. I won't abandon you. We'll try to figure it out. Anybody, though, I would do that for anybody, right? Yeah. There's a lot of stuff that I noticed years ago. Because, like, even in Star Wars, the friggin' Empire is called the Galactic Empire. Doesn't that sound like the Galactic Federation? I've learned in my life very harshly that if something seems too good to be true, it usually is, okay? I explained the fact about the hero thing on my channel, that I'm the hero of my own life. That was important for me to become this that I always wanted to be, right? It almost symbolizes the hero's journey. But some people accuse me of having the hero complex. And it was unfortunate that they didn't actually get the message about becoming the hero of your own life and making your own dreams come true, even if they aren't what you expected or hoped for. Like, I won't maybe not get those abilities with the Aether that I used to have in this life. But you know what? If my human life is this, then I'm making it the best it can be, right? Well, the thing about Star Trek is that Gene Roddenberry literally said that he channeled it, for one thing. But two, he was definitely into the Masonic stuff. definitely. And again, it goes back to Jewish mysticism called Kabbalah. And that's why this is in Star Trek. It didn't just come from that fucking Spock guy. It's more than that. So, yeah, all play on words and symbolism, all in plain sight. Yeah, seriously. Yep. I couldn't bear to watch his Dark Materials, honestly, because I remember watching The Golden Compass and I didn't like seeing the familiars, the animals fighting like that. I don't like that. I really liked the polar bear, though, so I might give it a go. Um, but that's pretty upsetting to me about the children, you know? And I think the reason why I don't talk about a lot of stuff is because I can't do anything about it. So it frustrates me a lot and it upsets me. I mean, who wouldn't get upset with that? I mean, any decent person would be opposed to that, you know? Ugh. But again, isn't that what would happen in hell, though? Like, when you wish somebody to go to hell, do you ever think about what's going to happen to them? Because they're going to be reborn as a child. You just don't get reborn as an adult. I mean, do they really think about that? Is that part of hell for them? Is that part of the beast system? I explained that before. It's called the beast system because you're meant to overcome your beast nature. And a lot of people don't understand. I mean, you just have to kind of step outside the box a little bit. Like, I even had to, like, this is why I chose celibacy. And even, like, I mean, I do masturbate, but not like a lot and like every day or whatever like that, because sometimes you just need to relieve stress. Okay, no judgments there. But the thing about it is that if you are giving in, like, your sexual energy is your creative energy. It's not only for creating babies, but it's also for creating stuff like this and my YouTube channel and this content. And like the same thing what Claudio Nocelli does. You know, he clearly has strong sexual energy. He likes those women with the big fake titties and the blowjob lips. Not jealous, just disappointed. Any type of spiritual person, like I'm reading myself, wouldn't conduct themselves this way. Okay, if you're speaking for real extraterrestrials that you meet with, it's going to reflect in your character. I've even explained that Helen Morris is Martin Scorsese's wife. Let me show you. And the lands of Mars and the lands of Venus are all famous people from the past, like that influence science, philosophy, and all of that. Helen Morris. If you look up Helen Morris now, you're going to find stuff from how Helen Morris built a $4 million empire, the Reddit Karma Queen. Huh, that's another name. So there's stuff from Claudio Nocelli, and people have taken Helen Morris's name and story and made like their own videos about it. There is a fella too that is making videos directed to Helen Morris, like she's a real person. And that is concerning because that's not good for their psychological health. But yeah, Helen Morris is Martin Scorsese's wife. And she's actually been currently, I think she's battling Parkinson's. Yeah. So you'll find stuff on her linked with Claudio Nocelli. But hang on, let me see. Okay, well, that, oh, life celebration, did she pass? Oh, I don't think she's, okay, hang on, let me see. Helen Morris, Merton, let's see if that works. Martin Scorsese, joined by wife Helen after sharing admission on her Parkinson's. So Martin Scorsese is a huge movie director, and there are a lot of people that have influenced popular culture in our history on these did videos on this previously explaining the lands of Venus are all initiates of the flame that contributed to our civilization, okay? I'm sorry I was not looking at the chat at all. Yoda sounds like yoga. Well, essentially, Yoda was somebody that would be an example of truly what the Jedi stood for and how you would see someone, even though, you know, he had a little attitude. Sometimes he was funny. You're not perfect, like, oh, like, what was his name? The funniest thing in Star Wars is when Obi-Wan Kenobi and they crash that fucking ship and he flings his hair and he looks at everybody and goes, well, another happy landing. The fucking ship's like on fire and in one piece, but they all lived. Positivity. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So there are examples, and they were good characters. Smart people are also funny people. You know? About Martin Scorsese. So here's the Helen Morris thing. Sorry. And it's almost like, and I can't be 100% sure, but if you have all of these people on your maps, then why wouldn't you be honoring this woman, Helen Morris, in a way? It almost seems like, well, it just doesn't make sense either. If you could meet with this woman, she gives him no evidence to show us whatsoever. He doesn't come on camera and be like, look, here's a Polaroid picture of me and Helen the last time we met. She's actually given me a DNA sample of her hair so I can have it tested and it can show that it's different from us or whatever, if she's a fucking alien or whatever. You know, like, why not anything? It makes no sense. None of them have nothing whatsoever, and there's always an excuse for it. Even me. I've been so pissed off that I haven't even been able to get a picture of that craft I saw again. Never seen it again. It may be a once-in-a-lifetime thing. But it's just, I don't know, it seems like, it seems too weird. I made videos about this. It's under the Nosconfunden videos where I did the lands of Mars and the lands of Venus. So I just don't. I think this was either it's some type of spirit, which is most likely. The way Claudio talks about her, I thought it was so strange that he would need to include the fact that she tells him he's intelligent. That's weird. That almost seems like an insecurity thing. Even if that's the case, you don't write that. Your proof of your work is to show your intelligence. I knew that somebody great and spiritually strong had created that just by looking at his map that looked like a giant cell. But the lustful sexual behavior with his Instagram sluts there is a dead giveaway. Yeah, and I don't care. Even if you're saying, oh, I'm supporting them for what? So they can get more followers for what? So men can touch themselves to their videos. Because you're not at the gym getting strong when you're in a pair of shorts that looks like you're not wearing shorts because they're the same color as your skin and it goes right up your ass crack. And so you've got your big ass turned to the camera, kicking over and over again so someone can touch themselves to your ass. Yes, I'm sure that the aliens would fucking love this. The higher consciousness aliens. Really? Nope. It's not just him, though. It's all of them. It's all of them. David Wilcock, Corey Good, Elena Danaan, Billy Carson. Megan Rose still struggles with that shit. As if she doesn't know Valnek isn't real and that Elena Danaan made up Valnek. Valnek is made up. Okay? Elena had to create these characters. This is why she changed up all of a sudden. First, it's totally cool. Megan Rose and Valnek are an extraterrestrial husband and wife like Elena and Thorhan. All good. But then the moment that it didn't work out for her anymore, the moment that Megan Rose started to change her game and go with Q and Trump, They axed her. They cut her out. And it even says that, oh, Alex Colliers, like, if she doesn't change her tune, she's going to be cut off. Yeah, cut off from going to the Convention of Alliance of Bullshitters with them to make that money. This is why they're giving the middle finger in that picture that I posted about them. It's not fuck you, it's reality creation. Alex Collier has never been a contact for any extraterrestrial, alien, Andromedan fuck all. His real name is Ralph Amigos. Elena doesn't have her real name either. They do that because names hold power and they're all a bunch of fucking magicians. Black ones. Good beings do not make pacts with humans. They do not give you anything, okay? They'll aid and help you, but they don't give you. Remember, it's better to teach a man to fish than to give a man to fish. Give a man the fish, yeah? You feed him for a day. If you teach him how to fish, he eats for life. You don't need to be there again. So you can get help, but they don't do those things for you. And they definitely won't promise you a fucking relationship. Okay? That's the number one thing. I've told you this before. If you're some stupid asshole, man or woman, don't matter, and you're walking through the woods and you see some handsome fella that's out like this with no shirt on, like, hey baby, you want to come and eat this picnic with me? Look, I got your favorite kind of cake, and look, I got this big old sausage for you after. Are you serious? Are you really going to fall for that? That's a fucking trap. Are you crazy? No, nothing like that is ever going to happen to you. Run the fuck away. Those things will trick you and then eat your goddamn liver. It's not a joke. In Missing 411, they find people's bodies and they cannot find a cause of death. They're just dead. It's because they go into these other dimensions, they get their life force drained out of them, and they put their bodies back. Don't need it anymore. Sustenance depleted. And they may sexually assault them first. In some cases. You watch Missing 411, you hear some weird fucking shit. And that's what it is. They're draining their life force. They live off the etheric life forces. That's what vampires are. And there was a race of fairies a long time ago that were known as vampires. They were dangerous and dark. Fairies only became a thing because of Tinkerbell and Disney and shit. And like Renaissance paintings. Okay? But listen, there's a lot more evidence that they're dangerous. Falling into portals in the woods and people never be seen again, taking your fucking kids, all that shit. They take kids all the time in those national parks. That's why. They may not drain them completely of their life force, but they'll still eat off of them for sustenance. Cattle mutilations may be some of the same thing, but it may be when in their physical form. See, I told you some of these beings can be physical and spiritual, because it doesn't matter if you're good or not good. You can still have this Christed energy where you're merging mind and heart, left and right, body and soul. So you can go back in between both. So when they're in physical bodies, they need to eat and shit and all that like the rest of us and sleep. So of course they'd have to eat something, wouldn't they? The blood, draining the blood, is plasma. There's way more evidence of it being things that we already know of the unseen realm, like fairies and spirits and all that stuff that was always with us, rather than it being aliens. It's only aliens because we fucking forgot that shit. We thought, oh, leprechauns and gnomes, oh, that's a joke. It's a garden gnome with a red hat. Gnomes are extremely dangerous, especially, guess who? Guess to who? Your cats. But they don't look like that with the little red hat. That's not a real interpretation. They're small, yes, and they live underground most of the time, yes, because they're earth beings. see, dealing with it is different because I'm not a teacher, right? Like, that's not what I do. I deal with this stuff in the spirit realm, but in order to teach somebody else, I mean, you'd have to learn by watching me. That's the only way I'm able to truly teach well. You know? This is why they don't tell me nothing, because I can't keep no secrets. I use bad English on purpose, by the way. So, does anyone have any questions or anything? I know that I don't engage. Oh, was this it? Well, I mean, it's healthy to release yourself sometimes, like I said, for stress. Like, don't be like, because I know they say masturbation is a sin, but one of the things is the reason is because you'll be feeding these entities. The thing about it is, at the point of climax, you can learn to, instead of releasing the energy outward or directing it at someone or something else or whatever, you direct it up the spine to your crown. So there's that too. And I learned how to do that with practice, not easy. And you can literally, like, instead of it expanding out, you can feel it rise up instead. The same kind of orgasm, but it's different. Yeah. So, but again, this is why they've created such a lustful society. Like, if you have Instagram, just get rid of it, because these people are being influenced by forces that you cannot see, preying upon their weaknesses. Yes, post more slutty pictures so that you can potentially make money or something, or get an ego boost or whatever. You know what I mean? I'm sorry, like, I know I've got like belly, but these are unacceptable. Like, when you have two squares covering your nipples and you're like, you know what I mean? These are suggestively disgusting. You know? It's just fucking gross. So I feel kind of bad for them. And I feel bad for judging them because we don't know what the story is, but they're grown women. They look older than me, you know? That's just so irritating. I suppose it's my own bad because I put these expectations with Claudio that he just didn't have, you know? So that's my bad. Because, I mean, I know I'm not perfect. Here I am sitting here like this. I don't give a fuck, though. If people think I'm gross or whatever, I don't care. Like, when I get dressed up and I put makeup on, I look good. I love myself. This is how I can sit here. I don't care. It's not about not having any pride in my appearance or whatever. I brushed my fucking teeth. I did, even though you can't even smell my breath. I brushed my teeth and I washed my face and all that, you know? So, whatever. But I think it's true that what that fella said. What's his name? He was in Star Wars and he played he played fuck Sauron in Lord of the Rings. And he said, when you get into this esoteric stuff, you can lose your mind. You can. I'm not going to say that I haven't pushed myself too far at some points. Yes. But I felt to myself, if I wasn't going to, I couldn't find anybody else who was. Especially putting everything together like I've done. You see? Connecting things together. Even with Sailor Moon, you know? The millennial reign. Yeah. It was a peaceful time where they had long lifespans. It's incredible. Watch Sailor Moon, even if you're a dude. I said this already. Many dudes over my time have sent me private messages, whether it be Facebook when I used that years ago, Telegram, YouTube comments, and no one knows who you are. It's anonymous. You don't even have a picture. So, and they've said, you know, I locked myself in my room for the weekend. I closed the curtains, but I did watch Sailor Moon, and I'll never admit it to any of my friends, but I liked it. Good for them, though, being brave enough to tell me, you know? That's pretty funny. Yeah, I've received many messages like that. So there's no shame. And like I said, if it really bothers you that much, try with Dragon Ball Z, you know? But watch the Claustrom's Oil playlist. It's in the pinned comment of this live stream chat. Okay? This will help you so much to understand how many things have been hidden in plain sight, you know? You see the world differently after you know this type of stuff. Change. And it's hard. It can be hard, especially when you're one of the only ones that sees it that way. So you come off as kind of crazy, but you get used to that. You realize that one day people will catch up because they have, you know? All my shit's just sitting there getting wrinkled. Oh, well, I gotta wash it anyway, like I said, so it doesn't matter. But I'm happy that I have this nice stuff. I think the next time I do a live, because I don't know when I'll be able to, I'm going to get a new computer cables and see if it helps at all. But I will need a new computer because this one's got no memory left. So it could be a joint combination of problems, but it was working fine until recently. So, but I think what I'll do is I'll put on a nice outfit and I'll put some makeup on, maybe do something with my hair. And, you know, I will remind myself just how nice I can look because sometimes I think I forget a little bit even. It's not that, like I said, it's not like I don't care or take pride in myself. I don't see the necessity most days. You wash your face, you put on nice lotions, and you put that shit on your face. Why? So. Yeah. So Marge says Lord Vader's heavy breathing is him doing pranayama. And yeah, the breathing, your lungs are your tree of life. So I know with me smoking and all of that, I probably would be much better off with a couple things. But as I explained, I'm not doing the smoking weed for fun. Oh, the fucking leaf guy. And he's come and he's put like a big ass pile of rotting leaves in front of my window now. And they haven't cleaned it up, and I've got allergies. So, and now here he's come back with his fucking leaf blower. Like, get a goddamn rake. Oh, they're so fucking lazy, man. And again, this is sloth. You would rather use this fucking leaf blower than getting a goddamn rake and doing some actual hard work. No, this is too much for everybody. You just have to put it into a big pile and leave it there, you lazy shit. This is what happened the other day when I was trying to make content. The fucking leaf man was here, and he put this giant pile of leaves right here, and there was leaves all over my window, like debris stuck everywhere, and I cleaned my windows on the inside and the out. They don't give a flying shit. I gotta go see if I can cook up some tea there. I'll stick around with you for a little while. I know there's not many people still sticking around, but that's okay. I don't really have anything to do, although I should probably eat something. Yep. All right, like just blowing the leaves around. Like he's just having fun blowing them around. And he's got a big fat gut on him too. This is why. This is why. Pick up the rake. They can't see me or nothing, but it's so annoying. I'm watching him through the curtain. I closed it again because he's closer. But yeah, for real. Lazy. Yeah, and that's what I'm talking about, sloth and all this type of stuff. It's just, I don't know, man. And I guess that was part of the test of being here. I guess that's what it means to be in the world, but not of the world, right? Well, they can't make them illegal because people are lazy. They're lazy, Marge. They're freaking lazy. Lazy as hell. Like, I'll even say, like, to read the description, and people don't. Like, they're just absent minded and lazy. Seriously. Like, this is your temple, your body, right? And I'm not perfect, but I'm just saying, like, you have to take care of your temple the best as you can. But they're making it be like, it's okay if you're 500 pounds and you can't walk anymore. Here's a fat cart to drive around on. That's not healthy for them. There's YouTubers that have dropped dead on live stream because they're big people fought. What's that called? Fat, fat positivity, something like that. And they've dropped dead on the live stream. People are encouraging her. This is unbelievable. And it all comes down, you know what it all comes down to? A lack of unconditional self love. That's it. That's where the root of the issue is. People will try to use money to fulfill these things, right? Like I was saying, I am not having a good time smoking weed. I smoke weed because it helps me bear the fact that I'm so lonely in my life, that I don't have anybody to talk to, that I don't have any connections with other human beings. And the life that I've lived makes it very difficult just to exist in my own skin sometimes. It does. It does, especially the way that you see the world. It's really hard. And I wish that I didn't have to. I wish that I could have these loving relationships where people could actually sit with me here in my home, that I could feel comfortable with someone to actually touch me and brush my hair, like, but I don't even want anyone to touch me anymore. you know I feel uncomfortable, and I don't want to be comfortable with that anymore. I don't want to accept mediocre. I don't want to have to dim my own light and talk about bullshit when I don't want to, or people's problems all the fucking time. I'm so sick of that. I'm sorry. I know, but I want to have conversations with people that like don't need something from me. No offense. That's what it's been like though. Whenever I make a friend, I feel like a fucking guidance counselor. And it's always one-sided. Yeah. Do you remember how I told you that I thought that that woman was going to call me? She did. And we went to a bazaar and bakery at a church down the road. It took her a week to call me back after I called her, and she showed up here with a man that she didn't even tell me she's showing up here with. And he was all right and everything. It's not that, it was just I was expecting to get to know her, not some fucking dude that couldn't stop interrupting. And when I did say, well, as we're sitting there having our coffee or whatever, um, I got a sewing basket. I'll show it to you, but it's not for sewing, it's for just keeping my stuff in. But I had said to her, well, I really thought that you weren't going to call me, and I couldn't understand what I had done wrong. And she basically, I was right about the feeling about her not being sure if she wanted me in her life or not as a new friend, because she told me all of her friends are men and she has no female friends, and there was just a couple of red flags. But the one thing about it is that I had said to them, that I have this standard in my life, that I'm honest and truthful, and that's why I said, so I thought you weren't going to call me. I called you. It's been like a week. You didn't return my phone call. And it was just kind of like, oh, well, and then he pipes up and he's like, oh, well, people have lives and they get busy and blah, 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 blah. It's about respecting someone. You have a phone, that's a cell phone that you keep on you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You don't see that I called. It's out of respect you call that person back. So again, I had called her a second time. She hasn't called me back. So you know what? That's the end of it, you guys. It's the end of it. I'm never going to try to make another friend again. Okay? I wasn't comfortable. I didn't have a good time. I'm really fucking sorry. I couldn't wait to go home. Like, it was uncomfortable for me. I had nothing to talk about with them at all. And she wants to start going to church. I've already been through that. I don't want to go back to church. I can't be bothered because I'll try to and talk about anything, even slightly, and I can't do it anymore. I don't want to do it anymore. So I know, like, I prayed for a friend but I just realized that, like, I'm not going to mix with a lot of people and they make me uncomfortable. If you can't even call me back, fucking forget it. Forget it. Forget it. So, yeah, just the fact that she showed up here with some man that she didn't even tell me about on the phone. She didn't even mention at the phone that she was coming with somebody. She didn't say anything like that. Because if she would have said that, I would have told her, well, I don't want to go. I want to get to know you. I don't want to get to know anybody else. I'm not interested. So, like, I'm just not. And yeah. So I can't handle it. That's the truth. So there. I can't mix with them. And it's very hard for me. Even the online stuff. Like, I know you're saying you can talk to me, and I really appreciate it, Marge. It's just, I don't know. Like, I have someone to talk to. Scott, you may see him in the chat, and he's been a good support for me. He's a good friend. You know what I'm saying? I guess I've just realized, like, I mean, I always thought that maybe I wasn't so great at the human relationship thing, but it's just even just the minimal things. She didn't ask me anything about myself. They didn't ask anything. Like, it was just bizarre. It's not what I want out of people. Sorry. So if she calls again, I'm going to tell her that, that, it was all right. Like, I'm not going to tell her I didn't have, like, a terrible time, but I definitely, like, I just felt like I went alone, They weren't not kind or anything. Like, we had coffees. The coffee was free, and he had bought some pineapple cake that was pretty tasty. I've been through that before with women who say, oh, I only have guys for friends, and then the guy's paying for everything that she bought there. Yeah, yeah, no. I'll show you my sewing basket, though. It was $1, and it's an old Eaton. These aren't made anymore. It's an antique. It's an Eaton sewing basket, and they're very fancy and popular. See? Eaton. And it's wicker. Isn't that pretty? You could use it for a picnic too. But wouldn't this be nice? Like, look, I can put my books inside. Good afternoon, class. So yeah, I got a cute little sewing basket. But I wouldn't, like, I called and we're supposed to go for a walk and no phone call. It's been days now, almost a week since I called. So, like, whatever. I'm not going to do that. I don't know why people have cell phones if they don't like answer them. Like, what's the fucking point? Like, just to ignore people's phone calls even harder. It's different if you're not home and you miss the call, but it's even more rude, when you have this cellular phone that's with you all the time. Hey, Fabio. Hola. Good to see you, hon. How are you? Yeah, you like my basket merch. Yeah. Yeah. It's in really good shape, too. $1. Real metal little feet. Yeah, I'm doing all right. I just had to have it's a sewing basket. It's an antique Eaton sewing basket. These are quite fancy and they're not made anymore. So I grabbed that. But what was I saying? Oh, yeah, I had a kind of random, not planned live because I have a video coming out that I'm kind of nervous about it, to be honest, because I know that it's probably going to bring me more trouble. This is why you got to walk in between the pillars. You know what I do? I jump right down the fucking stairs. I'm like, I ain't even gonna up. We're going. Oh gosh, why do I do this to myself? Just a little bit of tea left. Just keep this up. God, what do I want to eat? Oh fuck. Another day I have to fucking figure out what I need to eat. Oh, I don't even have a pizza. If I had a friggin' pizza in the dang freezer, which I forgot to get a pizza for days like this when I cannot be bothered to cook. I like eating. I just don't particularly like cooking because it makes a big fucking mess. At least the leaf blower is gone. But whatever. Hate making a mess. I got bacon and eggs, so that sounds good. My pumpkin and my decorations are all still going strong. It was raining for days, and everything's fine. Nothing broke. Everything's good. All the battery packs are good and everything. Pumpkin's not rotten. Yeah, you know who's been at the bullshit a long time? Uh, the communion fella. What's his name? Will Whitley Strieber. Fuck. He's been at that for a long time. And it's kind of embarrassing, like as if they still think, like he's old and he still thinks that's an alien. Like you didn't figure it out that it's spiritual hierarchy or nothing. You think they're aliens? That's wild as hell. I think you may not be telling the truth. Especially these relationships that they say that they have, so they wouldn't tell them the truth. Like that is true, but that there isn't. They didn't come from Mars or Andromeda. Well, yeah, we talked all about this. So, okay, so say if they are the beings that are condemned to live forever, like how they said that in the Bible, just using it as an example. So that in the end of days or whatever, that there would be people that wouldn't be able to die even if they wanted to, right? Okay, so with the whole, because we talked about, there's something, if you go through the chat, Fabio, there's going to be some links, okay? And I mean, the video this one's a warning as well. This video, we talked about it earlier, and then I tried on my clothes and everything like that, but earlier in the beginning of this, because it's already 4 hours long, okay? We talked about this, that I connected it to soul eaters, soul collectors, with something that I found in the secret teachings of all ages, okay? And it connects with elementals. Now, I said before that some things are categorized as all demonic, as the Christian Bible and all that, and the religion and all that does. It categorizes it all, it puts it all in the same basket. With the jinn, it's the same thing, but jinn means being of the unseen realm. So a jinn can be a gnome, a leprechaun, a fairy, an elf, a werewolf, whatever. You know what I mean? They can all look different because, again, they can shapeshift. They're a lot of the time formless energy beings, so they're going to take on some type of shape of what dominant element they're under. It's not always beings of fire that are under these kinds of influences. But as far as celestial beings and beings outside this plane, and even in the time of Christ, like Methuselah from the Bible lived 900 years. Well, I spoke about in Sailor Moon, there's a little girl. I'll show you her actually. Okay. This little girl, how old do you think she is? This one here. Okay, this is Chibi Chibi. This is actually Sailor Cosmos's spirit that comes from the past, or the future to the past. But this little girl, yeah, she's Chibiusa. But Chibiusa's 900 years old. She's not a little girl. She's 900. Yeah. But they're higher dimensionals. Yeah. So in the Moon Kingdom, when she goes to the future and she's in Crystal Tokyo, which is the future reign of Christ, okay? When the divine feminine is in power again. Like I said, Queen Serenity is a representation, also Neo Queen Serenity is a representation of the divine feminine, unconditional love, and the Christ itself. That's why in my second part of the video that you've already watched, you will see Queen Serenity placed upon two pillars that are in the shape of a cross, and she's laying here. This is the symbolic self-sacrifice of the Christ, the light of the world, which is the silver crystal. Okay? But yes, so the higher and lower dimensionals have a lot longer of ages. They're a lot older, mostly because they come from a longer age and they haven't died. So some of them, you'll hear they're 500. And a lot of the times, these older ones within the spiritual hierarchy, because they've lived so long and dealt with the same thing every single day, like they do the spiritual surgery, The humans think they're being abducted, freaking out, thinking that they're monsters, not understanding that they are beings of the spiritual hierarchy. They're doctors and scientists and such. Not all of them are the same, though, because like I said before, you're going to have grays that are living on one type of principle that they believe in, like the ones that said we oppose deception, and then you'll have the ones that don't oppose deception. So because they kind of benefit off of it, and it may make their job a bit easier, we don't know. But they're all making choices as well as creations and children of the divine creator. So they are older because they come from older ages, an older time. A lot of these beings lived here before human beings as we are today were ever a thought. So they're quite old. Yeah, serenity is, okay. So serenity is like the title of Christ. Okay. So Queen Serenity is Sailor Moon's mother. Neo, new Queen Serenity, Neo Queen Serenity, like Neo the One, Neo Queen Serenity is the future Sailor Moon, who becomes Sailor Cosmos. She's not Sailor Moon anymore. She becomes Sailor Cosmos in her ultimate form. So it's a really, really interesting timeline. It's just as cool as Dragon Ball Z. I think that Dragon Ball Z is much more complicated, and I think it's a lot longer. Yeah. But they're very similar, as Goku is a Christed being. He is the descendant of the Monkey King, who is a subhuman creature, but he's still of the Christ. You understand? The flaming heart, the flaming eyes, same thing. Eyes of truth, golden age, age of truth. That's what the flaming heart is. So, aliens aren't really aliens, Fabio. You missed that part, honey. And that's okay. So, they're only alien to us because we forgot what they really are. So, ancient aliens is a play on words. They are ancient, but only foreign and alien to us because we forgot about them. These are all part of the spiritual hierarchy in the unseen realm. And I have lots of books that I've looked into. I didn't read the whole thing. I will admit, I'm not going to lie to you. I didn't read them all completely. Maybe I fucking should have. But, I don't know if it's because of my CPTSD and I have this urgency to make sure that what happened to me and the pain that I went through and the suffering and the psychological torment that ended up damaging me somewhat doesn't happen to other people. So if I save you the time, I don't fucking know. But the point is that there's a big thing about covering up creation. It's called the divine creator, the best architect, the best author, the best doctor, the best psychologist, the best father and mother. You see what I'm saying? The Most High is the combined of all things. But a lot of people don't understand that the Aether is the divine creator. Aether only takes on material substance as a fluid, as in plasma, which can be manipulated to other elements as well as objects. It's God. It's conscious. It's alive and it interacts with you. And that's why they say that God is part of all things. But I've always thought about it this way too. G-O-D, General Operating Director. And it's almost like a network, a nervous system that is spread out through all things. But the creation is what's being covered up. So we have like this, the swastika. I went over this. Oh, look, I forgot about this. Look at this. He's got one. The swastika is a very ancient symbol. All of the civilizations used it everywhere it's found. And these are modern countries, okay? So like where you would have, it says Poland, the Navajo, Tibet, Peru, Hittite, Thracian, Saxon, Korean, Iran, Russia. Again, you have to remember that the Tartarian culture was all those places in Asia, Russia, all over there, and in the West as well. Okay, but it started over there. It has the Aztec, Ethiopia, Japan, Anasazi, Greece, Sumer, Hopewell, Israel, Armenia, and the Apache. Okay, I'm going to let you look at it again, and then I'm going to tell you what it means. It's the four peoples of creation. Okay, we have higher dimensionals, lower dimensionals, humans, and subhuman creatures like Bigfoot. This is what this represents: angels, demons, humans, subhuman creatures. This is why we have UFOs that are around Bigfoots, because there's certain peoples, like I think it might be like this. There could be say a dark federation and a light federation like this, or the Jedi and the Sith. There's different people that believe in different principles, different ideals, and both sides think they are right and correct. Evil does not know that it is evil. It thinks it's the right and true way. It doesn't consider itself evil. It thinks it's the greatest and the best and the right. Yes. Now, what we're dealing with Christed beings are solar beings, okay? We have ultra terrestrials, which are the ancient civilizations like I was showing you with this symbol, okay? And just like the Nazis used this, okay, they also found interdimensional travel to meet interdimensional beings and discover subhuman creatures, okay? So they all had this. So ultra dimensionals are people that are like Maria Orsic, okay, that had this interdimensional craft that left for other worlds, but they didn't go through outer space. You do not need a spacecraft to reach the lands that are inaccessible to us now. You'd only need a boat or a plane. This is why when Claudio Nocelli, in his story with the ice wall, said that as the ship was going through the opening in the ice, they were sucked through into the outer space. Get it? The outer spaces. So astrology was made up as well. They made it's that's why they follow it in their system. But the beast system is about overcoming your beast nature. And the one part about it is that you have to realize about your beast nature. Okay? You'll never ever get to experience aliens until you tackle, or what you think is aliens, until you deal with what's inside. You have to rise to meet them. They will not be coming to see you. You've got to meet them. No, not beast power, honey. Beast nature, yeah. Everyone, right? That's why we're here. If you're here, you're in the prison planet for rehabilitation. Hey, Comley, how's it going? Yeah, the shadow work, that's what it's called. Sadistic Incubus, great fucking name. Welcome. We just went over certain types of spiritual beings. That is one kind of, that is a male parasitical energy vampire. Why you would ever call yourself that, I don't know. It's not funny. Literally, I've just covered the fact that this is one of the worst things that someone could do to themselves in this life. And a lot of the elites and a lot of these people that get rich and famous, a lot of these people that are getting famous on YouTube, especially with, I mean, they don't even have to tell you they're into the esoteric. Sometimes these motherfuckers give themselves away. Whether by symbolism in the background or the things that they say, I can tell. Yeah. And so they're using their creative powers for manipulation and making bullshit videos about farts and making $1 million. You know what I mean? They don't care. They don't care how it influences humanity or the people around them. They're going to make a channel that's totally dedicated to hating on men or hating on women. They don't fucking care how it influences, right? Because they're benefiting from it. But with their greed, other things are benefiting from their action, right? The Gods of Eden really breaks this down. It even shows about how they stopped us from breeding before, and this is why they have created a gender war now to put men and women against each other. It's always been like that anyway, as a means of control. But now it's really bad. Yeah. And I think what it really is that, like, when I say that I've chosen to remain single and celibate, right? It's really, I think this is universally what it pans out to for everyone. Like, when the bottom line is that you set like a certain standard for yourself, and you don't find, it's not that it's too high, like your standards are too high, but there's certain things that you would like or dislike, and you can't even find even the slightest compatibility. And I think it's really because that there's, like, the world is sick. The aether has been turned against us, like I said, where it used to be used for healing and all of this. My throat's getting sore. Oh, my tea. Okay, so I gotta put these clothes away and everything, but I don't know. I still feel like hanging out. I got nothing else to do. So I could just hang out on live stream all day. Whatever. I gotta make a meal. Yeah, well, but what is prison though? What is prison? Prison is rehabilitation, right? So really, you're being rehabilitated for your beast nature. A lot of people can't face this again because of pride and ego. They want to believe that they're good and, like, oh, I do this and I'm a person of God or what the fuck ever. And they can't acknowledge, this is the thing about being chosen as well. There is no such thing as a chosen one. You have to choose. Oh, this is my new shirt. I've got some nice new shirts, Fabio. Really nice, professional looking, like a nice white dress shirt, yeah, with nice pants and stuff. So you missed that. But I had a little bit of a fashion show, and I showed everybody my updated wardrobe. But yeah, I'm gonna have to clean that up and put that stuff away. But then I was gonna, like, put some bacon and eggs. Thanks. Yeah, I showed. Oh no, Salem, please, no, honey, come on, baby. No plastic, but also no clothes. Get down. Okay, I'm sorry, baby. No. He'll lay all over my new stuff and bite the plastic. He's such a plastic eater. We already talked about this. I had to clean it all up because he's over there drooling on all the plastic. There's an animal fat in plastic that cats like the smell of, so they think they can freaking eat it. So that's why, if your cats like plastic, that's why. Yeah. Especially plastic bag. They used to love Walmart bags because the Walmart bags have that in it. Yeah, I know. Cats, right? Yeah. Like, I'm just trying to make it so you don't choke to death, bud. Like, but yeah, it's all right. he chews the containers of like the plastic around water bottle cases. So in the middle of the night, I have to put them in the tub because I can hear him be like, if he finds it. He's got my water bottle. Come here, baby. Come here, baby. Look. Go get it. Come here. Go get the bottle. Come on. Show them what you do. Go knock it over. Go on. Oh, you can't really see him, but he just knocks them over. So he likes to do talk. And if it's all got the lid off, the water all comes out. So yeah, I had a little bit of show and tell. I got some cute clothes. A lot of the tops were super short, but if I wear like my black pants and like even if I get a pair of those black dress pants, then it should look better than with the jeans, which I spilled my tea on. Salem! You stinky arse, come here. He bit my foot this morning. It was so funny. I was like wiggling my toe, and at first you just smelling it, and then he fucking bit me. Like not in a mean way, but like my toe, buddy, my toe. What's wrong with your toe? You chewing on your toe again? Chewing your toenail. Oop. My boy. The Salem Jenkins. With your toys all over the floor. With your toys all on the floor. Yeah. So there's toys all on the floor. If you ever see that, this is Marvin's sock that she stole, and then I turned it into a toy for her, so now she like runs around with my sock. She's looking at us. Look, you want to see Marv? There's Marv. I can't figure out which way to go. There she is up there in her jungle gym. Whoa, what the hell was that? Attack. Go get him. Yeah, she sleeps at the top, like on the top of a tree. Oh, yeah, they have a schedule, and they like to wake us up, you know? They get used to when you feed them, and usually if you get up at a certain time for work, they'll get used to you getting up at that time anyway, and then be there when you're waking up. I spilt like my tea all in this area, and then because I knocked it over with my huge shoe, and I got tea. Oh, I have to wash that off. I think it'd be fine on my shoe. But yeah, I got tea on my shoe and my pants. And I got a soggy towel now that I wetted my other pants because I sat on it. It's a great day. It is though. Like even though like this happened to me unexpectedly and I didn't know that I would find something. Hey, bud, no. I think this one is my favorite top. It looks a little bit lingerie, I know, but it's not that revealing. It's nice. It doesn't show my boobs or anything, but I like the way it flows at the bottom. You know? It's got like these little layers to it. And so it looks really cute with those jeans. I do like this one. And I can always put like a black sweater to make it more modest, right? Salem, don't chew my book. Bye. Over there drooling on all my shit. Yeah, so I got this really pretty fitted dress shirt, but it'll have to be like washed and ironed and everything. Well, I have a steamer. I don't have an iron. So wash and iron. And then I got this one. This one's really nice. And then, oh yeah, I got a couple of these. Oh no, this is that blue one. That's that pretty blue one. This is blue. and it's got some lace on it. It's really, really cute. I just have to keep doing my stomach crunches, and hopefully my stomach will go back. Like, because I was really big. I used to be 215 pounds. This is a cute little shirt, too. It has little hearts on it. It's little hearts, and it's pink. That'll look really cute with jeans or black pants. Little tops like that. I'll have to wear tighter pants. Oh, and then I got like this nice black shirt. I like that one too. Yeah, that one's really nice. I like that one. It's just like a ruffled type of top. There's Merv. Hi, Merv. Okay. Yeah, and then I got 3 of those tops that don't fucking fit. Fuck. Well, I might be able to make it work with the right kind of pants. But you don't want to walk around in clothes that don't fit, because it looks real stupid. And then I got this one. It's like a jade green, and it's like silky and jade green. I can't figure out how it goes right now. There we go. Like that. And then I got that little moon top that reminds me of Amy. It had like the sun and the moon on it. It was a little black tank top, so I got that for her. Ooh, and there's that nice ruched, like, it's like a blue shirt. It's blue. I tried all this stuff on and I showed it earlier. So blue. And yeah, then I got this green one. But these are these 3 that, like, they're tight. But I'm not fucking sending a whole bunch of shit back. I don't want to. So, oh, and then I got my little knitted top. I like this one. Because even though people say, like, that's the all-seeing eye or whatever, it's the eye of source. So, like I just explained to you, it's not that magic is evil. It's about the user, the person who is practicing it, manipulating the aether through themselves. Oh, there's that little white top. So there's my first little white shirt. This one's a white, like, a white dress shirt, but it has short sleeves. That one's really cute. And then that little accessory piece top that I got that goes over the white shirt. So I did pretty freaking good. I'm very grateful. It sucks that a couple of things didn't fit, but that's pretty good that all of that fit. And like I said, I think I could find, there's a girl in the building, I call her Golf Girl, and she goes golfing all the time. And she's tall. She might fit the black pants and some of this stuff. So maybe I can give her like a good price, and then I'll be able to just reorder stuff that does fit, like my black pants and shit. All right, my honky tonk chonk. Are you hungry, buddy? Yeah, I gotta feed my honky tonk chonk. And then I'll be just hanging out here. Like, I'm not gonna leave. Okay, so yeah, well, no, not like the Eye of Horus. It's like the all-seeing eye is, like I said, it's all-seeing. So it doesn't just see over the evil or the good. It's both. It's like two sides of the same coin, you know? But like it is with the same, it's about those wolves, that legend about the wolves, about the one you feed. So you've got 2 wolves inside of you. One's dark and one's light. Depends on which one you feed. So the God that will manifest for you and inside of you, as well as outside, will be how you interact and reflect with it. It kind of reflects back to you what you are anyway. It's known as the God of 1,000 faces, but not just 1,000. it can become anything, right? Because it decides after in every creation it's made, it can become anything. So that's why they think that they can get away with it in this way, and maybe they can. Maybe this is just part of their time to fucking shine. Like, look how evil we can be. Oh my gosh. I don't know. You know what, though? I'll tell you. First of all, I'm going to put my hair on the top of my head in a nerdy bun. But secondly, wait, that didn't make sense. Secondly, last night I watched the Alien series that's new, Alien Earth or whatever. It was freaking good, okay? If you don't like gore like that, because sometimes I can bear it more with the aliens and shit because, well, I like to prepare myself for fucking anything. So, like I did say, you shouldn't be watching too many scary movies, but I do sometimes. And I binged the whole show. I watched it, all 8 episodes last night. And, but I had watched a couple before, so I just skipped through a few of them. Anyway, the xenomorph alien is probably like the worst thing ever that we could ever encounter, ever. For it to ever come here and for anything to be encountered like that. So I really hope that that isn't real, honestly, because that's probably one of the worst things. Really bad. It only takes one of them to repopulate an entire fucking population of those things. Oh, it's like a fucking bed bug, for honestly. It just has one and it has all these fucking things and you're fucked. Like that kind of a parasite. Ooh, doesn't this look low? They look like a Buddha. But yeah. Remember Jingle Bun? That was so funny. Around Christmas time, I had a bun like this and I put bells on it and Scott goes, Jingle Bun. That was so funny. Oh, did I have the window open? Fuck those leaves. I'm gonna go clean them. I mean, not right now, but if they don't clean it up, I'm gonna fucking clean it. If you really don't know where to start with all of this, there's one book that I always recommend. Because even though it's not exactly, I guess like Anunnaki would stand for the same thing as fallen angel, a being that's left its higher dimension and come to a lower one, okay? But I always recommend this one. It's The Gods of Eden by William Bromley. And he does really good research that has to go in with the Masons and everything. And there's some good stuff about how the religions were created by the custodians. I've done quite a bit with this book in my past videos. Of course, this is many years ago for me. I mean, not like showing off or anything, but this is quite a while. But it took 6 months. I can read a 500-page book in a week, and it took 6 months to process this, okay? It's not perfect, but it's pretty good if you're going to start with something, because it goes into all the families and stuff that's involved too, right? Wait, which movie? Oh, the TV show is called Aliens Earth. It's quite new, from HBO. I watched it on 123 Movies. You know that free site there? I used that one because I couldn't find it elsewhere. But that's what I used. Or Go Movies. You can probably use that free site too. But listen, you're always going to get dirty ads. Get an ad blocker. People complain, oh, you told me about that site and I saw a dirty ad. Well, fuck, I got an ad blocker. I don't see them. I didn't know it was there. So on Go Movies, yes, sometimes they have dirty ads. Yeah. But it's still a free show. You just skip them. You can't get away from that shit anyway. But yeah, that show is quite good. And it takes my mind off of other things. Like, even though I ponder the possibility, like how awful that would be. Parasitical aliens. And that if they do find them, some rich corporate fucking idiot is going to bring it back here to make money off of it. And that's what happens in the show. They go to bring it back, and then it was supposed to go to an off-world research facility, like on the moon or what the fuck ever. But it fucking crashed into Earth. So it's a pretty good show. And this is, again, they want to get you onto the idea of uploading your consciousness into a robot to live forever, instead of becoming a being of the Christ. It's the solar beings, yes? The raising your Christ to the crown. That's what gives you a long lifespan. You don't want to live forever anyway. Living forever fucking sucks. It's a curse. You don't want that. You do not want that. Because even when you want to go, you cannot. And I've never thought of immortality. Like, to be an immortal vampire fucking sucks. Hey, Scott, we were just talking about you. I told him about, remember Jingle Bun? Look at my hair. I told him about Jingle Bun at Christmas. And then here's Scott back. Yeah. So, well, yeah, that's what I was saying about cats being spiritual protectors. I'd mentioned, look at Salem's right here. Look. So I don't want to unplug my fucking internet. You can see him though. My fucking internet. Okay. So my internet plug doesn't have the little clippy on it, because one day I must have pulled it out by accident or whatever, and the little clippy part flew off somewhere. So it's just kind of sitting in there, So it's probably a reason why my shit's fucking up, okay? So I got to get some new wires for that. But yeah, no, Salem, the reason why Salem's here is because his ass is hungry. And it's time to feed him. Like, I'm totally fine. I'm just like, because I mentioned earlier, I had made videos and done content over and over again. So it mentally exhausted me. And I can't remember if I went over everything in this video that I'm going to release, because I'm going to talk. It talks more in short. It's shorter. It's about like half an hour about what I talked about today. But there's most likely a lot less information that I shared. But yeah, it's good. Truly good beings won't have to offer you anything, like I had said. Even at one point during my journey, the Asura had communicated with me and said, well, if you join with me, I'll give you your power back. And I knew right away what that was. And I said, absolutely not. My power comes from the divine creator. And that was that. And that's when I started to really realize what that was. That was a shadow side. So in the Alien show, it's about moving consciousness into these synthetic bodies. And it seems pretty cool. Like, even the kids are enjoying it because they do it to children. I'm really sorry that I'm fucking up the story for you. But so they're kids, but they're already dying. They have illnesses like cancer or whatever, and they're terminally ill. So they're going to die anyway. That's how they chose them. And so they upload their consciousness into a synthetic vessel. And it does seem great at first, because even them, they have adult bodies now. But again, this is something that's truly artificial. It seems like a great idea at first, right? But then when you realize the complications as they are finding out, it doesn't work out so well. But yeah, cats are spirit guides, and they will protect us against certain entities of the home and outside forces. So it's not uncommon for animals to be harmed by these things. So I really try my best to protect us all here, you know? But that is something that I think about, you know, especially the way that my dog died. So it's definitely not for everybody. I think that, you know, like I feel like I'm in preparation for something totally new, because I know it may seem like it's fun out there, but I don't think it is all that much fun. I really do think especially with Aether, there'll always be somebody trying to kill you, either to take your power, to take what you are, to pretend to be what you are, because they never will. There's this artificialness, right? And they have to, because they know that they'll never be it and they don't have the balls to actually become it. Even Emperor Palpatine was using the Force. The Force is the Aether. Look how fucking ugly he was. He looked like he he looked like an old ass California raisin. Do you know Emperor Palpatine, the guy with the fucking lightning? That's plasma in the form of that energetic. It's an energetic output you can choose. Yes, so you can use very very small to use that for healing against somebody, or you could do that. What are you looking at, Salem? Look at Salem. I'm just sitting there looking at the fucking thing. I don't know if he's watching me or he's watching the chat. I don't know. But he's just sitting there hanging out. But yeah. I suppose in order for me to be able to do something about all of this more on even just a personal level, I have to keep working on myself and improving myself. So, with that being said, I'm not going to go. I'm going to hang out. If you want to talk in the chat, it's fine. If not, that's good because I'm just going to keep talking. But, like, I talked for 53 minutes straight with my content and it was excellent. And then to lose that, and I did it multiple times. So, I pushed myself, you know, but it's only like mentally exhausting. Emotionally, I'm good. I'm in a really good place, you know, especially ever since. I mean, yeah, I'll get annoyed every once in a while, the fucking leaf blower and everything. But I'm also a very passionate person. I'm a being of fire myself. I have a lot of fire in my chart. Hey, there's Marv. Or Marv. Hi, Marv. Where are you? Ah! Hey, Marv. Come here. Oh, the Marvin. It's McMarvin. She likes it. She doesn't run away. Oh, well. She usually sits in my lap. But yeah. Lots of old ass raisins around these days. Well, that's what I was saying earlier. You know, that it may not just be because the Aether can be found in the blood also, right? That's why life force is in the blood. And a lot of the times they have like, sorry, but like sodomy, you know, like when I was sexually assaulted in the spiritual realm by, yes, I know it was a reptilian creature, but I didn't see it from the neck up. Okay, so I don't know what its face looked like. I talked about this before, but it was in the behind. And I figured out why they do that. It's because your aether is located in your sacral chakra. Our sexual energy is our creative energy. So yes. And so that entrance, not only is it taboo, but it's also closest to the energy source. Thanks, Scott. This, yeah. Yeah, I've improved, and I'm glad that other people have witnessed that. I feel like I'm coming into who I was always meant to be, kind of settling into myself more and more. See, deep, true self-awareness is a kind of enlightenment, because when you know yourself, you can see these things in others. So I have a question. Welcome, First Contact. Lacey, do you think a skinwalker could accidentally do the wrong accent? They forget it's supposed to be Quebecois accent and not a normal. Now, with people from Quebec, they do have a particular way of speaking. Especially I find French people will drop their H. So they'll say happy instead of happy. And that's what you mean, right? Pretty sure you do. They could have been, it depends on if you know this person in person or if it's somebody you know online. Because you never know. Somebody could try to fake being Canadian. I don't know why you would, but hey, maybe they like it. But as far as a skinwalker accidentally, in all seriousness, I'm sorry not to laugh, but in also faking an accent, sure. Some of them are better at shape-shifting and mimicking than others. They may not have as much experience at it. I know that in it being a story that I wrote about in my book, this one actually, I have a picture. It shape-shifted into a pretty good bear. It looked like a black bear, but it just didn't have all the details completely correct. Like it just looked too black, and the nose like bled into itself. Like you couldn't see any distinguishing marks. Like some of the other ones are really fucking good, and you can't tell that's not a lion or whatever it appears to look like, but that's actually a human being or whatever changed into an animal. Ah, here he is. That's him right there. And so it was first a bear, and then when I ran out into the living room and saw it, I caught him holding Salem like that. And I just went, no, you put Salem down. He did immediately. I wrote about it in my book, but it was a shapeshifter. And he just looks like a shadow person. I know he looks like a gray from behind, but that's actually black color. Okay, it's not gray, it's black, but it's colored pencil, right? So, it's like a lighter black because you can clearly see Salem is black, but he's a shadow person. Because at first it was a black bear, and then it changed into this shadow person, shadow being. Shadow bear came out of the closet in my lucid dream and turned into a person. That's what it says. But when I told it, I was like, no, and I was serious. Like I was like, no, you put Salem down. I wasn't mad or anything, but I meant it, right? Because I didn't want it to hurt my baby. And it looked at me, and then it just put Salem back down and obeyed my command. And then it turned around, and I had all of like my crystals and my stuff like up there. You can't see it because of the cat tree, but you can kind of with my pyramids and stuff like that. And then it was checking out all my crystals and my knickknacks and like my paintings and stuff in my home. And I knew that it just had a curiosity. So some of them are much better at shifting and the mimic ability. It would be the same as you learning to be like something and trying to be it if you could shapeshift, right? Like how would the fuck would I know unless you really look at what a lion is like to turn into a lioness. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of them, if they haven't had much experience, and nobody's perfect at everything, it's possible. See, Skinwalker is a shapeshifter. The walker of different skins is a shapeshifter. So they don't really have any one particular form. They're beings of energy, so they can choose what they look like. But normally they will have a governing element of earth, air, fire, or water, or they'll have a direction as well, northwest, east, and south. Okay? It just depends. Like how it says the jinn are made of fire, what we're made of mud, like earth, yeah, and clay. Yeah, I think the angels are air. So there's different higher dimensionals and lower dimensionals. The lower dimensionals would be fire, you see what I'm saying? So, and then there's water. So we have these different stuff, but it is all connected. What are you doing, Merv? Crazy ass Merv. What? Do you smell something? That's my shoe bag. You like that? Stink? Uh, oh no. She likes something. Smells something, so it smells good. Just going to town sniffing that shoe bag. It's just like the Dream Paris cloth bag that was my shoe was in, that they go in the box, I like it when they sniff something and they look at you like this. And they just stand there. I'm always like, oh, what's the matter? You smell some stink? And they're like, and shaking their heads. God, that's funny. Look at you. Like they smell something awful. It's even better if one of them sniffs the other one's butt and they do that. It looks right nasty, like, oh, it stinks, eh? All right, buds. I'm going to put some bacon on it and I'm going to get you guys some food. Yes. I'm just going to make my potatoes and get you some food. So I found some potato wedges. So I'm going to make bacon and eggs, and I'm going to have potato wedges. And I kind of want some baked beans. Rip a fart and they sniff. No, I thought this morning that if I farted when Salem was at the end of the bed, it might like scare him or whatever, but he didn't even move. So he didn't even do anything. But yeah, it was failed. I tried to prank my cat and it didn't even do anything. And I was like, oh, he just looks at me. I'm going to bit my toe. But yeah, that's funny. No, I don't think they do. Yeah, well, kind of a full English breakfast. Like I do have some sausage, but I'm not going to make sausage. I had a sausage yesterday. An Italian sausage. Not like in a dirty innuendo or whatever. It was a honey garlic Italian sausage, okay? So yeah, English breakfast is my favorite. I'll eat it any time of the day. I love that. I love bacon and eggs and beans, toast. I might have one piece of toast, but because I have the potato wedges, it's not like a French fry. It's like a seasoned potato wedge. They're good. Fried tomatoes. I don't particularly. I like tomatoes on like bruschetta like that and different things, but no, maybe tomato and onion and stuff together, kind of like a bruschetta mix. But no, I don't like mushrooms either. No, I'll eat mushrooms in chili, on pizza, but ew, I do not like a mushroom in a salad. There's something about the texture and stuff that tastes really earthy. I'm also like a texture type of person. So like, cold eggs is the worst texture and the smell. Like I love eggs, but I won't eat the egg when it's cold. I'll force myself to eat cold eggs now so that I finish my breakfast, but I just try to chew it and swallow it as fast as possible. mm. But yeah, like mushrooms. Yeah, I know a lot of people, they like that. I like it on pizza, mushrooms, chili, casserole dishes, where it like is in a sauce that absorbs its taste. Like even when it's in Chinese food, I don't really like it. Unless the flavor is strong, and it's got that, then I'll eat it. And I'll eat them more, because I know that they're good for you. But I don't like canned tuna is another one that I don't like. I don't like the smell of it. I don't like the texture. I just don't like it, and I never have. I don't know. But I love broccoli. Oh, I really wanted broccoli. I'll have broccoli later. I know it's almost late, but I can make like um, some broccoli and just put cheese on it later and have it as a snack. Because I don't want to make broccoli now. Canned mushrooms are better. Like I said, I'll put them in chili. I like to use fresh ingredients, but because I know they're healthy for me, so I do try, but I can only eat them in a couple things. Or if it's like, I like cream of mushroom soup. So, but yeah, it can't be on its own. I'll eat it with like other vegetables and put up with it, but I don't like lobster or seafood. Ugh. When I see people eating a lobster, it grosses me right out. People think that's so fancy, but those are I love cherry tomatoes. Yeah, the small ones. Me too, Fabio. I love those little cherry tomatoes, or the Roma tomato. I don't like the beefsteak tomato. I get the Roma tomato. It's a smaller, longer one, kind of like that shape, you know? And those are super tasty. I got green tomatoes. I could put some salad dressing on them and have that as a vegetable with my breakfast. I've got a really tasty sesame salad dressing. Yeah, seriously, it used to be poor man's food. Lobsters are bottom feeders. They eat poop and decomposing bodies and yucky, yucky, yucky. People are like cracking that shit open. And the worst part about it is that you got to put those suckers alive in that boiling water, and that's horrible. That's horrible. That's a really, 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 that's hell. That's a terrible way to die. Yeah. So, and yes, they do feel that. Everything's afraid to die. It doesn't want to die. So I know I'm about to eat some pork and all that, but at least they stun them and then they kill them. If we don't eat meat and we go right vegan, we get sick, man. There's lots of people that are right fucking sick. So they may not be eating the right kind of stuff or whatever, and not eating all the proper food groups to get all the minerals and nutrients that they've lost eating the meat and the animal products or whatever. But I don't know. I think that even when I was vegetarian, the doctor told me that even if I eat meat 3 times a week, that's it. Just 3 times a week. That's all you need. You don't need to eat it every day. So I don't. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, but we're destroying all the environments, though, the land, the air, the sea, all of it. All of it. And you got to remember, a lot of these interdimensional beings are elementals and they're nature spirits. So I guess you can understand why they're a bit pissed off and want to be willing to fuck with us. Because look what we did to their home. We may not be able to see it. It looks like, just the grass outside. But like I said, the volcano looks like a volcano until you switch dimensions and you're in another world. So, well, it was the people who made themselves rulers and on top who made us believe that, but they want diamonds to be popular because then they could exploit and take advantage of those peoples in Africa. Do you know a lot of those gemstones they were digging out of the ground, they didn't even know that they had value. Like, oh, that's a pretty rock. Here you go. You know what I mean? Not because they were dumb, they just didn't have currency and value on rock. It's just a rock. Pretty, but just a rock. You can't eat it, right? So that's why they traded a lot in livestock and goods and shit. It's about survival. That's why those things didn't matter. Maybe for jewelry. Yeah. So yeah, I always do. I always be thankful for the sacrifice. I do. I feel guilty. A lot of people have given me shit for eating meat as much as I do, but you know what? I stopped eating it a lot more than I used to when I started switching to eggs. So, and you know what? It's basically the chickens period. So nobody died. Okay? It's not alive. It's a non-fur. It's the chickens period. So no one died. You want to go outside for a little bit, buddy? You want to go outside, Marv? I can watch you for a little bit. You guys want to go outside? Okay. I got the oven on. So you go outside. You want to go outside, Marv? Come here, baby. You want to go outside? You go outside, Sam. Oh, it's not burning on the bottom of the. It smells good though. Whatever's burning smells good. Uh, Yeah, each their own, I guess. But ugh, I can still hear the cracking and snapping of lobsters in my head. Let's see. Yeah, it is a sacred duty. We were created to be caretakers of the garden, right? And look how we treated it. My hair's looking some kind of wild. My nose is killing me too because of the leaves. I gotta get like a towel to sit on because like I wetted the carpet with the tea that I spilled. Oven's ready. Oh my god, it's cold out. Okay. Woo! So my kitty cats are playing outside, and I've got my taters in the oven, and I put my bacon in the pan. And yeah, about caretakers of the garden. And the garden is the whole earth, right? And because we know we're smart, we can take care of it and help other animals and stuff like that, right? Yeah. Unfortunately, though, we've gone over this, but there's this emphasis now on making everything artificial easier, and you know, it kind of makes people lazy and compliant. Just like the people that are sitting around that even come across my content and then just click off it and go, oh, I'm going to wait for Jesus. Well, you're going to be waiting for a really long time. So you might want to watch the Claustrum's playlist. You are what you eat. Well, I don't know. I think that you can move up in consciousness and make your conscious choices with conscious eating at that time, you know? So that's all. Because there's times when, like, I eat very clean and I crave certain things. Like I'll crave watermelon real bad. And there's like magnesium and stuff in watermelon and bacon, I think, too. But a lot, you need like, it explains in the Claustrum's oil, you need zinc and you need magnesium, different things like that. What was it? Like the red and the blue in the blood, there's nitrogen and there's oxygen. So it's nitric oxide or something like that, which is being produced during the Claustrum oil process, something like that. If you watch the playlist, I put it in the pinned comment at the top of the chat. You will learn all about this stuff. The videos aren't that long. There's quite a few of them, but some of Kelly's videos, I think, are only 10 minutes long. Yeah, yeah, like diamond drills. Oh, there they go. Dun, 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 dun. That's what I was laughing at because they were playing outside. They're chasing each other now. It's okay. Sometimes you can eat many sweets. For whatever reason, it's all right. It's all good. You just need to have a detox time after, you know? I do sometimes too. I eat a lot of sweets sometimes too. And I crave it really bad. So, yeah. Yeah, conscious awareness. That's usually what it's called, right, Scott? Yeah, conscious awareness. So, here they go. Yeah, I really think everything in balance, you know? Um, eventually, though, like because I mean, frig, I would have to get better at feeding myself for sure. A lot of those health, there's lots of lentils and nuts and stuff, and that I like. Tofu's all right. Well, maybe that's it then. So I was just thinking, like, well, maybe if you eat other animals, and universally it gives other beings the go ahead to think it's all right to eat you. You know what I'm saying? So, you don't like my sweater? I look like a fuzzy peach. Which one? Like the pink new one that I got, or the one that I'm wearing? Thanks, by the way. He's kidding, but you must be behind in the chat a little bit on the live stream. How can you not like this sweater? It's pink tie-dye. It's so cute. I got it from Walmart years ago. I like this sweater. Yeah, it's cool, right? So, but I'm certainly excited for my breakfast now. I'm hungry. And did they come back inside or what? McMarvin, don't you run away, baby. Good thing I went and checked. She's about to jump off the fence. It's ground level anyway, but still. I didn't even have to. She got scared by one of the people outside and jumped down. Oh, fuck, it's cold. Did you guys hear that sneeze? Did you hear that man sneeze outside? Oh my god, it reminded me of when my fucking dad used to sneeze when I was young. Holy shit, it would scare me. Loud ass sneeze? What's with men sneezing like that? Like, what the hell? You almost jump out of your fucking skin every time they sneeze. And it's always old dads. It's always someone's fucking dad scaring the shit out of everybody with their loud ass sneeze. What the fuck? God, yeah, every time I would jump out of my seat, my fucking dad would sneeze. My grandfather sneezed loud. I think they just do that on purpose to scare us. Okay, doing good. Doing good. Bacon's cooking nice. Which cat is more sensitive to seeing shadow people? Salem. And that's why, because Salem went to go check their spiritual guardians, right? A lot of times when I go to sleep, I'll see my cats in my dreams with me and their spiritual guardians. The other night, freaking Marvin was in my dream, and we were at one, I was in one building, and there was a building right across, and she jumped from one balcony all the way over to where I was. It scared the shit out of me. She landed it, though. You know, they can do things in the spirit realm like that. But Salem definitely is. He probably went out to check what that being was and picked him up. He was just looking at me too, like I drew him, like, Mom, what's this? He was staring at me. And I went, oh, no. I said, you put Salem down. It wasn't me or nothing. This is what I drew of the Crystal Palace, though. That's Sailor Moon's castle. Isn't that pretty? That's one of my best drawings. I used a ruler for that to get all those nice geometric shapes. I love that. What was I looking for? Oh, the shadow being. I think he's further back here. Here he is. See, Salem's looking at me. Like, Mom, what the hell? Yeah. And so I said, no, you put Salem down. And the being put Salem down right away. But yeah, Salem definitely is more sensitive. So one day in my old apartment, which had high activity here, there's basically none. It's very neutral. So I've been very lucky. But what's the matter? Did she run away? Oh, what are you doing up there? I thought you ran away, baby. So one day, oh, here's Salem right here. One day, I was walking to my bedroom, and I noticed that he was all fluffed up at the doorway, and he didn't cross the threshold of the door. So there must have been something that was scary to him, intimidating, for him to act in a threatening way that way. I could feel it, but not see it. And so I didn't know what else to do. So I literally went, the power of Christ compels you, not really knowing what that meant. That's what I've always said in my dreams. It's so funny because I don't know any other prayers. I wrote about it in my book, and I said it 3 times, and the energy cleared, it left, and Salem relaxed, walked into the room like everything was fine. So, yeah. What candies? Making me hungry for them candies. What candy? You know what I really want to try? That Dubai chocolate bar. I've seen it online, but it's quite expensive, but I'd really like to try some sometime. There goes Salem with the cat tree. Look at him. Go on, buddy. There he is, brushing his teeth on this little string. He just licks that string and bites it. Then I got to tie it back together when he breaks it. Yep, that's what he does. Oh, you can see my bacon cooking. So, yeah. Marvin's still young, but... Oh, yeah, I do like fuzzy peach candies. I do. I like fuzzy peaches, and I like Coca-Cola bottles, and I like Swedish berries. Swedish berry. Yeah. And I like the cherries too, like the sour cherry. My mouth is watering. The sour cherry, fuzzy peach. Oh, the watermelon slices. I love watermelon slices. Those green frogs are really good too. You coming inside, Mervin? It's cold, baby. I'm gonna get you guys some food. Okay? My bacon's almost done. Bacon is almost done. Bacon is almost done. Bacon is almost done for me. Okay, so I'm gonna get you your food. We'll wash your teeth properly. Oh yes. Meow. You're not scared. You're not scared. You're real buddy. You had your lunch just a couple of hours ago. I gotta go pee now. Okay. Okay. You still here, man? Good girl, man. eat some food, Mark? You want to eat some food in the doorway? Here you go. Here you go, baby. Food in the doorway. It's almost done, everybody. I'll be right there. It's almost cooked. Everything's almost done. So, yeah, I seen those tasty looking chocolate bars. It has like, some nice moussey green looking stuff. I don't know what that is, but it looks pretty tasty. Hey, John, haven't seen you in a while. The beginning of the live gives more information. Okay, so I don't know where you're at the live stream, but there will be a video released about this subject later on, maybe tomorrow, probably later on tonight. But I'm going to link both videos together because I talked quite a bit in this. So, but yeah, I hope you're well also. We're just about to, well, just me. If you want to eat something and join me, you're welcome to. But I'm in the process of making bacon, eggs, beans, and taters. So they'll be ready shortly. Hi, Murph. You okay, baby? What'd you do with that? What the hell? What the hell? What are you doing with that? No orange plastic bag for you, boy. come in, Murder? Come on in, Murder. Mommy's gonna eat some. Yeah, you gonna come? You come inside? Yeah, you do it. Inside, Mommy's gonna eat, and I'll let you guys back. Okay? Put your food. Put your food over here. Fries are done. Yeah. Oh, it's been a challenging few days for you, John? I was saying, yeah, because Salem will definitely try to get bacon off of me. But yeah, it's been a challenging few days for me too. Maybe it's the energies. If you want to share a little bit what's going on, you can, but I hope things get better for you. It's probably something to do with how things are processing through the ethers or the energies, right? Hmm. Yeah. So, ooh, toast is done. Here I come with my lunch. Oh, my supper. English breakfast. Yay! See, you got eggs, beans, bacon under them, taters, toast. Ew, no, not that kind of English breakfast. Sorry. No black pudding. Ugh. No, that's too British for me. Yum, 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 yum. Yeah. So it's funny because I always wondered, like, because Sailor Moon was always eating a lot, and it's to replenish her energy. And they also tease her about eating so much. And my grandmother used to say to me, "Where do you put all that food? In your hollow legs?" It's very good. I know I should have like a table or whatever, but it's just me. I used to have a little eating table. Well, it was actually a box, but it worked. It's not because I can't afford things, or I just haven't been bothered to do anything. My new apartment. I lived here for a year. Yeah, so when you have a lot of energy to give and use, you eat a lot. And I was talking about earlier how it's in Sailor Moon Crystal, which is shorter. It's a much shorter, and it follows the manga. But her hair grows really long. She gets sick, like with a fever, and then when she starts getting better, her hair is glowing, and it grew much longer. And like I was saying with Vril, that's energy, like with Maria Orsic. See? Oh, both of your siblings ended up in the hospital. Well, that's awful. Why? I missed that part, I guess. I got distracted by black pudding. I guess this is kind of the season that everybody's getting sick. Like fall, winter. And the flu gets a lot of older people. See, these are my taters. Potato wedge. Yeah, if you don't know the Alien series and you're not prepared for that, it's pretty gory. So I wouldn't recommend it unless you know what that's about, because they literally pop out of the chest, okay? But my mom's kind of an idiot. Well, clearly, but my adopted mom would like let me watch really scary movies at young age, which she shouldn't have done. Like, why would you rent Chucky for your 8-year-old? You know what I mean? But so I knew what Alien was ever since I was young. The xenomorphs, like with Sigourney Weaver. Oh, cardiac issues, eh? Well, I'm sorry to hear that, John. I hope they get better. Huh. Oh. How many jabs did they take, John? Take any jabs with the heart problems? It's called the clot shot for a reason, everybody. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's not how it should be done. Uh-huh. Yeah. I thought I saw somewhere that they were going to start up again about telling people that they have to wear masks and all that. But I haven't seen it really around. There's always still somebody walking around in one. they're on the bus. There was one guy at the library when I went there a couple months ago during the summer. I went out to breakfast about 2 months ago. It wasn't recent. It wasn't this month. But I went out for breakfast. And I ordered breakfast. And it had no flavor. It was cooked so bad. And when I seen who walked into the kitchen, I thought to myself, he's probably never eaten bacon and eggs in his life. I don't think people, Hindu people, you know, the ones that wear the turban so, and it's for a religious thing, I don't think they eat meat, a lot of them. And I'm just thinking to myself, I mean, I don't mean to be so rude, but I really don't think this man is eating bacon and eggs. And so I didn't eat it. And not because of him, it was just because it was so fucking bad. But it was terrible. Everything was rock, hard like a rock. Even my bacon. I could be like, dong, 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 dong on my plate. The sausage was hard as a rock. It wasn't like edible. It was even dark color on the outside. The potatoes were totally dried out, overcooked, with no flavor. Even the eggs, I don't know how that's possible, but it was really bad cooking. I told them too it was bad cooking. I was like, this is awful. But that's the standard now. That's where the cooks are. And I don't know, if you don't eat bacon and eggs, man, like, what are you doing? You don't eat Canadian food. What are you doing cooking it? You won't know. You won't know how it's made. They clearly do not. That was terrible. Really bad. I won't go back there. Nobody's food looked particularly impressive. I was like, ooh. You know? At least, like, someone who eats bacon and eggs, like me, I know how to at least cook it. I don't mean to sound racist or anything. It's just for real. Like, I would never attempt to go work in an Indian restaurant and be like, yeah, I can cook this. No, I can't. I wouldn't insult those people that way. I think that some people think like our food is easy because we don't have any spices or any flavors or anything like that. But it's not. It needs to be cooked with love. Lots of tests. Well, if they're doing lots of tests, that's actually a good thing because it's not one direct thing. You know what it could end up being? Stress. Stress and anxiety from this bullshit world. So let's hope it's that, John. Because if they're not doing a lot of tests, they know what it is right away, then they can find, like, this is right. It may not be anything. You could be very stressed out and not, think I'm having heart problems. I used to think that too. Go to the hospital all the time thinking I got heart problems, like I'm going to die. And they're like, no, you don't. I've seen 2 cardiologists. Yeah, I was convinced there was something wrong with my heart. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with my heart. Nothing. I was having chest pains. Well, they figured that what it was it's a muscle that runs from your chest bone underneath your breast here all the way to the back. and you can injure yourself while sleeping. So that's what it was. He got me to lay on the floor and he said, "Now I want you to take deep breath." And I was like, "Oh!" He's like, "Aha!" And he figured out what it was. Yeah. But I was like, "You're making me feel like a fool." I said, "I've got pain." And he's like, okay. He's like, "We're going to figure it out." And then he got me to do that. Because I was like, "You guys are making me feel like I'm crazy." Telling me I don't have no pain, nothing's wrong. No, that seriously hurt. And he said it's one of the most difficult injuries to heal. It did, though. It healed. It took a while. It took a long time. Months. I was like that. And I would take a deep breath in and it would be like someone stabbing me. But apparently you can hurt yourself in your sleep, and I do. I've done it more than once. I threw my back out, taking a piss on the toilet, and I sneezed. Yep. The doctor thought that was real funny. I was on the toilet. I went to reach for the toilet paper after peeing, and I sneezed, my arm out like this. I don't know, man. I messed up my back really badly. And I was stuck on the toilet like the Tin Man, like, oh my God, I can't move. Yep. That was years ago in my old apartment. When I told my doctor that, a family doctor, she laughed. I'm like, oh, thank you. She's like, how long were you stuck like that? Well, not that long. That's probably what was so funny. Trapped on the toilet like that? No, I wasn't there that long. Every time I bent over, I'd have to breathe out because it just hurt your back so bad. Fuck. I don't want to do that again. When I sit with my legs crossed for a long time like this, it makes my knees a little bit sore. Almost like your knees fall asleep. So I go to get up sometimes and I'll fall right back on the ground. I've got some milk. I was always drinking milk growing up. I would always get in trouble for drinking all the milk. I love milk. I know we're not supposed to, but I do. Yeah, stress will kill you. You're right, Scott. I've been worried about it in my past, clearly, but I'm doing okay. I am. I just get overwhelmed sometimes, like over the past couple of days while I'm losing my content and all that stuff happening at the same time. People leaving nasty comments just randomly, getting pissed off for no reason, yelling at me because they think I deleted all my comments. No, I didn't. No one made a comment on the video. Ding dong. Just stupid bullshit like that. Can't hear. I only got a little bit left. I'm going to have to buy more hangers. Some are broken, so the dress falls off. I was talking about man sneezes earlier. They're scary. I don't know why guys do that. And it scares the entire house, makes the animals jump up and everything. My dad used to do that all the time. Oh, yeah, Salem's white feet. Could you flip me? Ow! Ow! He bit me. Yeah, he's got little white toes. Goodness, I'm getting tired. But this has been nice, I guess. If the topic wasn't as heavy. But I mean, some people may not think of it this way, but to me it is. This is what the inside of a comic manga looks like from Sailor Moon. Oh yeah, if I didn't explain this part yet. So when they transform, it's just like a ball of light, like a flash of light that you see. They're not actually spinning around and twirling around. The enemy's just waiting for them to finish, their little transformation. That's why it's called Pretty Guardian, because this is a entertainment visual. But they're not actually doing that. They transform rather quickly. So if you don't know that about that, that's how it goes. You can see it in the live action version of Sailor Moon, where they show that more accurately. That's just like the Pretty Guardian part. So it's kind of like, for the glitz and glamour for the ladies. We're getting pretty. It's pretty time. Magical girl. So. Okay, bye, John. Take care. Japanese is not as difficult to learn as some of the other Asian languages. So if you want to learn Japanese, you should. Thank you. I am enjoying my dinner. If you are leaving, I hope you have a good evening and that your family members recover soon. Okay? Oh. I heard someone say, I can't remember where, but about eating. If you think it's good for you, it will be good for you. But not like bleach or anything. We're talking about certain foods and stuff, you know? If it's not, if you're thinking it's negative, it's going to give it negative energy for your body. Who's out there? Get off my lawn. Oh. Non-threat. It's fine. Whew. So I didn't eat today, so this pretty much makes up for it. Well, it's only because every time I planned, then I was wanting to open my package, and then we started the live, so it's okay. I waited days to open my package. I've had it sitting in my room because I wanted to show everybody, like I did before, and have like a show and tell. I think I might have a nap after this. Now, if you don't know this, I used to have an eating disorder, so I like to, that's why I showed you I'm almost done. It wasn't because of a self-esteem, like even when I say, oh, my fat ass or whatever, I'm just saying it as like a joke. I've always had those giant ass cheeks and I can never find pants that fit. It's everywhere else in the pants fit, or I'll get a bigger size and then it's too big in the stomach. It fits in the hip and the buttocks, and then on the inner side where your thighs are, it's right floppy, and in the back too. Like your butt will be good, but then you've got all this extra material hanging around. Oh, it looks awful. It would be really nice to have clothes made for you that, properly fit, right? Back in the day, they all got their clothes made for them. So of course it's gonna, well, I'm pretty sure they did. You had your clothes made, even your mom's made, so you got proper measurements and everything like that, and shit fit right. But sizing and bodies are weird, man. Because I saw this girl, she could fit into the small, medium, and large, and it looked fine. The dress was a little bit shorter in the small, but it just depends on what your body size is. And I've just always had lots of junk in that trunk, but then smaller thighs, so it's fucking weird. It used to drive me crazy though, because I could never ever ever find pants. I don't think I'll be able to eat those taters because my stomach's full, so I don't normally waste, but my stomach is very full. Okay, so I already blessed the food before I started eating it. I always do, and I say that I'm grateful for receiving it and that I had the energy to cook it. Now that, yeah, I went to the post office, and when I came back, your video was gone. So I thought the stream was over. I guess not. Really? Yeah, no, there's nothing wrong with my shape. I'm just complaining over the fact that how pants are made. Like I remember J-Lo had this line of jeans out, and I had a pair of those, and they fit really well because that's the shape. Like a smaller waist and then these large hips and butt, and it had more, and then it was that they fit really nicely. They did. They were really good. Now, mind you, I didn't get like her clothing line like right when it was out. It was kind of old by the time I had gotten a pair of those pants. But they did. They fit really nice. And apple bottom jeans, actually. Apple bottom jeans were good too. And I was club age when that song came out. Apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur, had the whole club looking at her. I really like that Tartarian Nights song that I made. I like that style of music, and yeah, I like that song that I made a lot. Oh, I feel really good now that I ate that big meal. I feel better. Yeah, I noticed that. I think eating helps, do regulate your emotions and all that shit too. I guess I thought to myself I should eat something, but I couldn't bother. Well, look at these little hairs. Have you heard Emergence by Sleep Token? No, I don't know who that is. Uh, yeah, you got that problem too, Henderson. Yeah. Oh, or especially fellas that are really tall. I find that too, that they've got a problem finding pants. You got to go to the big and tall store, and a lot of times they don't have the length. So a lot of men will have troubles with that too. Some girls too. Tall girls, you'll always have short pants because they don't have the right length. Hi, Salem Jenkins. No, honestly, like I only get in the mood to listen to music sometimes. But I thought to myself when I put on my song in the morning, I was like, man, I wish there was more. Like even just a short album about the Tartarian Nights, different songs, like inspirational songs about the Aether using superheroes. Yeah, I think that would be cool. kind of worried that I have bacon in my teeth. Do I? I don't know. I mean, like, the way that I see it, if there was a potential mate and he comes on my live stream and sees me looking like this and thinks that I look like shit, like, this is the worst it gets. Like, I don't get any worse than this. Like, I think I look pretty good for just, like, waking up. I didn't shower. I just washed. I took a shower last night, but still, like, I'm okay with that. But if a dude was like, ugh, she's nasty, then you know what? It goes both ways because you're being nasty. As if. And then if I wore too much makeup and looked pretty, you call me a fucking gold digger. You know? I'm off to dinner. See you later. Enjoy your dinner, Muse. You can enjoy some music for me. Yeah. I just try not to do anything that would jeopardize, like, the energetic state that I've achieved. So sometimes I just, like, even listening to older music, sometimes I can do it and resist the urge or temptation to have it affect me at a frequency level, even though they are designed to do that, and it's been taken out of the proper frequency music's supposed to be, and I forget what it is, but you know, I used to love music and sing a lot and all of that, but well, shit happened to break my heart and broke my voice too, I guess. The smoking definitely doesn't help, so. Yeah, sometimes lions eat too much, by the way, and they can't get up. So they just kind of have to lay there. I seen a video of it, and they drove by them, and they're like, you know, with these big ass stomachs. Yeah.
Like big fatty fat Salem. Got this big ass tummy right here.
You kicking me? You kicking me, boy? Oh, did you find the tea stain? Yeah, I know. We'll clean it later. I've got a carpet cleaner, so I can clean the carpet. I've got a carpet steamer, so it's no big deal. Like, I spilled like a big puddle of tea. I almost said pie, but tea on the floor. But yeah, next time I want to see how pretty I can look too, because sometimes I don't look pretty for so long that I forget. Like, oh yeah, I can look nice. Like, those clothes look really nice on me, so I'll show you what it looks like. It'll change me a bit as a person. Yeah, like I can't even listen to the Backstreet Boys, Scott. Like you said, you don't want lustful tunes or stuff like that. You just nice chill vibes. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I can't even. It's so dirty. And then I'm thinking, like, what the hell was I listening to this when I was 9 and 10 years old? I shouldn't have been, you know? But again, they get you sexual early because they want to prey on your creative energies. Yeah. Yeah. I finally figured out what star quality means, you know? You shine brightly so you can distract people and influence them and all of that. They told me, oh, you've got star quality. And I used to think to myself, what the fuck even is that? It took me a while, though, to figure out what it really means, you know? And it's these people with strong energy, strong life force, whether they're reincarnated souls from different ages or whatnot. The thing that I know is that they are strong energy beings in their soul. And then they use them and they abuse them. And just like that movie, that French movie that I mentioned in my book. Oh, it's a French horror movie. It's, yeah, like recycling. Reincarnation is like recycling. Oh yeah, I did mention that. Yeah. So the seven deadly sins again, usually what lead up to the fall of a civilization, and lust is a big one. I think that pride is probably the greatest, like I said, but they get you young. Yeah, I wrote about celebrities today. It's kind of the same as it was before. What the fuck was I looking for? Oh, that movie. Yeah, I can't remember what that French movie was called. But it's very like kind of the MK Ultra stuff that they do to people. Even some of it reminded me of what I went through, but I just can't imagine that demon Debbie being involved in anything like that. I don't know, man. Maybe all these people are just as stupid as her because she just doesn't seem like the type. But maybe that's it, right? Maybe that's how they hide it. I don't know. But if I could only remember what that French movie was called. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I do. I think I look prettier when I smile and my energy shines through. Like I said, emotionally, I feel good. Mentally, everything's good. It was pretty overwhelming. Like, I didn't have anybody to talk about things with. Like, and then plus, like, I can't be opening my Telegram. My computer's fucking up. Oh, so I've been just having a hard time. I open up Telegram, then my friggin' Google freezes. So it's got to be like a memory issue, but also I think it's because my little cord doesn't stick in properly. As far as my video editing program goes, it's most likely a computer issue, even though their issue on their end, they got to fix that blue download button. It does fuck all. And they knew what I was talking about, so I know that I'm not the only one, and they were trying to get. I took pictures and I explained to them, so hopefully I'll be able to help with a little bit to fix the problem, because it's been great. It's just lately, I don't know. It could be my computer. It could be, but forget why I mentioned that. Oh, my video editing program. Yeah, it's not that I don't know how to use it or it's not good. It's like one of my videos went to 95% uploading and then the thing fucked up. So then it says, okay, well, start the recovery process. So you do that, and then you have to download a hard copy. But when I press the blue button, it that says download, it doesn't do anything. And a hand goes over it and everything, but it doesn't do anything. So they're talking with me. We've been talking back and forth like through the chat thing, because when you pay for a premium membership, you get like customer service chat, almost like YouTube content creators, whatever. But you like pay for this, so that's why it's only for paying people. Not that I'm like, so posh or whatever, but yeah, the program itself is really easy to use. And I decided to use the one that you pay for because I was using Clipchamp, and that's free. It's just there on my computer still. But Clipchamp took like almost a day to upload a video on its program, and it has many known problems like that. Like, that wasn't a computer issue for me. This was just like, this was even when I first started using it a year ago or whatever, 2 years ago. But Veed, like it's great. And I realized For some reason, my plan used to be $29 and now it's like $24. And which is weird because it's really not that much of a difference. And I lost a lot of the other parts of the application. You know? Oh my God, Salem. Ah! Ah! Here, take these socks. There you go. Trick or treat, smell my feet. Don't go before you hurt yourself. Lay down. Come on, lay down. You're gonna hurt your old belly. Come on, come here. Don't get mad. Don't get mad. Oh, good boy. Don't bite. Don't bite. And you get all upset when I tell you not to bite. Hey? Yes. You're gonna hurt yourself in your fat stomach. He only has to lose 2 pounds, though. He's fat, but he only has to lose 2 pounds. So we took him to the vet, and the vet was like, well, he could use like 2 pounds. He said he could lose 2 pounds and he'd be much better. Because you can't lick your own butt, and mommy has to clean your butt with a cloth. Yeah, I have to clean my cat's butt like a baby. And sometimes he poops on his butt cheeks, so we have to clean that off too. Isn't that nice? Yep. No, I honestly think that the uploading program, like I understand what you're saying about my program, Scott, like some programs work or don't work with certain chips and I know. It's just sometimes, like I honestly, I looked up the fucking cord is $20. I can't, like, either I order online, it's gonna be 20 something dollars anyway, or I go to Walmart and it's gonna be 20 fucking dollars. I can't, for a cable, so I've known that I needed a cable for a little bit, but I was just trying, like, you can't even get that shit at the dollar store. It's such a basic cable type of thing. We've had these around for so long, and they're still charging $20 for a cable. So I'll get the freaking cable, and then maybe it'll make a difference, you know? I thought that I'd be able to find it at a dollar store somewhere, but no. It's called an Ethernet cable. Why the Ethernet, though? Why not internet? Ethernet. Ethernet. I don't think that's a coincidence, to be honest with you. I should go back to, like, my normal self, but today I'm having kind of an off day. I am. I know I am. I can tell because I stay online lives for a long time. Like, I'm all right. It's just it's been a pretty bizarre week. Like, maybe energetically, it's been strong for a lot of people. Like, I am paying attention to what's going on in the world. Do I talk about it as much? Not really. Mostly because people get triggered and angry so easily these days with this or that. But there's a lot of problems in society. A lot of things shaken up and causing uproar, and like Ireland is just kicking off. And there's a huge crisis with uncontrolled immigration. And it's bringing a lot of chaos to many countries, including my own. So it's pretty awful what happened there.
I don't know what they're going to do. But it was done on purpose. It's not like it's 100% entirely these migrants' fault. Not entirely, because a lot of them, especially with Canada, they were told you'll have a job, you'll have a house, you'll have a car. They promised them all this stuff, but then when they got here, it was not the case. So, yeah, it's a big fucking mess. It really is. It's bad. When two cultures have a different idea and way of life, it's just not going to work. It works, and it's been working. I mean, it doesn't work. I'm not saying it like that, but this is the way it goes in the Middle East and has for a very long time. You know? Is it right? No. But this is why a lot of those cultures and civilizations in the East fell a long time ago. They're still dealing with the aftermath of their great civilizations falling. So they're still dealing with this degeneracy that had accumulated from a long time ago. Well, I don't even know about time these days because they say that time was added on, this and that, so it doesn't really matter, but it was in the past, a past cycle. So they're still working it out. That's the thing about it. That's probably why different religions were created and given out. It's different stages of consciousness, understanding, and again, principles on ways you live and don't live, you know? I seen an awful video from Portugal where all of these people were piling onto the bus, and this old lady got thrashed around all around. She's sitting there, oh, at the front of the bus, and it was just, they flooded that bus like it was insane. You don't need to act like that here, you know? Well, in the West. But over there, there's so many people, they have to shove and push each other and get on that bus so that you can get to work. And so they don't care if you don't make it on the bus. That's your problem. At least you're getting to work. And that's what happens when there's so many people in an area. It becomes very, what's that? Look out for the self and fuck everyone else. Yeah. Well, it does. This is what they told us was going to happen. They were going to create stress, displacement, all of this stuff. And it does. In their opinion, this would be, like taking people out of their comfort zone to make them question. Like, and a lot of people are questioning, like, is this all there is? Why are we going to work every day? But then at the same time, it's like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, do you want us to wake up or not? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe, like I said, it's most likely part of the divine design and grand plan of the entirety of, not just earthly soul school, but universally. Like this, just the school of life, but not just for us, for all life. It's most likely just that, because that's why people, they are like, well, how could God, or the divine do this and do that? Well, like I said, it could be hell for some people. We don't know what they've done in their past life to end up there. We don't know. Just like me, like, I didn't understand why that shit was happening to me for so long, but it makes sense to me now, and it helped me change and become a better person, It did. There were things in me, and maybe it's like, it helps you understand it better yourself. Even if something happens twice in different lifetimes, so that you can understand yourself. And like I said, by understanding yourself, and since you are a piece of the divine creator, you kind of get a glimpse on how difficult And I think that was all I would ever want anyway, is just a small glimpse, because it is very difficult to care for all of your children. So many of them. Higher dimensionals, lower dimensionals, all the animals on the planet, the subhuman creatures, the humans, this, that, everything. You're responsible for it all. Just like an author, you know? But you write the stories for these people. I still cannot believe that's so dirty and low. Elena Danaan was friends with Megan Rose. First, the two of them had extraterrestrial husbands. Elena Danaan made both Thorhan and Valnak up. Valnak was supposedly married to Megan Rose, and Thorhan is with Elena. Anyway, after that shit wasn't working out, and Megan Rose started going off about Trump and Q and all of this stuff, Black Goo, I remember, and they were separating from then. So then Elena just goes, oh no, well, Valnak's gay and he moved to another galaxy. Wait a minute. So why would you support it? Oh, I was doing, no, you weren't. You wanted two pretty girls because power in numbers. And the more you say something, the more you repeat a lie, it'll become the truth eventually. Yeah. The more people that repeat the lie, then it becomes the truth. That's what it is. Yeah. That's true. Nothing ever as sweet was ever gotten so easy. No, it's not easy. But the reward is worth it, you know? And like I said, no one can take that from you. Even if somebody gave you a trophy, say, they can take that from you. But the true trophy is that richness that you carry in your heart, who it makes you, you know, who you are at a base soul level, at an energetic level, who you are. And it's self-realization and self-love at the same time. Self-acceptance, you know, self-forgiveness. And then it reflects out on others. And I know how people, for the most part, have gotten themselves into the situations that they have. Pain causes weakness in a lot of people. I'm not saying that it hasn't caused weakness in me, because it has. You know, I didn't know what love was. Didn't know how to recognize it. I'd like to say today that I do. You know, I love myself enough not to put up with other people's bullshit of not even calling me back. You know what I mean? If you don't want to stop by, don't stop by. You know, rejection truly is protection. And I think that's why it's been happening this whole time. Because, who was it that said to me, I do the best by myself? Wasn't that you, Scott, when we were talking the other day? Like, I do my best work when I'm alone? I can't fucking remember. I don't talk to anybody else, just you and one other person. So I don't remember. But I think it is true, you know, that other people would be distracting in my life. So I think it's our unique experiences and how we deal with them is how it changes us and molds us into the souls we become, though, Scott. Scott says, not that I disagree with what you're saying here, but Scott says, we are just soul vessels needing to be filled with experiences. It's true. Almost like experience points in a video game that helps you level up. I agree. This time, though, is filled with a time where you can gain experience, whereas in the Golden Age and even in the Silver Ages and things like that, it's more difficult because you have less opposing forces, less problems to grow from. So you can always be grateful that you're here just for that. And I think that's how I feel about it, for sure. But I'm also thinking that I definitely don't want to do this again. Like, I don't want to come back here and have to repeat any lessons or do this cycle again. I really, really do not want to. I'm really ready to move on to more, like that woman's 53 years old. If you haven't figured out that it's polite just to call somebody back, like I even told her sitting at that table, like if you don't want to hang out, just tell me so. If you don't want somebody in your life, I would have understood. But like I said, it would be nice. I said, if you had called me, because I was worried about what I had done wrong and I couldn't figure it out, because we had a nice time sitting on your porch balcony, like, so I don't know. You'd think by 53, though, you just gain some common courtesy to return somebody's fucking phone call, And that's just it. If somebody doesn't put in that effort for you, then you do not put in the effort for them. It is a wasted effort. Hi, Merv. Hey, Merv, McMerv. McMerv. Meow. Come here. You usually like that. I think she knows the camera's on because I'm talking and all that. They must know. I'm not sure if I really believe in all that right match stuff anymore, though. I used to. I used to think that there was a right match for me, but I don't anymore. No offense. Seriously, no offense. It's just, and I think maybe that expectation is what might mess things up a little bit. Like, I know I talked about having a certain kind of connection. And yes, I don't take those things that I said back, but I don't know. Maybe it's just that there isn't anybody for me. And because, yeah. But yeah, I don't know if I believe in all of that. So, and that's okay. So it was part of my consciousness for quite some time, but it's more complicated. I don't want to bring anybody into my life without really wanting them to be here. And I just don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. That's all. So that's okay. I still love and accept myself about that. It's a shame that, I couldn't find anybody that I was truly compatible with, because you might have this and that going on, but I'm sorry, if you're not sexually attracted to each other and all of that, and I've just had one thing doesn't match this and doesn't match that, and if it's not, I just don't want it. Like I said, I'd rather be by myself. Yeah, I know, but it's worked for me this long, so whatever. My bun is starting to hurt. Ow. But yeah, that's definitely not a topic that I like talk about. And I'm not like saying anything, but well, it hasn't been that long for me, because like you got to remember, and I know I don't care how delusional people think it is, but I thought I would quite possibly have something special with Claudio, I thought, oh, maybe I'm finding this for this, but clearly I'm not his type. And that's just what it says. He doesn't want someone like him. None of those girls know anything like that. It's almost embarrassing. Not for me, but just why would you lower yourself and lay with that? That's why I don't lay with anybody, because they're not worthy. I know that sounds really arrogant and rude, but you know, no. And it's a shame because a lot of these alpha male channels, those men are not alpha males. And so they're giving men this toxic, untrue, unreal example of what it should be. So hey Magus, it has been a long time no talk. Welcome back. Good to see you. I've been going for ages now, like 7 hours. So I'm real tired, and I just finished eating. And I honestly want something sweet, but I don't think I have anything because I ate it all. I have watermelon, but I don't want that. I meant like something junk food. Oh, well. Yeah. All right, then. Whatever. Whatever. Oh, my nose. It's so dry in here. Is this window open? It's because of these leaves. Why would they do that? They're so lazy. It's the biggest pile of leaves I ever seen, too. Are you fucking kidding me? So damn lazy. And if I go get a rake, they'll be like, oh, what are you doing while I'm cleaning up your mess? You know, I'll let you out after I'm done my live stream, okay, Vern? I might have to go to sleep after this, so you can go out after, baby. You've been out a couple times since this morning, honey. It's cold out. My sock is back on. Oh no, they're wet from the being in the tea. Oh well. Oh, ice cream. No, I can't be bothered. I don't want to go out. I've been trying not to spend money Like, I just spent money on a bunch of clothes, like a week ago. So I've been trying to not go out to eat. I got that Chinese food, but that was really good. It was a ramen stir fry. It was really, really good. If I get that again, I'm going to ask them to put broccoli in it. Yeah. Yeah, she does. She was playing in the Leafs. She does. She was doing that this morning. They go outside, and they were just playing a little bit ago. You guys seen them running around in and out. So they do. They go out multiple times a day, but she loves just going outside all the time. But I'm always get like low-key anxiety just because I'm afraid that she's going to run off. I don't want her to get hurt, or if someone's walking their dog and she jumps down and the dog gets loose and attacks her, that's not going to be a good thing for me at all, or her. But like the trauma of it, like I'll take her to the hospital. Hopefully she'll be all right. But yeah, so that's why I like to watch her. Like, I've always loved me for me. And I know, like, here I am sitting here talking like this, but because I know that it's not that I don't have interest in me, like others don't have interest, but I don't know. Maybe there's something wrong with me. I've thought about that before. Like, maybe I just never learned how to properly go coexist or feel comfortable with other people, or I don't know. It wasn't always this way, but maybe I was dealing with it differently. I used to drink a lot. Now I don't drink at all. Well, take care. Thank you. My earlier part of the stream was better. Now we're just kind of messing around, talking. I ate my dinner and all of that. But I do have a video. So when I get off of this, I'll probably have to upload that. It's already downloaded on my computer, so I just don't feel comfortable. It just doesn't feel right. I don't know. And it's always been like that, and I've just kind of made do around people. Like, I don't know. Maybe because it's if it's off of a certain frequency. Like, women have told me that before, that they don't have any female friends, they only have guy friends, and I don't know. I don't think that works out so well. Because, like, all the men secretly want to get with you or wish that they were your partner in some way. That's what it's been in my experience. Even they tell you, oh, I just want to be friends. No, you don't. You're going to wait till the time when I consider you to be a partner. You'll be my friend till then. So, I don't know. Like I said, it's my fault. I mean, Claudio might be a nice fella, maybe. But, I don't know. Especially, like, with everything. I just don't think that's very nice. So, sucks. But that's the way it goes. So, that's what he likes. That's what he's into. Not the person I thought he was. That's my fault, man. I know it. I did that with the twin flame fella too, It's like I projected everything that I just thought he was, or, thought that's what that feeling was. I don't fucking know. because everything that I thought that he was, I was wrong. Really wrong. So maybe it's just feeling me and wishing that there was somebody actually like me that understood this stuff, that they were having their own experiences. It's not just, you know. But like I said, maybe there's just people that are out there but don't do it this way publicly because it is dangerous. All it does is make you a target for people to hurt you. It's true. I know. Walk between the pillars. It's safer. Nope. I'm going down like a flight of stairs. That's fine. At least I get to my destination. But Mervin the Meowshin. Yeah, Mervin the Martian. That's her name. Wow. I think everybody is dealing with the sickness of the world to a different degree. And like I said, that's why people a lot of the times get a mental illness like depression. It's not just inside, it's outside influence as well. Japan has a really big loneliness epidemic. Really, really big. It almost shows in a small-ish country, how concentrated the issue is of non-connection. They just work there. So even in their culture and society, like, it's looked down upon as weakness if you seek out help or ask help for mental ill health or anything like that. And so they are shamed from even seeking help, you know? See, there's ups and downs of every culture and society. On the outside, Japan's very beautiful and disciplined and structured. But with that comes, some pretty negative things. It's not just there, though. The whole world is affected by this. The need to survive and this machine that they're forced to take part in order to survive here. If it's a spiritual hollowness, it will be filled in any way. Yeah, I call that the black hole. It's true. I had this condition at one time. And what happens is, especially with rich people, you'll be able to buy this and buy that. And at first it'll make you happy. Or you'll go on this trip and you'll do that. And you'll have anything at your disposal, right? But there's things in life that people crave the most. And they think that by getting money, you'll be able to have those things. Unfortunately, the way that it works is that a lot of people, when they know that you have money or even see that you have money or have even the slightest sniff of thought that you have money, they will use you for your money. Yes. Not everyone, but a lot of people. That's what happens to these celebrities a lot too. So they got no friends because they don't know who they can trust, who's really being nice to them because they're the person or the celebrity. Even with being online, it's not that this comes into my mind because I know that a lot of people don't even know that I'm online. You see what I'm saying? So, but it's still a thing. So they think by acquiring this materialistic gain that it will fill that hole. Unfortunately, it is a black hole and it just keeps sucking everything up, no matter what you put into it. You have to seal it with the unconditional love for yourself. Like I said, The richness of your soul is your only and greatest currency. It's the only one you need. It will get you everywhere. It's your VIP pass. But you're very important to yourself, yes? As I said about being chosen, no one's truly chosen. If you watch the Claustrom's Oil playlist, you'll learn about the 144, the 144,000. It has nothing to do with the chosen army. It's your army of Christ inside, which is your dormant junk DNA, which activates. It's fucking incredible. It's fucking incredible. You got to watch the playlist and educate yourself on it. It's fantastic. And then you realize, like, how much has been done to hide it. Yeah. Just how much has been done. It's probably the greatest hidden secret there is. Yeah, about that. But I think a lot of these creators, think that they've done this, and then they think it's to achieve greatness and semi-celebrity status. Kind of like, what's his name? What's that makeup fella? Jeffree Star. Remember him? These people, it's almost like that is what sustains them. This celebrityism, this energy vampirism like this. And they think, oh, this is my career. Is it? Or are you just a pawn in the system? So if the sponsor says, well, I want you to influence in this way so that you represent this, you stand for this or whatever, we'll give you $15,000. Some people will just go ahead and do it regardless of thinking about the consequences or how these things said will affect people. Like, I've seen some serious mental health issues over people thinking that they're going to get an invasion of the body snatchers parasite in their fucking brain. Okay? And it has caused them serious mental health issues. And it's not funny. It's fucking sad because that doesn't exist. There's no parasite that's going to crawl in your eyeball. Unless you're in Africa and it's like a bot fly or whatever. They go under your skin and like, ugh. There's some crazy shit down there, Oh, glad I live in Canada. We don't have any kind of crazy ass bugs like that. I'm already getting itchy. Like, yeah, the stupid bed bugs and cockroaches, but that wasn't always like that. This is like new. I never even seen a cockroach ever in my life before I've been here where I live now. Oh, I saw one in California. Just one. So, and that was at a Motel 6 hotel, believe it or not. I'm like, what the fuck is that? Josh's like, oh my God, it's a cockroach. But that's what happens when you travel. You stay in hotels, and sometimes that shit happens. But yeah, know thyself, love thyself. Yeah, it's true, Scott. I agree. Yeah. Yeah. The landlord took away all my trees. The trees are gone. Like, I only have one tree left. And there used to be 1, 2, 3. There used to be 4. Now, no, there's 2 trees left. And they cut down 2 trees. And they demolished the beautiful tree that was in front of my balcony. So she's not looking so great, Yeah. It's really sad. And the birdies don't come and sit in it anymore because it's not thick and full like it used to be to protect us from the sun. My poor tree. I kept some sticks that they cut off of her. But I love those trees. And I don't know, I looked at it every day and I just feel so sad they didn't need to damage them and demolish them that way. It's like they just want to destroy. It took that tree so long to grow. Out there laughing, drinking their fucking non-alcoholic beers, smoking cigarettes, fucking assholes. I wish the tree would turn into an ant and just start kicking their ass. Do you remember Lord of the Rings? In Lord of the Rings, the trees fucking come to life. They're called Ents. E-N-T.
Holy jeez. Pong! Guy goes flying across the field miles long. It's hilarious. Don't mess with them. Yeah, there's some birds, but there's not as much birds as there was before. Now we only get a few teeny tiny birds sometimes, but all the other birds are gone. And I don't see any chipmunks or anything because they cut down the trees. That's where the chipmunks lived, in the tree. So I don't really see them much anymore. There's a black squirrel that comes around, and I feed him. Yeah. So, I don't know. I thought long about it, Should I tell people what I found, or should I not tell people what I found? But I figured I'd already recommended the book so many times that I should at least say something. It doesn't mean that the book itself is dangerous. It's just, like I said, what people may do with it. I do already have enough trouble on my hands, but it's not like I can't. But that's just how it goes. I know it is irresponsible first contact. They weren't. There was nothing wrong with it. There was that one that had the branch fall off, right? But that's because the ground was so dry and they wouldn't water the lawn. They wouldn't even water their lawn. So they had all dead grass. The trees are literally dying from lack of water, and they wouldn't even use the hose to water them at night. Get a sprinkler, you know what I mean? No, they're going to let Canada burn down because they won't even water it. So that's what happened with that one tree. That was just that one. But then all the other ones they destroyed. They just cut them to where they're not even protecting the building from the sun. It's so hot in here, even like going into October in this month. Now it's only 5 degrees outside, so it's kind of cold. But the sun was just heating up the living room, man. And next year it's going to be even worse. So that's what you get for cutting the trees down. So, well, that's exactly what it was, Scott. Most guys with chainsaws are like little boys with toys, right? Like playing, and they don't want to grow up and they just want to break things. And it's true. That's exactly what they did. They're out there having a great time. And it's awful. It was just awful for me. I was so upset. Yeah, that really upset me. I loved that tree. And I even explained to him that the nature in this area is very important to me and my mental health, you know, because I don't like going outside too much, right? And nope, didn't matter. So yeah, that's really awful about the trees. But they do that to the whole planet. They just destroy everything, poisoning the waters, everything like that. Everything. So no wonder these nature spirits, which are interdimensionals, like the Fae, gnomes, undines. Imagine what it's like to be a fucking mermaid. You know, the water's fucking disgusting now. It's nasty, the ocean. Look what we've done to it. I'd be pissed off too. So, because it was their home as well, you know, and we shit all over it. So I can understand why they'd be upset, but if they were truly higher dimensionals, they would know that as children, like you just explained, these men with a chainsaw, well, we are children in creation. We're the babies, and we're just learning to know better, right? And a lot of them do have compassion and understanding, even though it upsets them, and they won't be vengeful about it. But some of them are. Some of them are. Like, that's kind of probably what I was feeling when they were damaging the tree, what the trees wished they could have done, you know, protected themselves, but they can't. So I know that sounds wild, but they do have an energy essence to them. So that's the earth spirits. So I wouldn't have done anything. I would have been like, good, beat their ass and stomp on them if it turned into an ant. I would mind my own fucking business. Oh, close the curtains. Nothing to see here. Help. Oh, what? I'm not helping you. I'm not messing with that. That's your fault. So, normally they're not viciously violent, but throw you around. Sometimes. Of course, this is in a spiritual realm sense. They can't do this in the physical world. But yeah. I think that if more people told the truth, we could have reconciled things with the spiritual realm. See, we used to be working together with nature. You know, there were spiritual offerings, incense, all kinds of things. Some people still follow these traditions and beliefs, but for the majority of the world, they do not. And they've fallen to their own weaknesses, you know, fallen to greed and lust and envy, sloth, wrath, you know, pride, lust, all those things. It chips away at you too. Like I said, they'll tell you, oh, money's an energy exchange. Is it though? Because when you have a YouTube channel, you've got 1 million subscribers. The person that's making the most money are the people that own YouTube. It's the ones on the top of the pyramid. You're still getting just scraps. A girl on TikTok, I watched a video about bullshit in the world today, and it had to do a little bit with online money making, and she explained that she's got a TikTok channel. I don't know who she is because I'm not on TikTok, but she was explaining this where she has a video that had like 15 million views or something like that. And she said she got like maybe $1,200 for that. And she's like, I'm not saying, so that's the maximum wasn't any higher than that. And she said, so I made $1,200. She's like, and that's really great for me. That pays my rent. But that was pennies compared to, because they have all the advertising and everything like that. This was just minuscule pennies that she made compared to what the people at the top of the pyramid make. So you're still a peasant and you're bringing in great revenue for the top of the pyramid. But they make you think like you're doing so good. So
But the thing about it is that I've learned is that you can't really get that far here. At least I haven't had that much success. Being truthful, honest, yourself, all of that, without giving in to all of this shit. Like even the videos that have my face in them get more views than the ones that don't. So it's not about the information. They're literally just watching it for me. And as much as I appreciate people supporting my content, it's like, it's really about the information. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like Scott mentioned, like your book, you got pennies, and I did. So Amazon, I only got $1.38 once for 44 books at $25 and some each. I only got one payment to this day of $1.30. It wasn't enough to take the bus. $1.38 and like 3 something. I remember saying to myself, that isn't even enough to take the bus. They took it all. And it's like, I put it the lowest price it could. Like I have to increase the price so much, but then they would still be making more money than I ever would. So instead of a penny, now I'd be making a nickel or a dime. Ooh. So it's bad. This is why Claudio's put out like 25 books. This man puts out a book every week now. There's no way I would have been able to keep up with that. That's insane. He puts a book out every week. He just put out 2. And that's why, if you have so many books, this is how you create revenue. 1 isn't going to cut it. If you have 150, then yes, I've seen tutorials on that when I was learning about Kindle books. This woman literally has like 150 cookbooks, and that's how she makes money. So I just don't know anymore. I don't know what to do. Like, I mean, what can I do? You think, well, no, don't sell it on Amazon. Well, then I have to find someone to publish the books. I need startup money to pay for all that. It's like $2,000. My buddy Gio did a small book of like poetry and short stories or whatever, and it cost him like $500 for just maybe a dozen copies. It's crazy, like to get all this done. So, and he had hard copies in his hand and he sold them at like exhibits or whatever. But I mean, nobody lives around here. I'd have to package and sell them all myself. I mean, it would probably end up being the exact same thing and I'd be losing out on money, or I'd have to charge you so much money for my book that you wouldn't really be able to afford it. I mean, maybe some people would, but it wouldn't be accessible. You see what I'm saying? It's like you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't here. So that's what I don't know. I don't know. But of all the spirits I've encountered, I mean, even the lower dimensionals, no one ever told me to fucking make up stories, lie, do anything like that. Seriously, not even them. They would encourage the stuff about the calling, of course, because that's what the Asura are like. But, I wasn't opposed to the idea of cleaning the evil off of the earth, and getting rid of it. But like I've said many times in the past, I didn't realize that some people's definition is different. Like an individual's definition of what they think evil is will be different compared to the next person. And I didn't realize that. That was quite naive of me. But yeah. They never did. Never encouraged. Always be yourself, tell the truth, do the right thing, you know. I don't know. But I don't know for sure if they've done it. But I haven't been able to shake the feeling that that's what it must be. Is the only way to raise yourself up. I mean, if by chance, like, okay, so the algorithm picked up one of my videos once, right? And I have like 225,000 views or whatever. And those things are a fluke. That can happen, especially if the topic, because a lot of people are struggling with loneliness because this world makes it that way. So I don't know, because I was thinking like something like that could happen. And then people will think, oh, she must have made a pact with the fucking demon. But I never, ever would. Fuck no. No, I got enough problems. And I don't want to end up in some, no, I already went through hell here. I'm not doing it again. No, I've got a problem with authority too. You're not telling me what to do. So yeah. It wasn't always that I obeyed the divine creator. I didn't know what it was for the longest time. I didn't understand. I had to build that relationship of understanding. So sometimes learning some hard lessons about things when I thought I was right in all of this, especially growing up, especially being a teenager, you know, started to express a little bit of anger about life at that time too, because I felt so like, why is this happening to me? And everybody around me, their lives, this isn't happening to them. Like, no one's parents were perfect, but they were not going through what I was. I'm not saying not everyone, but for quite a few. In my new book, I express that a bit more, and I talk about one person who was experiencing violence at home, and she took out violence on me. And then that happened in 7th grade, 8, 9, 10. So then in 10th grade, she explained to me why that happened, why she had hit me and everything like that. And that she was being treated like that at home. And she apologized for that. Okay. So, you know, yeah, followed me into the bathroom of the Root Girls because I stood up to her for bullying somebody. This sweet, kind, like, not like nerd, but like she was quiet. She always did her homework. People, you know, didn't really like her because, you know, she's smart and not like super trendy or whatever and all of that. But Paige was awesome. And she was the sweetest girl and sensitive and kind-hearted and gentle and soft-spoken. And one day this bully, school bully with her entourage, comes walking down the hall, and they pushed Paige right face first into the fucking lockers. Her books go everywhere. She's just in there putting her books there. She wasn't doing nothing, didn't look at nobody. They just shoved her, man, for no fucking reason. She hits her face. And I was so mad. I turned around and I said to this girl, I was like, why do you have to walk around being a fucking bitch to everybody all the time? Like, that was horrible, you know? And then, of course, I'm helping Paige. Like, what did she do to you? You shouldn't treat people this way. You know, I just had enough of her. And then she thought that she'd follow me afterwards to the bathroom. And they ganged up on me. And she threatened me, put her hands in my face, grabbed a hold of me, and then slapped me across my fucking face so hard I saw stars. My glasses flew off into the bathroom fucking stall, man. Jenny was there. Jenny left me, fucking ran off. Oh, I was going for help. Help never fucking came. We were there for a bit. If she could have found a teacher just like that, it wasn't hard. She left. She ran. And then she would tell me all the time, oh, you're such a coward. Fuck you, bitch.
What's that noise? Oh, the kettle. I put the kettle on, then forgot, and was like, "What's that noise?" Yeah, what was I thinking about? I don't know. God, I'm just kind of just rambling and talking to myself literally now. So, and I'm aware of that. But it's I guess been better than holding it all in, you know? So, yeah. It's a fucking really messed up thing to do, this contract pact thing, because you're basically taking control over something else, but then it eventually has control over you. Like, oh, my turn now. But still, see, it's because I don't understand it. The reason why I got upset about Jenny too is because she was my best friend in my eyes, but for all those 20 years, we didn't see each other the same. And I always thought that we did. But looking back on it, she just always treated me like a fucking joke. Like, I wish I had seen it more. Like, why be somebody's friend and then go with your other group of friends and do nothing but talk about me? You know, Lacey this, making fun of me and all this stuff. Like, what the fuck is wrong with people? I don't know. And that's pretty much why I've had enough of it. Age does not equal wisdom. That's for damn sure. So it doesn't matter what age a person can be. When I've tried to make connections with like this, it just no. You think, oh, well, they're older, they'll be more mature, gone through more stuff, learned from it. No. So that's pretty harsh, you know, when you look up to somebody for most of your life and feel a sisterly love and bond and connection, like an actual family member, and then you find out like you have no real respect for me. Like, you don't think that she literally said when I told her about the Asura that I had to make up an imaginary friend because I don't have any. You're right. I didn't even have you. You're not my friend either. I told her that too. That's horrible. And look what's become of it. I became exactly what I told her I was gonna be when we were kids. Yes, I fucking did. I told her I was gonna be a superhero. It doesn't matter if I have those powers. I'm a hero to me. Look what everything. I figured out what aliens were. I figured out dimensions. I figured out reincarnation for myself. Like, and it feels great, you know? It does. It's exhausting. Like, I'm tired right now, but it's what's carried me through. It's an achievement. Like I said, no one can take away from you because you earned it on your own. I mean, not all alone, because of course I had lots of teachers along the way. But I wouldn't change it, you know. Out of my whole life, if it means that having all that was to turn me into who I am today, then so be it. I wouldn't change it, you know? And it's hard because even just changing one thing, I would be a totally different person and I might not have achieved this destiny, you know? Of I feel confident that if I keep doing well, that I'm going to graduate out of soul school and I won't have to come back. And I'll be able to be around people that aren't going to be like that, that are curious about life, that aren't always thinking, you know, about wronging people or being wronged or any of that. Because this lady starts talking about, well, you're the one who's gossiping. So you don't like people who gossip. That's why you don't want to be friends with women, but you're doing it right now. Fuck, I couldn't take it, you guys. Sorry, like, this, it was so contradictory. I'm like, okay, well, there's clearly a red flag here. Only male friends. They're paying for you. No, I gotta go. So I don't want that. And yeah. Well, that's what I mean. Thanks, First Contact, for mentioning that. The only good thing about moving somewhere else is a chance to start over. And I agree. I would love to move somewhere else. The only thing is moving a long distance, it would be so difficult for Marvin and Salem. That's the only thing I worry about, you know. Within Canada, I would definitely be willing to move back to Nova Scotia. I know that's wild, but it's the only really other place that I know, and I haven't been home in so long, and you know, I miss the sea, and I'd really love to move somewhere else. I would, and I think it would be very good for me to get out of this place. Oh, this place. This place is like, it had the potential, like the Aether. It could have been really great, but they manipulated it and turned it really bad. Nothing but pedophiles, rapists, sexual predators, everything you can fucking imagine. Gangs, human trafficking, it's all concentrated in large numbers here, and it's unfucking real. I didn't believe it at first. Almost everybody that I've met here, everybody has said they've been sexually molested. I had an ex-boyfriend who's bragging to me about being 14 and losing his virginity. And I'm like, oh yeah? How old was she? Thinking around they'd be the same age. Fuck no. She was 38. What kind of, I was 38 2 fucking years ago. What kind of 38-year-old has sex with a 14-year-old boy? That's a female predator. I had to explain to this man that he was molested. He stopped laughing real quick. And it hit him. You were molested, stupid. I didn't tell him it like that. I'm just angry about it. He should have told his fucking parents. They would have been like, what? We put that bitch in jail where she belongs. Touching 14-year-old boys. You see how mad it makes me, you guys? It makes me want to choke a bitch. I'll be right back. See, it makes me want to pull a fucking forehand. Yeah, so I'll never forget the look on his face when he figured that out, that I was right. And it wasn't so funny anymore, was it? So this place is fucked up, and I hate living here. Well, I don't like using that word, but because I try to make the best of it and enjoy the environment that's here and go for walks and enjoy nature and whatever like that. But as far as everything else, no, fuck, I wish I could leave. So I'm just gonna make a cup of tea. I'll be right back. What's the matter? What'd you find? What's the matter? Oh no, not looking outside. Didn't gotta look. No, but it's freezing cold out. Man. It's freezing cold, my baby. I love you. Yeah, it's cold outside. Yeah. Ouch. It's cold outside. Where's your outfit? He's cold. Nothing in the fridge for you. Look out, baby. Here comes the shooter. What's the matter? You hungry? Yeah, what's the matter? Ball in the fridge? What's the matter? What's the matter? You bored? Fuck. Oh. Ow. I can finally breathe. I blew my nose. That's stupid leaves. Those stupid leaves. So, yeah. Yeah, to be around people that enjoy you for you. If I had a UFO, I would go and visit people and, like, you know, I would bring Marvin and Salem with me. That's what I was thinking. So I was in a chat once. I think it was with that John, what's his name? The one who does some of the electromagnetism experiments. Forget what his name is now. But and they were talking about how basically if you have one of these interdimensional craft, you can just live in it. So it basically becomes your flying house. Isn't that cool? And so the one that I saw when I was young in my recurring dream, it had 2 beds in it. And so that may very well be true. I mean, they at least sleep in them. So that was the outside. It looked like a football, and the door opened up on it on its own when she got closer. She was running up to it, this woman in the black dress. And inside it looked like this. These are 2 beds, but they're supposed to be flat down. I just didn't know how to draw it well then. So the 2 beds were behind this separating wall right here. And the door was right there. That's where we came in. And she sat me right there. I was in a crystal or something. I thought I was a baby at first, but then when she put me on the counter and just kind of walked away, man, up this little hallway and disappeared up there, like by this light. Sorry, I have a direction problem with the camera. But there's this light, and then you go up this way, out the hallway, and I don't know where she went. But yeah, she put me on the counter there, and I remember I could see into some of the cupboards and stuff like that, but they had cupboards in there, and there was these 2 beds. There was a small divider wall, and it would give you like more darkness and privacy in this little corner where these 2 beds were. And everything was pretty like charcoaly type of gray color, warm gray or charcoal gray. Even the carpet had like a soft looking carpet that looked like a gray color. It was pretty neutral, white and gray and stuff like that. It didn't. John Hutchinson. Yes, that's right. I totally forgot his name. He's an interesting person. I have a hard time understanding what he says because he doesn't wear his teeth when he talks. And so I just have a very difficult time reading his lips for one thing. And even if I'm listening to the audio, that's one thing that I always think about that. Sorry, I don't mean to be insulting or anything like that. It's just I couldn't understand what he said. So I didn't really get to know him as well as I had hoped because I couldn't understand him. I'm deaf on this side, eh? Yeah. My stepdad punched me. I wrote about it in my book when I was a little girl. And so I don't hear as well as other people, even though I can still hear and all that. You don't have to yell at me and whatnot. I just hear differently. Like ASMR is totally different for me if I wear headphones because I can only hear on one side. So I have to listen to ASMR like out loud, like with the speakers, so that my ear can pick up all the sounds. Yeah. I've seen a station wagon. I remember the other day that my father just loved station wagons. Station wagon. We always had that friggin' 80s, 90s style station wagon with like the fake wood on the panels and shit on the outside. Like, looked like that one from Beethoven. They had a station wagon. Yeah, they weren't bad vehicles. It had a lot of back room space and everything, but it was just a huge boat to drive around. Hello, CJ. Welcome back. I'm still on. I know. Almost 8 hours, a whole fucking workday. I guess I didn't feel it. I wanted to share my opening my package with others. That's why I waited so long, but I didn't intend to like sit here and just talk for 8 hours, you know? But it was built up. Like I was bothered. I expressed it in my vlog or my post area on YouTube where I make my little written blog posts, you know? And it was bothering me, and it's been going on for weeks. And I'm like, what is this? Like, if I honestly had made a video that was an hour about farts, I guarantee you like just all information about gaseous expulsions from our body, that it would have worked. It was like all the greatest. I was having the greatest pushback this week. So whatever evil fuckers casting magic on me, but they're laughing right now, you know. But you'll never stop me. You just slow me the fuck down, which is just irritating. I'm not trying to taunt you or anything, but for fuck's sake, aren't you tired? No. And it all comes from that lack of knowing that you are already. You don't need to do things to prove to people, oh, I'm this, I'm that, I'm the best. I don't think I'm better than everybody else, but I definitely think I'm the best. I was created by the divine creator just this way, perfect in the way that I am. You know, I don't need that. That's why I don't get jealous of other women. I'm seriously not jealous of them. It's just really annoying because it's like, oh, really? It's just kind of like I said, with that blowjob lips and the fucking, you look like a sex doll. It's not that I'm stupid, and I know that in order to attract a mate, you need to be sexually appealing, but that's just taking it way too far. The bubble skirt with the ass cheeks hanging out, I've seen that at Walmart. So that's frustrating. But this month can be tricky, you know. Every month can be tricky, but this one in particular, that's probably why. Oh, I forgot to show you my feather. Remember I said that a crow gifted me its feather on my balcony. See? And I've never got a crow feather before, and this is like a spiritual sign, message, like especially the crow's feather, because it's a spiritual messenger and all of that. So yeah, and it's a good omen. It's a good omen. So I washed it, and because they have a lot of little bugs and stuff, parasites and whatnot, maybe a flea, who knows. So it pulled it right out of itself. And then it was lying on my balcony. So when I went for a nap one day, I looked out on the balcony when I locked my door, and there it was. And so I went to get it, and I looked up the spiritual meaning of it, and I was quite pleased. And then that was at around the same time when I figured out about, no, I won't. I keep it on my, that's when I went to go get it. It's on my stuff with all my crystals. And that has nothing to do with magic. I really like geology for start off, and those are all, the earth made that. Those are presents from the earth. You know, so little consciousness. I really like them. But, you know, some people judge me for those types of things, and it's unfortunate because they are truly beautiful. I mean, fuck, that came from inside the earth, man. A rock made that. That's pretty fucking cool how pretty it is, you know? So I think it's impressive anyway. But yeah, it's up there, and it's well, there is a crow that hangs around. There is one that hangs around. And he got some bagel one day. And he was outside eating some bagel. So he's out there. He's around. So Sailor Mars actually has 2 ravens. And she's a Shinto priestess. And Shintoism is also a nature-based religion that works with nature and the natural rhythms of life, you know? And that's a Japanese-based religion, Shintoism. Well, it's not really a religion. It's more of a way of life, kind of like Buddhism. They're not really technically religions. Not really. Different from other ones, I find. I guess more like a mysticism type to it, right? Because they have shamans and different spiritual teachings, the sacred fire and stuff. So it's cool. Anyway, it's a real thing, but that's where I learned about Shintoism, through Sailor Moon. And yeah, Sailor Mars has 2 ravens, and they're named after the moons of Mars, but I can't remember. Phobos, Phoebos, fuck, you know. So yeah, it's always nice to see the crow in person. You hear him calling sometimes. Oh yeah, it's well, because like I said, we used to not work, we used to coexist in harmony with nature. We didn't work against it. We didn't cut shit down to build shit up. We built shit around it, worked with it. It was more convenient this way anyway. It's less work. But yeah, and actually what's really cool is they're starting to figure this out too, that a lot of these small structures that they thought were, it starts, not a domo, but it's like these little mounds, but they never really found, like, they thought they were tombs. I think there's some over in England and Europe and different places, but I forget what they're called, domos or something. But anyway, it turns out that the theory has been suggested. I was like, yes, that they're not tombs, that they were homes for small peoples, little peoples, like fairy homes. Yeah. And it's that they, at one time, like I was saying, I remember all, like, the spirit realm and the physical world was one. So we lived in harmony together, different beings together. Yeah. There's even some maps that have, like, different kinds of creatures, like the Prize Reese map. It has different creatures at different lands, even the giants in the Patagonia giant area of South America. And it's actually got the coastline free of ice in Antarctica. And at that time, that's when they had these different beings standing together. And so I always thought maybe that was what it could represent. Yeah. It was a reptile person, I think, and a ape person. But these could be subhuman creatures. You see? The Sasquatch definitely is. It doesn't mean sub, it means subterranean. So underground, not sub as in beneath us, but subterranean. So this is why I suggested that it's most likely that they know places where they can scoot away underground, even if they're not disappearing into another dimension. They may be able to hide in the subterranean realm, and that's why they're called subhuman creatures. Yeah. It may be just in the inner earth area, not on the lower aspects of where these lower dimensionals live, and they're most likely locked down there for the most part, except the spiritual ones. I'm talking about, like, physical things, even if it is in a separate, that it's been cut off in a separate dimensional space. You may not see them. Like I said, you may follow the UFO into the volcano, but when the UFO goes into another dimension, it switches dimensions. It's going to go into its world, but you'll still be sitting there in the volcano, like, where'd they go? Well, they went home. But you just can't see it. But that's what these craft do. They spin at such a rate that it creates like a wormhole, poop, and they pop out of existence. That's how they pop in and out, because they spin, or the inside of it, they really don't have to move. It might be the mercury and the lodestone or the red mercury, whatever technology they're using. There's different versions of it. It's not only this one thing that works. There's different versions of this interdimensional technology that creates lift. Think of the gravitron, that thing that was spinning you around at the fair. And on the outer red, it would all be held out. And then on the inside, you walk on the inside of it and be totally unaffected, right? This is called centrifugal force. So if it accumulates on the outside enough to create like almost like a dimensional hole, I'm not exactly how it would work, but then you just pop into it. I don't know, but they said in those experiments, and that's somewhere out there, that it started spinning at such a rate and vibrating that it just disappeared, and they don't fucking know where it went. It could have ended up on somebody's kitchen table somewhere. They have no idea. Like, can you pass the is that a fucking flying saucer by the gravy? Where did that come from? Oh, and do you see this? You see this color of it? It almost looks like it's glowing, but it's clear like a cloud. That's aerogel. It can only be it's like a light chip, but aerogel looks like cloud. It's the strongest, most tough substance, but it's literally 99% air. It's called aerogel. And so for them to build a craft, I mean, it's solid and it's like indestructible. It's like the strongest thing we have, these aerogels. But it's literally almost translucent. It's pretty cool. It looks like cloud. They could blend in totally fine. When I look down at that, I remember about aerogels. But they have all these different things, you know, and aerogels is light. People just go boom. You know what I mean? It's light as air. And so it would have no resistance to, you know, it would add no extra weight. Not that it would matter because it cancels out the push and pull. It creates a negative space of that. You're non-effect. That's why it's called anti-gravity like. But really, you're modifying the space, the gravitational space. So it was pretty cool. That's what they said. It just started spinning and spinning, and then it just boop, it was gone. So they have no fucking clue where it went. Never seen it again. But it did disappear. Could be flying around in some other world somewhere, like like some alien, like little creature. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Interdimensional. They have a weird language. It's just like this thing. Like, what is that? Yeah. So that's what happened to it. They don't know. But it disappeared, went somewhere. So, and that's what they do. And then you learn how to use it, and maybe by turning certain frequencies to match different codes, almost like the Stargate. Remember, it matches symbols and shit, and then it goes to a certain world, like that. Frequency, energy, vibration, maybe you're connecting all of this together, and then when you get a certain hold, then you can get to a certain location. You might need like the coordinates, like almost like space coordinates, right? Because it's so vast, but also the spiritual realm is so vast and there's so many places. So technically you would need a coordinate. Maybe that's where Claudio got all his numbers from. He numbers all of these little spaces, but I think they're codes. Don't know, but it would be like that. Each unique would have its own song, like, and so in order to get there, you would need to attune your craft to the same tune, same song that sphere is playing, thus allowing you to enter into it dimensionally, because you wouldn't be a foreign body. It wouldn't reject you. Maybe sometimes this happens. This is why some of these craft do crash, because it does not it's not compatible with what we have going on here, the energetic frequencies and vibrations, especially with all the Wi-Fi and the shit that's going on in our atmosphere. It definitely would have an effect on the electromagnetism of the area, especially if they haven't been here in quite some time. And as I explained in other dimensions, if you're in a higher dimension, I would assume that time works much faster. So I said this before, where Travis Walton only thought he was gone for like an hour, but he was gone for 5 days. So in a lower dimension, it might work like where time, like only a minute passes here. But I don't know. I don't know how that would work then. How it would work slower, because you'd think like
in the lower dimension, especially if it's like hell, right? The 7 hells. Well, you would think your punishment is long, right? So time would work very slow. The more dense that you get, like moving through a thickness of sludge, you have to go very slow. That's just how I would picture it, but I can't be certain. And then, like, when they show you with anti-gravity, you're kind of like light as air. I mean, if you kick off of one side of the spacecraft to the other, you're going to smash your fucking head real hard. So you just have to give yourself a gentle boost and you're going to go flying through the air. Well, this is a less dense space, so you're going to go through it much quicker than if it was like a thick tar sludge that you have to go through. And this is what you're dealing with when you're dealing with density within dimension, because it also works with time and space, the physical space of it, but time working on how density is. I suppose this is how, I don't know, I'm not sure. This is just how I've experienced it a little bit, so the only way that I know how to explain it. But it like I said, it almost feels like you shoot off much faster in a higher dimension. Oh, there's Marv sleeping in her little house. She got my socks. She stole a pair of my socks. Hey, baby, did you get mommy's sock? Let me go get sock right here. Oh, yes. Oh. She loves my socks. I don't have smelly feet or anything. She just likes my socks. Oh, they're there. See, she stole this from my room. Here you go, baby. Here you go, baby. You're a good girl, honey. Yeah. She had like 4 socks out here the other night. She had a strawberry sock. She had my green sock with the pinky stripes. They're like watermelon and strawberry socks that I have. And yeah, I found like 4 socks in the living room, and then one of those, two socks bunched into one. Okay, let me see now. Sorry, I wasn't reading the chat. I'm sorry, Scott. Yeah, you read about that. Those little domes were homes. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of different kinds of them too. Some of them are made of stone, little like kind of different red clay, little tiny places. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of interesting little things. They thought these little domos or whatever they're called, I forget what they called them, but dolom, I friggin' forget. But yeah, it turns out that they don't really find any remains in them. So like they think that they may have been homes. And like if you yeah, I know. Oh, did you lose your socks, baby? Here you go, honey. Here you go. Here you go. There's your one sock. Oh, here. It's right here. Ah, not me. Here, look, let me get a sock. Get your sock. Hold on. There you go, my honey. You know, she's a good girl. Yeah, she's funny. She just loves my socks. But yeah, those little houses are really cool. You can look this stuff up. It's really easy to find. If you're listening and you're interested in something like that. Yeah, the aerogel. Yeah, it's strange, but almost like the simplest things, right? With a slight manipulation. It's almost like if you were to use the Aether, you could almost, and you see this in my video where he creates like a shield. It looks like glass, but really all he's doing is making the air into a sheet. So he's using it as a shield. You can do this with most of the elements, but using the air itself around is the easiest and most accessible, unless it's raining. Or, you know, there's water accessible. So that's the thing. So he uses like an air shield. So it looks like aerogel, and it would be indestructible. You can't get through it. That's the whole point of creating a shield like that. And he uses that against Sailor Moon when she goes to kick him. It's pretty funny. It's funny. It's humorous. Like, Sailor Moon's pretty funny. The funniest stuff is when her and Sailor Venus
they've done this twice, okay? So when they first meet Haruka, which is, they don't know she's Sailor Uranus, she's actually a famous race car driver, okay? Sailor Neptune's a famous violinist, okay? Anyway, because Haruka is feminine, masculine, like, she doesn't look like a guy, but she just is more in her masculine energy. Doesn't wear makeup or anything, kind of dresses a little bit. It's called power dressing. It's not really dressing like a man. But they thought that that was a guy. And they were all crushing on her. But again, thinking it was a dude. And then Sailor Mars is like, you two goofballs, that's a girl. And they're like, so embarrassed, but they did that twice. So it's even funnier because they did it with Haruka and then with Seiya. So, but I mean, to be fair, Seiya is disguised as male. It's not a transgender thing. It's a disguise. Sailor Moon has a pen where she can change into anything she wants. An older person as like a flight attendant, a business person, a movie producer, whatever. She can change herself into anything and look older or whatever. And that's basically what the three lights do. A lot of people think that it's transgenderism, but it's not. They're literally disguised, like shape-shifting. I could do it right now. I could turn into a dude, but that doesn't make me one. You know what I mean? It's just a fucking disguise. So, but that's what it is. And they had to do that. They were aliens, higher dimensionals from another plane, another realm, and they came here searching for their princess. Unfortunately, when they got to Earth, they realized that she's most likely lost here, could have lost her memory, who knows. And so in order to find her, they realized at the time, especially in the 90s in Japan, boy bands were super popular. And they were popular elsewhere, like the Backstreet Boys were out in the 90s and stuff like that, okay? So they decided that because even the Spice Girls weren't as popular until a few years after the whole pop group thing started up, the female groups just weren't that as popular. And so they decided they would become a male pop group, especially to attract their princess back to them, especially if she does not remember who she is, you see? So they decided to take on these disguises and play these characters on Earth while they lived here. But Seiya isn't Seiya was a character that Starfighter plays, you know? And the last time that she transforms into her sailor soldier form is Seiya dies, never to come back, because that was a character that she played. So, I mean, that's what I mean. A lot of people that don't really understand the story or how things work in Sailor Moon, it's a type of shapeshift, I suppose. Like, you see the higher dimensionals or the gods do this sometimes in movies where they'll change into the opposite sex just to mess around, you know? You'll hear this story with like Zeus and stuff like that, where, you know, they change into each other or whatever to, you know, catch nonsense or prove you're an unfaithful lover or what the fuck ever. But that's easy to do, you know? But that's all that was. So, but that's really funny that they did that twice. And they find out she's a fucking girl and they're like, oh, like they're just laughing. All the others are just laughing at them because it's happened twice now. Like, embarrassing. Yeah. That's a girl, you idiot. Sailor Mars, they're both like, They definitely thought Haruka was a guy. And that is very funny. But yeah. So, and it's interesting in Sailor Moon Crystal, they express it so much more about the fact that they are celestial beings and higher dimensionals and this and that, blah, 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 blah. It's like, but I mean, it was like that in the manga. She explains it because that was her creation, you know, like I was saying. She was expressing something that came from within her. But I believe that every creation has some type of a reflection of truth to it, like a connection with all things. So it's pretty interesting, you know? I don't think that's the only show. Like, even before in Star Wars, before the Empire, the Galactic Empire takes everything over, it was pretty much like the millennial reign. Everything was great until that happened. So the story repeats like an Avatar. The four nations all lived in peace and harmony until one day the Fire Nation attacked. Remember that shit? These stories repeat. Marvin's got the zoomies. So yeah. Well, that's the thing about the Airbender and the Avatar. But the Avatar, again, is another word for this Christed state. And the Avatar has the ability to use all four elements, plus the Aether, right, would be the fifth, which is what it takes to use those elements in such a, well, what did I call that before? Instant manifestation, like to turn it from spiritual essence into physics or physical. So remember I said it was like a fluid, like a plasma. That's why the lightsaber almost looks like that, and it's concentrated plasma, right? In that beam. What the fuck was I looking for? Oh, the Avatar. It's in initiation. That's what I'm looking for. Oh, in part 3. I know it's my own book, but I always forget. Part 7. 7. Yes. So it's called Seventh Initiation. That's why about the 7. They used to tell me you're one of the 7. I thought it was a group of 7 superheroes that one day I would find out, like the fucking Power Rangers. You know what I mean? Like I was going to find these 7 people, but I was so wrong about that. I thought we were going to be the motherfucking Power Rangers. No, it actually has to do with this. The 7th initiation, which, see what it says? Avatar Christhood. That's what it is. That's the Avatar. The world teacher, the changer of hearts. You see? That is the Avatar. And so he or she, is also responsible for uniting the elementals, the higher, the lower, the humans, and the subhuman creatures together. That's the Avatar. And that was Ong, and that was Kyoshi. And Rogue, Avatar Rogue. So these were clearly just examples and how vastly different they were, and how their life experience shaped the avatar that they became. It's true though. Avatar's great. You should watch it. It's inspiring as well. So anyway, I think I'm going to go now. I'm tired. I'll probably have to take another shower to freshen up and like wake up a little bit. But then I'm probably going to head to bed by 9 o'clock. So I hung out with you all day from the time I got up, to the time I went to bed. And I enjoyed myself. I hope that you enjoyed me rambling on for literally 8 hours and 20 minutes. I am a champion rambler talking to myselfler. You cannot beat me at this. Oh, you're still here, sweetheart. Good. I thought you were gone. What are you doing? Playing video games or something? Listening to me? I do hope everything's going well. Last time you put a sad face. I think it was just you were sad because you were missing my lives. But I do hope that stuff's good. Were you here when I talked about... oh, you were streaming a horror game. Okay. Were you here when I told you the chat here that I saw this video from Portugal? All these people were pushing on the bus, and it was horrible. I don't know if you saw that, but if that's what it's like there for you, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh no, that was horrible. It was like if you had like a container and you poured like a bunch of beads into it, like so many like peppercorns, you know what I mean? Just so many trying to pile into all one space. But this is the actual bus, and they're all like piling in. This lady was literally like spun around. I don't even know where this one fella popped out of. Like I don't even know where he came out of. It was something else, but that was so crazy. But yeah, if you missed that, yeah, all clogged up here. Yes, see, he knows what I'm talking about. Oh my god, it was the lady, like the lady's like hanging onto the front of the bus, like she was spun around, her bags up in the air, all kinds of, oh my Lanta, it was wild. It was wild. The bus driver did not know what to do. So yeah, you think you know that video? I'll never forget that. If that happened to me, I would have been traumatized for life, getting pushed around and shoved around like that by all those people. Oh my goodness. Oh, did they? They broke. Well, they were shoving that bus door. Like it was unbelievable. I mean, I know, like I said, there's so many. Like, you ever seen the people in India and they're like on top of the train and like hanging on to the side of the freaking train? There's so many people that they don't have enough room. You know, you got to get to work. Like, I totally get it, but I'm not sure if it's got to be like that there. You don't need to be like that there, you know? So, and people are not happy about being treated like that, and that's everywhere though. It's yeah, the world's in a pretty I guess the birthing pains are a lot stronger now of something, to be born new. And we all know that things need to crumble down first to have something new. So that's the only thing I can give you about that. Cycles have to end. Sometimes it's pretty messy. Yeah, a lot of people in Europe, it's the same things they're saying, that they're afraid to go out at night, that, the gang violence and the thievery and the people getting stabbed and beat up and all kinds of shit has gone way up, you know. I haven't had a problem here where I live, and sometimes I go out and it's later at night. I always stay more in lit areas, and where I live is relatively safe, so I don't know, but it it's wild out there. But I'm pretty sure it's like almost like these chaotic birthing pains, like really in it now, like it's pain, like she's really screaming, because it's almost there. But I mean, your hoo-ha's like this fucking big and it's hurting. Oh, you know what Jenny told me about having a baby? She goes, Lacey, I split open from my asshole to my belly button. Yes, she did. I split open from the asshole to the belly button. That's a big rip. Okay, of course she's exaggerating, but that's what she said about it. That's what was having a baby. I remember that. Yeah. So, yeah, yeah. A girl was stabbed 150 times here in Portugal. No one helped. They watched. People are too afraid. They're too afraid in this world. But you know what it says? That the Christ returns when we need it the most. So it's not that it's literally people get paralyzed with fear. They don't want that to happen to them. There is look, I was in a taxi once, okay? And this was here in Sudbury. We were going across the bridge and there was a woman attempting to end her story early on the bridge. I had told the taxi driver to stop, that I was going to try to save her life. Okay? But when I saw the police officer there, I was so afraid she would shoot me for interfering that I didn't do anything. The lady slipped off the bridge and died because the cop didn't do anything either. Okay? But sometimes people are so afraid they can't find that bravery within them. I mean, of course, I feel terrible that I didn't get out of the taxi, but I will confess it, that, and I mean, that was a test. I failed. And I know I did. And that's how God knew I wasn't ready, because I failed. But that's okay. I might be tested again, and this time, despite what the consequences will be, I'm going to act differently because I want to prove the divine wrong that I can do it. You see? But what I'm saying is that especially if it was a religious thing that had anything to do with anything like that, like, I know that there was an incident, I think it was in Canada, where there was almost an honor killing, where the whole family almost beat this teenage girl to the end, and everyone stood around and watched. So I'm not sure what to say about it other than that, but I clearly feel for that poor young lady that nobody helped, but at the same time, I'm guilty. I didn't save that woman. I could have, but I was too afraid of the cop. I'll confess it to you. Yeah. So I think about that sometimes because she was the last, like her and me, we made eye contact. And I let her down. Yeah. I'll never forget. That's how you don't do things twice, right? But that's the thing now. Maybe those people thought they should stay safe and they didn't protect that girl. Maybe they thought, oh, she did something to deserve it. No one deserves that kind of end, just like that lady did not deserve to end that way. No matter what. The police officer had no compassion. She stood there with one arm on her car door, but one hand on her gun. Why? This woman was in distress. Trust me. Like it says, heroes often fail. We do. But you learn from it. You try to do better next time. Yeah. Like, of course, stay safe. Like, don't be going out at night. Just don't go. If it's really that not safe, don't go. If you have a friend over and it becomes dark, have a place for them on the couch. You know what I'm saying? That's just what we got to do. Unfortunately, until, well, I would often say speak up. Because it's not, you can be the avatar. It doesn't need to be somebody like Kiyoshi or Ang. You can be the changer of hearts, and you have that power. You don't need to have the power of the elements. You have the greatest power of all, your heart and your mind, the soul that you were created with. So if you speak a message to people, like I said, it's unfortunate that they wouldn't do something to abolish religion, because that would honestly solve a lot of our problems like that. And if they could only do something to prove like that, all of the religions were false. I mean, one world, like worshiping the divine creator, right? I don't mean to seem like forced religion is a good idea, but either abolish it completely and, to go back to nature and all of that, and the divine creator in a sense where it created all things in nature, even giving it a mathematical like signature, like a sign off of a divine creator, like,
you know? Well, I don't know. I don't know if it's cold as ice or if they become that way out of, like I said, a fear and a need for survival. You know, it's not necessarily that I think down on them in a that they're weak or nothing like that. It, like I said, you need to have things to be tested. And yes, I failed that one, and that was a big one. Okay, she died, but there have been others I've passed. You know. So it's not that they're cold, it's that as a form of self-protection, I think. Maybe it's just that they don't have they can't take it. There's only so much when the elastic is pulled, you know, and maybe different elastics, but I don't judge people. Like maybe they could, you know, get on a lot better with things than me in certain sense, you know? We're not going to all be good at the same thing. But yeah, I was too afraid I was going to get shot that day or interfering with police business or whatever, you know? And then I would have ended up getting her killed by accident. So I definitely hesitated. I should have just done it. No, she had no interest in helping this lady. This woman was homeless. So what did they fucking care? And I knew that because I saw her once and I got her a pop. We have a pop machine in the building. And so I took her money. I said, well, I'll get in trouble for letting you in here because there's a security guard that sits there. So give me your money. I'll buy you a pop. So I go over and I put the money in and I buy a pop and then I give it to her. You know what I mean? Yeah. That's how I knew who she was. And I'd seen her before. And she had this red burgundy hair and she was in a red long burgundy coat, the same one that I seen her in. So it was a test from divine and I fucking failed. So don't think that I sit around thinking that I'm a fucking hero. Because I don't. I'm the hero of my own life, but I don't have a fucking hero complex because, like, I fucked up hard then. I'll probably always remember that. The way how scared she was. Should have fucking saved her. But I didn't. So if that helps you understand anymore, even me, you know? But honestly, if you can help, do. Even if it means you need to pitch a fucking brick at the person's head who's doing the stabbing. Grab a fucking brick and knock them one, you know? Well, try not to kill them, though, because then you're going to be in big trouble. I don't know, maybe to be safe, just take a brick to the kneecap. Because you got to make sure that they don't turn around and come after you, right? So you got to hit them hard enough to get them off the person that they're hurting. But you got to make sure that they're not going to turn around and come after you. So, I mean, if your kneecaps, if you hit them in the head, you might risk killing them. You're not going to kill somebody if you bust up their kneecap. You're not going to be doing much stabbing when your knee's sticking out. So maybe that's a better option. But if you can help, do. Even if it means, like I said, throwing a fucking brick.
They always do tell you not to be the hero because sometimes, in most cases, especially if you don't know what you're doing, you end up getting hurt, right? But that's why I said if you're going to do something like that, you're going to make sure they're not going to get back up to come after you. Well, yeah, it's true. Thank you. A hero can fail too, but willing to help is what heroes do. Yeah. Yeah. You know? Yeah. But it's pretty sad. So it's weird though, because like even in Canada, if somebody tries to break into my house and I attack them, I'm gonna get hurt. I'm gonna get charged for assault for defending my home and myself. Yep. So basically, they could come in here, start stabbing my cats to death. I can't do anything. But that doesn't mean I'm not gonna. Too bad. Too bad. So, you'd never get close to the cats. I'd be on you. Mm-hmm. So, yeah. I do wish I had a husband and I didn't live alone. I do. Not that I can't handle it, but it's less stressful, But yeah, that's the place where I live, this shithole. Yeah. Yeah, I know, honey. But you could go home if you wanted to. You know what I mean? You have family. They just don't live by you. It sucks living alone. It does. You feel less secure. I know what you mean. But like if it gets really that bad, you can go home. Power in numbers, right? Your whole family can beat the shit out of somebody. Yeah. Each take a turn. Hope coins fly out. Like in Super Mario, Everybody gets paid. And the criminal gets a beating. So, But yeah, if I could and I had people like that, if I had a family, I would go home. Yeah, I would. Yeah. Yeah. I was just thinking about this video where I was watching people with sandal skills, and there was this Latino lady, and she tells her daughter to start running down the road. And the girl just starts running. She's hysterically laughing. And then this woman throws the sandal through the air, and it hits her daughter directly on the head as she's running at high speed. And she's far away now, too. It was awesome. It was a really good hit. Like, that is some skill with a sandal. I was impressed. So I was just thinking that, like, sandals flying, because, like, I don't mean to be, like, stereotypical or rude or anything, but the sandal thing is a Spanish thing, too, I'm pretty sure. It's an Asian thing, an Indian thing. I think in, like, hot countries, anywhere where you have a hot country, the sandal is, like, the equivalency of the belt. So, just sandals flying. I'd fucking beat somebody with a sandal. You can't die from being beat with a sandal, but it's going to really hurt. Yeah, I know. Well, I just sit on the floor. I've always been sitting on the floor. I explained that before. I do have a couch, but I don't like sitting on it. Because it reminds me of Mister. I don't want a new couch. So. But yeah, I know. I'm really good at talking. And sitting on the floor. You're right. Yeah, the law isn't working anywhere, I know, but it's designed that way. They did that on purpose. The only ones that benefit are the ones at the top of the pyramid. The rest of us are suffering. They leave the criminals on the streets. They can keep causing us fucking problems.
All they do is let the pedophiles go here. So, no, we don't really see the aurora borealis here. I'm a little bit, well, I'm far north, but I'm not far enough. But also, we are in the crater of a meteor hole. So, I'm at lower elevation. We are sitting ducks. What do you mean? Yeah, I don't know. I think I've always enjoyed sitting on the floor. I really have. Even before, I wouldn't sit on the couch that often. I sat on the floor. Even in my old apartment. Yeah, I'd have company. They'd sit on the couch. I'd sit on the floor. Yeah. I don't know. So yeah, wow. I definitely didn't expect it to be a day like this. I was like, oh, I'm just going to show everybody my clothes. And, you know, I did absolutely nothing today. Well, except for this. And I ate. Well, wait a minute. Damian, wasn't it you that said that you wear the red ribbon on your wrist? In my book, to symbolize the pact with the demon, they put a red ribbon around their wrist. Who wears that? Madonna. So we were talking about soul eaters and soul collectors today. Like, the thing is, and I found something in this book. I got to upload a video. It's probably, I don't know, going to be either late tonight or tomorrow. I don't know. But yeah, in this, and it talks about that in there. And just seeing you reminded me of that because of where does it say that? I don't remember, but I'm sure that I read something about that. A red ribbon around the wrist. I don't know. Good spirits willingly lend their assistance to any worthy enterprise, but evil spirits serve only those who live to pervert and destroy or deceive. I don't know where I read that. I know I'm not making it up. I've seen it somewhere. Yeah, the Scarlet Council, and that has to do with that red ribbon thing. I can't find out where it is. I don't remember.
Oh, so even people like Napoleon, he had a little red demon. Oh my God, even Socrates. So it's about the type of elemental you're capable of invoking. That's why not a lot of people have had an Asura like I have. He's rare, like a rare Pokemon. But even the daemon of Socrates deserted the philosopher when the sentence of death was passed. Huh. Sorry, I just got a bit distracted. I was really trying to find where it said about the red ribbon. But I don't know. Oh, I don't know. Oh, first secure a thread of red silk that has been spun or twisted to the left instead of the right. Again, the left being because it's black magic, okay? That's what it was. Sorry. Good thing I found it. But it made me think about the red thing on the wrist. Sorry. I'm glad I found it. Because I knew there was something that wasn't quite right, but I remembered there it is. It's red silk. A thread, so like a string. I don't know what concentric means. I know. What's a concentric circle? That looks like the ice walls. Wait. Three concentric circles. fuck is this? It looks exactly like this. I'm not going to do it, of course, but what the fuck? Well, there's two here, but those are concentric circles, and then one more on the outside. Those would be 3 concentric circles. It looks just like this. Well, no, because this is not encouraging you. This is a serious warning to never do this. Never, ever. You missed a lot of this. No, this is not something that you do. This is me trying to figure shit out a little bit that I probably shouldn't be doing out loud. But that's bizarre. I thought that's what it meant. But I wasn't sure if it was like 3 circles that like intersected each other, you know? I didn't know if that's what it meant or not. And then it looks exactly like the ice wall, or kind of like this. Those would be concentric circles, right? One circle inside another, inside another. Anyway, that's bizarre. I think the aliens feel shamed. Well, I definitely think, well, aliens aren't aliens, right? Okay, so I explained this. It's only alien because they're foreign to us now. We don't remember them. So there are ultra dimensionals, which are humans from our ancient past that discovered interdimensional travel. Probably seeing this happen again. It's not the first time this happened to civilizations, but seeing it happen anytime, whether it be the first time or the last time, is always going to be really difficult, you know? Dummy, I'm not sure what you mean by your comment, but if you're really not taking this warning seriously, Soul Eaters is what it was titled, and you risk your immortal soul. Like forever. This thing owns you, so that's what we're talking about, a pact with an elemental demon. And I mean, it's not a mistake about the word. It's not like the Christian, oh, everything's a demon. No, it's a fucking demon. So, and after your contract it's over, it owns you. It's not just the elites that have done this, okay? People, the regular person, anyone can get a hold of this book, and anyone can do this. That's how easily accessible it is. But the thing is that it's so dangerous. It's so fucking dangerous. It even says that was taken from a book from Germany that was burned. That, what I just talked about, is an extract from a book from Dr. Frost Wittenberg, 1524. So this stuff isn't a joke. And at first you might think, because I've heard stories like this, you think nothing happens, and then stuff starts to happen and you realize that it worked. I've heard some really scary stories of things that people did that went very badly. Yeah. So I said before, I'm aware that there's going to be some idiot that does this to raise themselves up. I mean, they'll give you whatever you want. And it doesn't matter, even if it's just how the world sees you. Like, oh, so you want everybody to think you're an alien ambassador? Okay, we can help you do that. You know what I mean? But in the end, and you change. Like, I've dealt with this a lot, and like I said, sometimes the people are in there so long that it's all they know now, and so they don't want to leave. So they'll fight you as hard as possible.
to keep things the way that they are for them. So they're used to it now. It's just the way it is. And that's difficult for all of us. Like, they would have had to let me go if I didn't if I had gone down a different path, if I didn't end up the way we are today, it could happen still. And even after all the work that the spirit realm and I have done together, it's just the way it goes. Because you do choose your own fate. And so that's why with choices, like I told you about that video game, the Knights of the Old Republic, it determines whether you could become a Sith or a Jedi. Yeah. So like I was saying all day, is that there's this push about artificial body, you know. They call it transhumanism. But like Neuralink and chips in the body and things like this, they'll bribe you with youth and super intelligence and, adding 30, 40, 50 years to your life or whatever. But the Claustrum oil does this for you naturally. You don't need those things. So it's like they are replacing it artificially, like with AI. People are asking it like the questions of the universe, but really you should be asking yourself this to figure it out within you. You'll never need that AI because you'll always be able to think for yourself. So okay. There's no getting out of it once you do it. I mean, it's hard. Like I said, it's hard to break that kind of a contract. And it has a lot to do with the individual freeing themselves. I honestly don't know if I've done the right thing or not. But like, I'm not doing it out of revenge or to hurt anybody or anything like that. It's mostly I'm hoping that I'm not sure. Maybe they'll stop, turn around, change their mind. I don't know. Maybe it is interfering in people's fates. They made a choice. You made a pact with a fucking demon. What if they don't know it was? I know it's not my responsibility. That's one of the saddest things. And then you're stuck doing fucked up shit. That's why Corey Good can't stop. It's not just because he wants to keep making money. He'll die. It'll drain his life force and he'll die. He's already looking like the Crypt Keeper. Oh my gosh. It hit me a little in the emotion. I just wish that they probably don't actually believe it's a demon. They probably think it's something great and it makes them feel chosen, like they're a somebody now or whatever. They don't realize what it actually is. It took me a long time to see the Asura for what it is, even if it is a part of me. So that's why. But I got emotional because I was really hoping. He told the truth. Corey Good told the truth in that deposition. And it really helped me understand what they were doing and understood about their esoteric religion. But just because I understood doesn't mean I agree. But I really, really thought, I know. It's all right if you're like, what an idiot. It's okay. I feel kind of stupid about it too. But I had faith. I really hoped. Because he could have helped a lot of those people, telling them the truth, and that would have freed him at least of some of the consequences. Doing good things can help you. I mean, they must be terrified, because these things are scary. At first, it will be all good, but eventually, the longer they're around, they break. Like, remember I told you, the Asura fucked up when it said, I'll give you my powers back if you combine with me. I was like, oh no. I knew right away, because my power comes from the divine creator and the divine creator only, not from you or anybody else. From me and the divine creator in me, see? Yeah. That connection. Not with them. So, and just because I understand what they are doesn't mean that I have negative feelings or positive feelings. It's a very neutral, realizing that they're all children. All of these things are children of the divine creator like I am. So, but they must be scared because they know what will happen. They may not know at first, I don't know. Say if Elena has done this, maybe he's told her that it's going to be wonderful and they're going to be making love and flying all over the fucking galaxy. You know what I mean? They probably make it sound really good, but that doesn't mean they're telling the truth. That's what I'm worried about. Especially if you've already been through pain in your life. Like I was thinking about in the kitchen that got me emotional was that not everybody deals with child abuse and the stuff that goes on, because he did. Corey Good admitted, to having a rough childhood, but he was abused and he probably had an asshole father, but he was, and he went through it, and you can tell that's where that comes from in him. And they prey on people like this, not only strong. But of course, if you have like, the Sith will always go after people like they did with Anakin, especially people that feel very big and hurt very deeply, because they're able to take them to the dark side. And that's what happens with that. But I suppose they become afraid of it. It's not a weakness. They should be afraid. But when it gets to that time, it's going to be worse. If they think it's scary now. I mean, they done everything they could have. They do all kinds of fucked up shit. They turn into my animals, rip themselves apart. They used to turn into my adopted mom, chasing me the fuck around. I wrote about that in my book. I've been through it, so I know what they're like. I didn't put two and two together. I had a feeling, but I wasn't sure how they would do something like this, how it would be freely available like this. So easy. And like I said, easy. It's almost like, do you remember when that monkey took that giant diamond inside the tiger thing in Aladdin? He just couldn't help himself. It was the one thing he was not supposed to touch. But because of it's right there, he took it. You see? But just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. And then look what happened. The whole place got fucked up. As crazy as it sounds, and they probably wouldn't help, or want me to help rather, that it's most likely they would probably cast dark magic against me to try to stop me. But I'd still like to try to help them. Isn't that crazy? Maybe I am crazy. Because I can take care of the thing that's behind them. They just have to let go of it first. I can't do it. Like I said, I knew that with my drawing that the Shadowtrons were inside the person. But if you're hurting the person, you got to draw that out, the shadow out. The person's innocent. It's almost like a demonic possession, but not really. I've seen it like this when I was younger, and that's why I called them Shadowtrons, and now why they're the 7 deadly sins. We talked about this. All these different influences, things that are within our beast nature that we must overcome. But there are beings almost like they can smell these things. It's almost what they like to feed off of, whether it be greed, lust, envy, wrath, harming people. Thus, this is why Wrath, I gave him a black eye. Tough little fucker with a black eye. And then Lust is beside him. And then we have Sloth, Greed, and Gluttony is right long, like his limbs are hanging around, because the more he eats, the bigger he gets. And Greed looks like a little robber. And they seem small, but they grow quite large the bigger they get and consume. Sloth is like the lazy dog. And then we have Green with Envy. And then we have the biggest wearing the crown, Pride. So I always knew this. And you will see how they're inspired by Sailor Moon in my video. Because you see them, the shadow and the Negaverse represented there, and also that it even has an opening like Star Wars, which is pretty funny. It has like the words rolling up the screen in the English version. Thank you. Yeah, I have my own unique art style. I don't think I am a super artist or anything. I don't think I'm Nyako Takeuchi or anything that can draw like this, or even like that. She drew these things. You see? That's her. She drew that. That's so cute. See how Sailor Mars has like the white shirt, the white collar shirt with the little scarf? Yeah. Nyako Takeuchi was quite into high fashion and stuff when she was young too. But she drew all that. I don't think I'm her, you know what I mean? But I do have a unique art style myself. And I like my art. So, I mean, she was 20 years old, and 20 is still quite young in Japan. They have a coming of age ceremony at 20. So even at 17, they're still considered little girls, you know? Stop reading manga and go study. Sailor Mercury. Amy. Ami. So, yeah. So, thank you. I like my art. And I always envisioned myself like this is me as a superhero. Using the Aether. This is just like an antenna, conductor rod, something to transmute it. Even though you don't need it. I can use my body for that. But that's why it's coming through the arm and up through the other hand. You see? Yeah, that's what that is. So, it's dripping out of the air, combining from the left and right, combining into the mana ball, which I'm siphoning it into the body. So, cool, huh? And my cape attaches at the bottom of my pants, not at the back of my neck. I don't know if you can see that. My hair is kind of in the way. But yeah, the cape attaches to the bottom of the pants. And I can pull it up over me to cover me as a top so that I'm not as uncovered on the top. But yeah, that's me as a superhero. I drew that. With my adventures in the spirit realm, I drew this. That's Osiris, Anubis, and Isis. Well, I mean, I do when I'm inspired. The last thing I think I drew, I should be embarrassed. I'm not, though. This is bad. I drew fucking Claudio there. Look at him. There's spaceships in the background. Oh, I thought he was a spaceman superhero, okay? But he's not. So I just, I got my heart broken all those years ago. I stopped singing. And I'll draw again when I feel inspired to. But yeah. Thanks, everybody. Well, I mean, you could show lots of people your artwork. If you take pictures of it and make a YouTube channel and put it in a little slideshow video, you could show everybody, Dommy. I would love to see it. So why don't you show people? It could be something that you could focus on, something you could do. Post your artwork, right? Even on DeviantArt or whatever. Well, people steal a lot of artwork on there, so be careful. It's kind of best to make a video. Thanks, Dommy. Well, I got clever like this. It's from experience. So I'm not great at everything, and I feel like if I'm making a mistake, I could put these people in danger and I don't want to. You see what I'm saying? I would feel so bad if something happened to Claudio because I said this kind of stuff and he didn't do it. But there's so many things that don't add up about the whole thing. I've talked about it a lot today. A lot. The fuck was that? Oh, I guess just like a Oh, that's what that is. Okay, there's like a tray there, and when I move, the light shadow moves there. It's nothing. I thought it was a fucking bug or something. Sometimes a big old spider runs across the floor, which is fine because I let them live so they'll eat anything else. Or the cats will eat it. But you should. I know I said I'd open a Discord and all that, but I have to pay for my cell phone for them to send me a stupid code just to open a Discord, just for that. So pay $40 to put on my cell phone to receive one code. That's why I didn't do it. You know? So I did attempt to, so that there, I guess, I don't even know what it is. I was trying to figure out what it is, sign up for it, right? Well, I couldn't. I don't know what it is. I'm pretty sure it's a forum and you might be able to post your artwork there. I think, but I can't get it working. I have Telegram, but a lot of people don't use that, right? That's okay. I understand. I didn't realize that a lot of people were against it now. I just didn't know about any other social media, and they don't really restrict what you're posting. Like, you're not going to be like YouTube or whatever. So I don't know. I thought that Twitter and everything was the same. Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. Oh wait, it's not called Twitter anymore. It's called X. Okay. Okay, well, I should really probably go. I've said that a few times now, but I've been on for 9 hours. I've been talking for 9 hours. 9 hours. But yeah, I guess it's just life experience, things that I've studied, other people's experiences that I've listened to, observations made, all that, you know? I knew they must have done something. I tried everything. I was so mad. I was so upset and so hurt. I thought I was the fucking bad guy. I thought I was evil because no one would fucking help me. No one was bringing my ass to Neptune. Corey Good was like, oh, I'm in the secret space program, blah, 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 blah. They were all fucking bullshitting. I didn't know, you know? But I thought I had done something wrong. But no, you're not supposed to be given stuff like that. And who would encourage other people to deceive for personal gain? Doesn't matter if you're giving little bits of truth, you're still deceiving them. Like, that UFO guy in town was so pissed off because I got contact and he didn't. He was such a dick to me about that, and stuck in the same place for 30 fucking years. Well, why are you mad at me for that? Get mad at them for that, you know? Yes, I have seen the Mothman prophecies. Hey, First Contact, glad you're still here. It's about interdimensional beings that predict natural. Yeah. Well, get this. So the elementals can affect the elements. So in Missing 411, when you hear about a case of somebody disappearing, okay, and then there's like a weather event, a freak snowstorm, a rainstorm that helps, like, stops them tracking the person. This is from the elementals because they literally manipulate the elements. Yeah. I said earlier, I was like, they couldn't figure out some cases of death. They figured it was hypothermia, and that's the reason why they took their clothes off, but they were face down in a river naked, and they couldn't find a cause of death. And they hadn't been there that long, and the life force was drained out of the body. That's what it was. And then they bring them into their dimension. They could even sexually assault them, drain their life force, and then put them back. And with Missing 411, we have the interdimensional beings, but we also have subhuman creatures like Bigfoot. Well, that's what I'm talking about. The Dyatlov Pass tragedy, well, they probably ran into some interdimensional beings that don't like humans very much. Could have been that. If it wasn't secret military in Russia with their types of craft, whatever they've got going on, because they've always had Red Mercury and stuff like that. Scott was the one who came in and talked about that too when we were talking about Red Mercury. So they've always had that there. So they clearly also have a secret space program that the rest of us don't know about. You know what I'm saying? They have their China does. They have these all their secret spacecraft, right? Yeah. Like the TR-3B for America, but different ones. So, what you guys doing? Marvin. 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 Where are you, baby? Oh, there you are. What are you doing back there? What are you doing back there, you scared of mama? What are you doing? Okay. What are you doing? Oh, I found her. She's hiding behind the TV stand. I thought she was stuck somewhere, but she was just messing around behind the TV. Well, the thing is all those people could have done the right thing with their knowledge. I just don't think that they had faith in others. I understand, forgive me for the term, but the stupidity of humanity. But if they were treated, like I said, like a brother and sister, spoken to, like they say, what they feel may be, I'm not saying for sure, but it is indeed easier to fool someone than to convince them how badly they've been fooled. But with the right education, like just learning about the Claustrum's oil, like I said, it changes so much. You see things a lot differently, and then it unfolds more and more from there. I believe that's truly what it means to have faith in your fellow man and woman. Just like I would want somebody to have faith in me, right? So I appreciate the compliment, but it makes me sad, because they could have done so much more. Like Corey Good, even after his court deposition, could have been like, you know what, you guys, I have to tell you something straight out so that you understand. But he didn't want to, because it would affect his revenue. And he feels okay with making people think, oh, people believe false things all the time. He's totally okay with it. Again, there's a little short clip. It's like 2 minutes long. And everything you need to hear. Esoteric religion. He's never been to space. It's meditative practices, astral travel, all of that. There's no aliens. It's dimensional. So are the Anshar real? No. He answers all the questions. So it's just that people don't watch it. They don't want to, or they believe like I'm some type of bully or whatever, right? Yeah, that's what's happened. Or even if anybody else, like Stephen Campion's tried to get people to watch it, those guys that Hidden in Plain Sight, it's just that these people, they think because of the way, all three of us like curse and whatever, get angry sometimes or whatever, think that we're bad people or whatever. I don't deal with either of those channels anymore because we have totally different styles of dealing with things, and it's not my my particular preferred flavor, you know what I'm saying, like the way I do things. So, but I appreciate the effort of what they've exposed, but it's just too much for me. Like I do not like the R word, and just how calling a lot of David Wilcock's followers morons. And yes, I know. I was once a moron too, though. And like I said, you can't fix someone else's stupidity directly, but you can help them fix their own stupidity. Like, education is the solution to ignorance, right? But we can only truly teach people by being our true and real selves, by living by example, showing by example, you know? Mm-hmm. Like by not wearing makeup and sitting here as I am. I hope that, like other women have told me when they were here, that's inspirational, that helps them, give them the courage to do so, right? So be the change you wish to see in the world. That's what that means, And I suppose in the end, because I was once a person that couldn't leave the house or be seen without makeup on years and years ago, especially as a teenager, especially in school, I would always be wearing makeup of some kind. And it's very liberating to feel like you don't need to do that anymore. So, to remote view. Oh, she doesn't need any cat treats, though. Mervin's getting a little chunky. So I have to... here I am trying to have Salem lose weight, and then, So, well, she's not really, but she's healthy. So, but yeah, definitely is doing very well in the calorie department. So I don't give them treats very often. A treat for them is if I'm making a sandwich, and I do have a bag of treats, but they don't get them that often. I give them a piece of my turkey, if I'm having a turkey sandwich, that's good. Little piece of sandwich meat. Thank you. Welcome back, mages. I know, I'm still going. I'm okay. I'm not having a bad day. It's just like one of these times where I've had a difficult week where I had no one to talk about any of the shit that was bothering me, or like I had no one to vent to when Veed would fuck me over and I lost all that good content. Like there was nobody there to be like, you know what, babe? You know what, Lacey? It's okay. It's going to be all right. Give me a hug. Let's have a hot chocolate. You know what I mean? There's just, there isn't any of that. So that's why sometimes like I'll have a little bit of a blow up in my blog post, or I'll have a really long live stream, because I just don't have these outlets of connections for communication with people that I love and who love me, and there's a mutual trust and understanding of and a feeling of safety like you're supposed to have with your family. I've really never known that. Feeding the poor of the world. It's a good thing. But there's no need for anyone to be hungry or poor. The only reason why that is because the people at the top of the freaking pyramid, and they want it like that. I know, you guys, but I understand, and I'm so appreciative, Magus. You're not the only person. I'm not trying to undervalue what you've just said to me. Anytime you need someone to talk to, I'm that friend always, and I'm so grateful for that. But I was saying earlier, please don't take it offensively, but I find it so difficult to connect with others, especially because you and I will never meet in person. You could be anyone. You see what I'm saying? It's difficult for me. I talked about it earlier. It may be my CPTSD that makes it feel like, this. I so appreciate the sentiment, though. I know, here I am wishing for that, but it's like, I guess I never really did have that with Jenny. It was just in my head, She never really fucking loved me like that. I was a fool. Always laughing at me with her gang of friends. Oh, it was an imaginary friend. No, it fucking wasn't, lady. Oh. So, I don't know. I'm sorry. I love talking to you guys like this, but I don't even know how I'd be if y'all came over right now. I think I might fucking have a panic attack. I've been alone so long. Like I talked about this earlier that, you know, that lady did call me and I went to a church bazaar and I actually got a cool sewing basket, but I'm not using it for sewing, but still. And well, it was draining, not fulfilling. You see? It was the same as it always was, and it's not what I'm looking for in my life. I don't want to call someone and then wait a week to get a call back. She showed up with a man that she didn't even tell me she was bringing. He was all right. He was a nice fella. But she didn't even mention it at all. So when I buzzed her in and I opened the door, there's this fella standing there. I've been isolated a long time. Even though I want these things, like I talked about earlier, I'm not quite sure how to obtain them. You know, I've been alone so long that I don't know what the fuck to talk to people about anymore. I get through it, but it's not as easy as it used to be. And when I got home, I remember, and I know this because it's not like they're bad people. It's not that. It's just, like I said, it feels like instead of after hanging out with somebody, you feel like charged and fulfilled and feeling good, you feel drained. You shouldn't feel like that, you know? But yeah, I guess it scares me a little, you know, that I've spent so much time getting to know people and opening myself up to them. This is why it's so easy for me to do it on the internet, because I've done it so many times and had people betray me and stab me in the back or just end up leaving my life that it it's already happened. I mean, like, what's the worst the internet could fucking do, you know? And like, I know people could be picking on me and saying rumors and this and that, blah, 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 but that's always happened anyway. Not wishing for or asking for it, but like, that's why this is just so easy for me to sit here and talk, because I've done it so many times. And it's just like, well, I love me just the way I am. I don't want to talk about, I don't want to lessen myself. I don't want to annoy people, but I didn't talk about anything weird. I tried to talk about whatever they wanted to talk about. They didn't ask me much about myself. I don't know, like, or it was just regular chit chatty type of stuff. It just, I don't know. I guess it was nice to get out, but I mean, I think that they're under the impression that I like do nothing and sit in my house every day because I don't share what I actually do with my life, you know? I didn't even mention that I was writing a book or that I had written one. They didn't give me the chance, so yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Oh well. I tried. And no, I know you meant it so genuinely and kindly, and I'm sorry. It's you're not the first one. I give that response probably every time. Mostly because I don't want to hurt other people too, right? Like, I withdraw. Sometimes I don't go on Telegram for days and days, and I've already had to tell two people that I speak to, like, I promise I'll get back to you. There's several messages waiting for me. It's just that I get so overwhelmed, even sometimes in my own world, that I feel a little like selfish that and these people never say that, and they're always like, no, I understand, like, it's totally fine, you know, and I'm sure they do mean it. I know that they do. They're understanding people, but I just sometimes I can't, either I can't get it working, or I can't handle interacting with anybody at all, even on an online sense. So But if everyone had what they need, even with a universal income, so that they weren't struggling, it would cease to and not take care of a lot of needless suffering. Suffering is a part of life. It's the needless suffering that we need to take care of, but it won't work until we have. It's like having a cancer taking over, eating away at the body. Eventually, it's going to destroy the entire system, the body. So you need to cut the cancer out. And unfortunately, I don't think people like Jeff Bezos are going to wake up one day and be like, I don't want to be greedy anymore. I told you, if they're going to hell, they're going to take as many people as they can with them. So I don't see it changing anytime soon unless they are forced to change. They're not going to change on their own. I don't think so. So that's what I mean. Like, and it goes down these family lines and it's bred into them in a way, almost like a sickness. But they don't know they're sick. They think they're the best people in the world. Savers of humanity. Mm-hmm. Just wrecking the rainforest. But they are the saviors of us all. Yeah. What's Salem's dating life like? My cat? He's fixed. He's never had sex. He's technically a eunuch. But now he's got a little girlfriend with Marv. But they don't have sex because, like, he doesn't have that urge. Like, even when she's in heat, he just looks at her like, what the fuck's wrong with you? And walks away. He's not interested at all. So, but I know I appreciate you all being here with me today, off and on, some consistently, for literally 9.5 hours. The longest I ever went was 16 hours. 16, I'm pretty sure. And it only saved 12, and we lost all the rest of it. And it was a really fun live. We had a really good time for 16 hours. Yep. Yeah. And I talked just like this, showing books and everything the whole fucking time, eating the whole time. Yeah. So, and to a certain degree, it's like therapy for me. Like, I feel better now, not holding it inside of me. Feel better. But I don't know, like, well, I've already said what needs to be said. I'm just repeating myself now. Being wrong about this could be really bad. Oh, I can't deny the similarities, so. I mean, I've already talked about it, but I could easily just put this live away and be done with it, right? I mean, of course, I don't encourage you to go out and hurt anyone. Like, even if they have, you can't do anything about it. Beating them up won't solve anything. It's not going to make them a better person. So I definitely don't encourage anything like that. I just, what the fuck do you do? Because clearly they were too stupid to know better. I don't care. I don't care if that hurts your fucking feelings. You were dumb to make a pact with a fucking demon. Stupid. Oh, everyone thought the Sir was a demon, eh? No. Well, maybe sort of, but there was no pact signing. And I didn't call it. Although it probably, like I said, you match energies from parallel realms, So it could be, a demonic version of me. Just like real bad. But again, I'm wondering. I don't have like a bad feeling, but I am worried about the consequences, right? Of like, if you're not right, if I'm wrong. But I don't have a feeling, especially with David Wilcock and whatever that Archangel Michael thing is. Oh, I didn't realize it was sitting weird like that. And Corey Good, Billy Carson. It's getting in Billy Carson all kinds of trouble lately with a bunch of people. He had the lawsuit thing going on, just like Corey Good. But I don't know if it's because I hoped for more with Claudio and of him, like that. No, he's not going to be like them. He's different. Like I can't say that I feel the same. But then again, there's been so little, right? So am I putting what I hope and feel into him? Probably. Because if I'm wrong, it is an attack, and it's unnecessary, especially if it's not something that they're particularly guilty of, if they didn't do this. With the deception, lying about space, it's hard for me to tell. They're too fucking tricky and deceptive. Hey, Salem Jenkins. See, there's also a lot of power in being mysterious. Now, I believe there's power in what I am doing, of being this vulnerable. But there's also power in the opposite. And I feel that's a lot of what he does. A lot of Claudio, he keeps himself a mystery. And so it's like, it leaves all of this open to assumption. He's smart. Really, really, really intelligent. But if he did that, that's probably the dumbest thing he's ever done in his life. To make a pact with a fucking demon. Oh, now I'm going to have to go looking for your ass in the afterlife. See, this disturbs me. It does. It's not something that I don't want to hurt them. I wish I could help them. They could help so many people by telling them the fucking truth. The whole truth and nothing but, just as it is. You don't need to be an ambassador. You don't need to raise yourself up above these people. This is not what the Avatar does. It's the changer of hearts. You don't change hearts by fucking lying and deceiving to them. That's how you break hearts. I'm smoking a bowl and then I'm going to go to bed. All right, y'all? I know. I'm going this long. We were just talking about, remember that 16-hour live stream I did? Yeah.
Oh, that's okay. I miss walking my dog. I'm glad you get to do that. Hope you had a nice time outside. Did I go outside today? No, I didn't. I wanted to open my package, and that's all I was going to do. And then I had other stuff to do with my day, and I didn't do any of it. So, there's a reason billionaires have bought New Zealand citizenship and built underground compounds. Well, they're going to try and hide, right? If a lot of these beings say they do come up out of the ground, an island like New Zealand, especially if there aren't any underground mining ports or anything like that, any holes that lead underground, they might be safer there. Who knows, right? Hiding in bunkers. I don't know. I don't exactly know, but that's what I was thinking in the terms of how I envisioned and thought the calling was going to occur. But yeah, of course they're going to run and hide. Yeah, they don't want to be caught. So they can continue their bullshit. Money, like even in Alien, the main boy genius fella who runs the Prodigy company, he's running away. Well, in danger. One of the aliens is loose or something. And he goes into the walkie-talkie, goes, I'll give $1 million to the first man who finds me, because he wants to be protected, right? So he knows that these people will take the money. Also, this company, when you sign a contract with them, it reminded me of a pact with the demon, because you literally sign over your life to them. You're signing over time, and they'll make you live longer so that you can work for them. That is so fucked up. And so you only get shares in the company. And if you fuck up, they'll take your shares. It's fucked. Yeah, but that's like where we're headed. And it's so easily because people are so desperate, right? They could send $1 million would help their starving, hurting family at home. And that's in the future on Earth, there in that time. Oh, yeah. Yeah, in the universe and worlds of Alien with these Wayland and Prodigy and Yukani Wayland, there's a couple of them. So it's 5 large corporations that own everything. And they also have a secret space program. And so Alien starts because they sent out a science exploration vehicle and brought back biological specimens, and one of them happens to be the xenomorph. So, yeah, it's I don't know if they would need to, maybe the smaller billionaires, but I don't know if they would need to hide per se. I think they would just quite possibly leave. They have interdimensional craft too. So I don't know, but they may not be able to. There might be a level higher than them, like the custodians, that don't let those little shits out of here either. So, and this would be part of like the higher society, but, maybe not a good group of them at all. Because the custodians don't seem very nice. That's for sure. So we just don't know. I thought about this so much with Claudio. Like, was he this broke? And it's not to be shameful. Okay, I've been in poverty for a lot of my life now, but I have been wealthy. I know what it's like to have money in California, and I know it doesn't fix any of your problems, and it didn't fix the problem of unconditional love that I did not have for myself. No amount of money you can have can fix this. So again, no shame, no offense intended, but it's a harder life in South America. Inflation's been a huge problem. There's like 43 million people in Buenos Aires, and it's probably really difficult to find work and to survive. I understand how difficult could it be with all of this that piled up. He even says in his book, we were given permission to release this information, but Permission by who? Why doesn't he have even a hair sample, a picture, nothing? You can't give us nothing from Helen Morris? Nothing? Not a fingerprint? Nothing you can take for some scientific evidence? Do you know how much that would help us? Why wouldn't Thorhan do it? You know how much that would help us? Give us a blood sample. Something. I prayed for years, like, do something. And why? Why wouldn't they? Well, because they fucking can't. Either they cannot become physically real and do this here because they're a fifth dimensional spirit that's never taken on corporeal form, like have a physical body, and they're disincarnate from a body. There's a guy freaking out on the internet making videos, and I went on there. I couldn't see them the last time. I just looked for Helen Morris. Maybe he took them all down because I had to go onto his page and explain this to him, that Helen Morris is not real. That's not like, this is a disturbed concern. I cannot believe people have done this. And it's not like some people just pass it. Oh. Was he in so much pain in his life he really needed this thing to tell him how intelligent he is? No one around him could tell him that or see that in him. I just seen the cell map and I could feel that. It came from somebody spiritually gifted and strong. Didn't even know who he was. I've thought about it so much. Why? And even if it was, why did he name all of the islands off of famous inventors, philosophers, scientists, or whatever? Why would you do that? Of course, there would be other names for these places. Why would, what? There's this thing called world building. And that's what he did. He world builds. It's almost like written down role-playing games and shit. You build worlds. That's what he's done. Yes, it's at a different perspective. Yes, it's spiritually and dimensionally. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, okay. But there's something. Hey, fireman. How's it going? Welcome. I'm just at this little rambling bit because I'm just so, I don't know how to explain how I feel this feeling. I don't feel pain. I like, my cogs are jamming because I don't fucking understand. Like, I can't deny that just by finding this, it did help me. But then this fucking guy is on the internet going crazy, making videos directed to Helen Morris, expecting a fucking answer. I watched a few of them. I had to tell the fella, like, she's not real. And I explained it to him, and I couldn't see the videos last time. I didn't look hard, but I couldn't see the videos when I looked up Helen Morris last time, and they all showed up before. So if he's taking them down, I really hope he listened to me. And I told him, I'm so sorry, but that's the reason why I had these questions. Well, if I forget what it was, well, if the Guardians are here, but the Guardians are already here, blah, 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 whatever he fucking said. I can't remember. I'm sorry. With respect, I can't remember. I think I got something stuck in my teeth, but I can't figure. Probably some bacon, little piece of bacon. I know somebody who broke a tooth right in half eating really crispy bacon. My breakfast is good. Welcome back, Interstellar. I really do intend to go soon, but, Oh, yeah. Like Carl's Jr. taking over everything. And First Contact says Walmart, Amazon will have standing armies in the future and fight wars, probably against each other. Yeah. It'll probably be Walmart that brings us the xenomorphs. We just went for scientific exploration. Whoops. Oh, fuck. But no, not an all-nighter. I've gone for 16 hours online before, but I definitely didn't plan it, but clearly needed to vent some things out of me. Yeah, so Asgard is a place on Claudio Nocelli's map. So I did 2 lands. I covered the lands of Mars and the lands of Venus, and they were all philosophers, inventors, scientists, and people, men and women alike, all women on the lands of Venus and men on the lands of Mars. So there is that. And they're all initiates of the flame and famous people of history. So Helen Morris is Martin Scorsese, who is a super famous movie director. That's the name of his wife. There's also a William Morris, who was a philosopher. Hold on. Who the fuck is Chris Bledsoe? I have no idea who that is, so I can't answer your question. I don't mean to be rude, but he's doing what? Isn't able to ask the lady to appear on camera. Oh, because they can't. And it's probably not who he thinks it is. Yeah. There's a lot of fake fuck-arounders online. Didn't you hear me sing the stupid Atlantean song like that fella? And then laugh hysterically after? There's a lot of people who fuck around online. In person, there's 2 people that got caught in 2008. That wasn't that long ago. For pretending to be Holocaust survivors. They got away with it for a long fucking time, y'all. And they only got caught in 2008. Yeah. Yeah. People do these things for a whole bunch of reasons, you know? I just didn't know what the fuck was going on with me. I noticed these similarities, and then by the time I realized it, I was already in it. Like, I fell right down the fucking stairs in it. I didn't mean to. So, but it started as a pursuit to figure out what had happened with me. Why was all this stuff in my life? My whole life. And it wouldn't go away. Even if I tried to make it go away. You know, and then the alien thing came back. Like, I thought I left that back behind when I was 15 when I asked the Backstreet Boys about aliens, okay? Yeah, so. But yeah, is a book called UFO of... Oh. Well, hun, the CIA knows that it's not aliens. That's why you're not told it's aliens, because it isn't. They know that it's interdimensional beings. They are afraid of a lot of these UFO because there are people like from the past that are a threat to them. Not because they're dangerous, but because they are a threat to the established power that be right now, right? A lot of them, if they realize that these people are still alive from the past, these ancient civilizations, breakaway civilizations, so that's why the UFO thing is often legitimized by someone like I used to work in the CIA. Or who's that fucking goofball's name? Lou Elizondo, that goof there. And it gives you some type of validity, like you know what you're talking. Oh no, it's definitely not that. But he's a disinformation agent. So again, this is disinformation, right? Because it's not alien abduction. No one's abducted by aliens. This happens in your spiritual body only. If you are taken somewhere physically, I would say that it would be done by the military, you know, my labs and stuff like that, kind of imitating it to make it seem something that it's not, right? A lot of spiritual surgery happens. I've told this story like so many times, but it's kind of funny because like they deal with this. They're 500 years old. Imagine getting screamed and yelled at and called a monster and a demon to your face every night.
but you're really just trying to fix somebody so they don't get liver cancer 5 years down the road. Like, thanks a lot, asshole, you know? So then there's this fella that was telling a story that he got abducted by aliens, and he said he was fighting on the table and telling them, you're hurting me. But they're not cutting your organs out. That's your spirit body, honey. And they looked over them. The gray just looks over him like this and goes, you're hurting me. He goes, no, we're not. And then the pain went away. So, and they have to deal with that probably all the time. So you got to imagine 500 years, you'd be cranky too. I'm cranky and I'm 40. So, but yeah, just because it's investigated by the CIA doesn't mean it's legit at all. They've been actively telling people, leading people like that it's aliens off world, but it's not at all. So, I mean, a lot of these people will say, oh, I'm backed by the government and this and that, and they'll be in hearings and stuff because they want it to be the opposite of what it really is. This is what disinformation and mislead is. Yeah, there are no aliens. Only alien, as in foreigner, because we forgot about what they really are. Ancient aliens is a play on words. Ancient, yes. Alien, no. Only foreigner. Ancient foreigner. Ancient unknown. But definitely not aliens from Mars. There's more evidence that it's past civilizations of humans that discovered interdimensional flight travel, like the Mayans, the Aztecs, like we were going with all of these. We went all over this. That's okay. I can repeat myself. I got time. With these, all these civilizations, that's not a Nazi symbol. That is the symbol of the four directions, the four worlds, earth, air, fire, water, north, south, east, west, but also higher dimensionals, lower dimensionals, humans, and subhuman creatures, meaning subterranean, like Bigfoot. They're interdimensional as well. This is why they have a lot of communication and contact with Bigfoot. But that's because they are subterranean, subhuman. So they're partially like us. Their intelligence, they have consciousness like us. They can communicate. You can speak to Bigfoot. He understands you. And they also are telepathic. They have a hard time speaking because they can say human words. But they don't need it because they're telepathic and they speak to each other this way. They have these animal capabilities, like animals speak to each other without words also, but they also have a little bit of human. That's why it's subhuman. So it's a combination, but also the sub has to do with subterranean, not that they are beneath us. Maybe a little bit in consciousness, I would say, because they are combined like animal. But then the Monkey King was also a subhuman creature, and he was the same as the rest of us, just looked a little different, that's all. And he was a being of the unseen realm that was technically a demon that rose his way up to heaven from a lower dimension to a higher. He was a demon and became an angel. Oh, we talked about aerogel. Okay, Interstellar. You want to look up aerogels. White in color. So did it look something like this? Hang on so I can get the glare off. Because if it did, there's something that you should look up called aerogel. And it quite looks like a cloud and it's a bit translucent. We talked about that not long ago. Scott should remember. It's 99% air and the strongest substance we have available. So, of course, they would use that for the outer shell of their craft. See, again, you only need a strong enough shell, even if you were to leave the atmosphere. Again, you have the mercury, I believe, is in these tanks. Or these are the magnets that twirl around the mercury. You see? So these magnets would all be circling around in a center, and the mercury would be held here. But this is an interdimensional flight craft. And he may not say this. Hang on. Electromagnetic fields that affected gravity and reduced mass. But it's not just that, though. See again, manipulation of etheric energies. It doesn't talk about it being an interdimensional craft. I don't think so. But it's close. There's a lot. I'm not saying that he didn't do a good job, but these do not go to space. That's why a lot of the times you'll find it looks like it's made out of tinfoil. Tinfoil and aluminum doesn't absorb heat. It also stays cool. So it may be some type of new combined aluminum composite, like combined with something else. That could also retake a shape. Now, aerogel, like I said, it may be able to be shaped in such a way. I don't know. But it's certainly interesting because I see Interstellar says, I saw some IB. Wait, what the fuck even does that mean? Did I miss something? What? I saw some the 20th, 21st, 22nd stargazing, taking advantage of the new moon. White in color, translucent, arrow in shape, orbs in formation, no sound at all. Yeah, okay. Was I wrong in what I was talking about? It was a V shape, but they were sphere, like balls of white light. So in Secret Teachings, the salamanders are sometimes seen as fiery balls of light in the fields. A lot of those spheres aren't actually UFO. Those are spirits. Remember, it's a spiritual hierarchy. So the V formation may be for battle or something? Traveling? I don't know. You said if it looked like the one on the cover, yeah. So it was a V shape, but in sphere formations. I don't understand. Were they in triangle formations or in a circle? So if they were all just orbs, I'm sorry, I've been on here a long time. Interdimensional beings will appear as balls of light, sometimes blue, sometimes red, sometimes white. It just depends. It may determine the elemental color because the salamanders are of fire, and it would clearly be like a little red glowing ball. But I've also heard that people have looked inside the white ones and seen little grays looking back at them. And so you got to remember, a lot of the grays are earth elementals. That's why they have the grays underground. It's symbolizing that they are earth elementals. That's why a lot of the times they're fucking slow. They don't really talk all that much, and they do things quite slowly because earth elementals are slowish, as the other ones have faster in speed. Earth is more stubborn and hard to move. They take on some of the element from which they came in their personalities to a degree. So, but yeah, if it looked kind of like the one on the book cover, then it could have been, like I suggested earlier, that white glowing cloud-like stuff is aerogel. But they are, yes, they're interdimensional. So this may be them in their spiritual form before they've taken physical shape. Now, you have to remember, they may be able to be harmed when they take physical form, right? You might be able to kill them this way. I don't know. I've never faced it in my physical self. I don't know. Only in the spirit realm. So I've never, besides seeing the Asura, I've never seen a fucking fairy ball of light flying across, you know what I mean? Like nothing's ever happened this way. So how do I know when I don't have the experience? I don't know. Can you knock it out of its own dimension if it's hurting you? I don't know. But if you watch the stuff about Skinwalker Ranch, there were 3 blue orbs that killed those people's dogs. That's what they were. They were interdimensional beings. Right. Skinwalker, balls of energy. I didn't even see that. And then take shape of whatever. Yeah. You'll hear that a lot on Skinwalker Ranch. And the balls of light drew the dogs into the woods and killed the dogs. Yeah. A lot of activity happens there because there's probably natural portals going on that part of the map for whatever reason. But yeah, the Skinwalker's ball of energy, that's exactly what it is. Yeah. And remember, Skinwalker is a walker of many skins. They're shapeshifters. That's why they're so dangerous. But they also confuse people as to what they are, you see? That's why they're so dangerous. Yeah. So there are ones that would be ours. He's got similar stuff that has like a shape like that kind of boomerang-y type of shape. They made quite a few like this. Yeah. So like the TR3B is like this, but it also has that, one of the models of it has a big ball in the middle of it, and sometimes it even comes up over the top. You got to remember that you only need space around the outside to move around and sit down, and the main core of the machine, like the computer core of the machine, is here. Everywhere else is able to be moved around. You could sleep over here, do whatever you need to do, but it usually is in the center, kind of like the gravitron, where if you're having centrifugal force on the outside, not saying this is the case, but I've gone through this a few times now. If you watch Somewhere Out There, the documentary that I posted here, the little disc spins at such a speed that it literally pops out of the dimension. They have no idea where it went, but it definitely disappeared, okay? So it went to another dimension, but I mean, it could have went half across the way around the world. Like I said, they even said that, and landed on somebody's kitchen, but it was never reported to have happened. That would have been cool if they would have been able to find it. Like someone be like, report to the news, hey, we were eating dinner, and as I asked for the gravy, this fucking mini UFO just landed right in the mashed potatoes. You know what I mean? So, but no, they never found it. Sorry. I forgot I was live for a second and I burped in the kitchen. I don't know if you heard me, but I said excuse me anyway, because I did. I forgot I was live for like 2 seconds. And then I just did a burp. So, whatever. I should go. But yeah, fun day, good times. Hopefully I'll have the best sleep ever.
Oh yeah, last night I woke up at 3 in the morning. I thought, oh, what kind of trouble is brewing? Oh, Merv took a sock. Did you get a sock, Merv? Merv is stealing my socks. Okay. Oh my. Okay. Oh. All right. All right, I'm going now. I watched a movie about a shape-shifting cat. Yeah. Well, a lot of these beings, like I wrote about in my book, they can change into animals in the spirit realm. And I was talking about how, now I don't know if it was necessarily a lower dimensional. It might have been because it was a shadow being when it changed and it had Salem. We talked about this, but some of them are really good at looking like animals. But this one that had changed into the bear, it just wasn't the best shift I've ever seen. So they can, especially if they've seen it and studied it a little bit, they can take on the shape and convince you like they could just walk by as a cat, in order to disguise themselves or whatever they wanted, really. And then turn back later when you're not around or whatever, but of course this is a spiritual thing and they would take on a physical form, but that leaves them vulnerable. So they might turn into something less conspicuous, like a crow or some type of animal, a fox, something like that, wild cat of some kind, rather than approach you or be seen as themselves, right? Yeah. Oh, well, that's sweet. A guy turned into a cat. Luna in Sailor Moon is actually a person. A lot of people don't know that. Both Luna and Artemis, as cats, are actually people. Yeah. And technically, they're aliens, but they're interdimensionals. Yeah. But they turn into people, but they stay in cat form. Yeah. Yeah. It's almost like Lyra, the cat people. It's represented like this there. So, my lips are so dry because of this heat. Anyway. All right. So, I guess that's all. I'm going to go to bed now. Well, I'm going to take care of a few things, clean up my mess in the kitchen, tidy it at least a little bit. I don't think I'm washing dishes. I don't care. But I'll do it tomorrow. Put them in the sink. I'll do it tomorrow. Yeah. So I'm probably not going to be posting a video tonight. But I don't know, maybe some spiritual advice or something will come to me tonight in my dreams and I'll be able to figure out what to do. Anyway. Cool, then you can talk. Then cats. I don't understand what that means. Cool. Yeah, I'm just getting too tired, I think. So, I hope that you've enjoyed today. I hope it's been enlightening. I'm thinking to myself right now, I don't know which is worse, being right or being wrong about this. Like, would I be relieved to be right? I think, or wrong, I mean, and be mistaken that they haven't done this. But guys, I tried. I tried to not. I tried to be like, oh, it can't be that. Da, da, da. And I put it aside for years. Even when I made that video, are they victims? Is it deception? Whatever, that video that got a bunch of views about Elena Danaan and Megan Rose. I knew it then. I knew there was something wrong then. I told people I could feel it, but I didn't know what it was. But now that I've made the connection, it makes sense, because those soul eater things are strong and they're fucking smart, and they don't all look the same. You just wouldn't expect it sometimes. Like, that's why I use these new clips in my new video about Sailor Moon. Like, Jedi's handsome. Like, he, a lot of the princes, can woo women really easily, and, like, you just wouldn't expect it. That's what I mean. Like, the devil is said to come in its most beautiful form, right? You wouldn't expect it, because you know what it was, horns and you know what I mean. But if it looks pretty to you, then it's less threatening. There's a big thing about like the hopes and dreams of a person, and that's a big theme in Sailor Moon too, that they prey on the hopes and dreams of people. There's even the Dream Mirror arc, which is, I think, season 4. Yeah. With Nehelenia and the Dead Moon Circus. And they do. So they go after what you want the most, Like, so if I want friends and family, they keep that shit away from me. You see what I'm saying? That's how it works. This is how opposing forces work against you, Yeah. So if you're looking for a husband or a wife and in that energy and not able to find somebody that's your match, and then, this being, whatever it is, they can see inside of you even before you know that they're there. And so they can observe you and learn what you like and what you don't like. And they know you better than you know yourself. There's even a book written that's by that title. It's about aliens, but they're not aliens. And so this is what makes me worry, is that they're very good at what they do. And a lot of them can use very pretty language to make things sound really great. Peace and harmony and working together and federation, da 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 da. But it's fancy words. It's almost like a siren song, being tricked by hearing a sweet, beautiful music, but it leads you to the depths and to your ultimate demise. Yes? It's like this. So they tell you what you want to hear. Be that ultimate person, what you want it to look like. Even if you don't know, they do. Oh, well, she liked this about him and that about him and that about him, so I'll combine these things together. That's what they do. That's why it's so concerning.
Well, they probably won't. Yeah, like even if it was something in the spiritual realm fucking around with me, disguising itself as Claudio for those dreams that I had. Yeah, okay, so it worked. Like they tricked me. Okay, yeah, okay, but it's not gonna happen twice. So it's not gonna happen twice. Like now that I never felt it was like that, but it must be because there's been no acknowledgement whatsoever. See what I'm saying? And I know how that looks. Um, but he's not a celebrity. Okay. I've done the exact same thing as he's done. I've written books and all of that. And, so I don't really know. Like I thought maybe it'd be incentive to like chase after this. There's that, but there's been nothing. So I just assume it was all bullshit. And, I have to stop being in denial about it, I guess, with him. So, yeah. All right, then. Well, that certainly is a bummer, but I'll be okay, Yeah, but that's probably why they were laughing at me, just having an enjoyment. They're kind of bastards like that. They are. Especially the ones that look like the elves from Lord of the Rings. Like, yeah. Right, arrogant and snobby. Not all of them, but for the most part, yeah. Mm. Oh, well, I don't know if I'd want to know what my cats have to say. I mean, I can kind of already tell what they say to me, like when they reject the kind of food that I give them, that they definitely want another kind. So I don't know if I can handle that. You know, I know that they understand me anyway when I talk to them. They do. Sometimes I catch Salem watching the documentaries and TV that I'm watching. Merv does too. She sits in there and she watches the computer. So, mm, so yeah, that's wild as hell. I got up and I got ready and I got online, and now it's that time, but in the PM. Literally all day long. Okay, peeps. I appreciate you being here. Yes, I've heard that before about pinching yourself, but I can tell when I'm in my spirit body now through the experiences that I've had. Yeah, I can tell now, so I don't need to pinch myself. There is some feeling, but no sound. Yeah, your auditory isn't there anymore in the same way because you don't technically have ears. This is why a lot of spirits don't have to speak either, because you're using your etheric telepathic energy, right? You're in a different form of existence, even though you still exist. So, okay, everybody. This is the last time I'm going to say this. I thank you all for being here with me today on this long ass marathon. We talked about a lot of stuff, and I hope that you investigate into it if something has piqued your interest to learn about things.
please do watch the Clouds from Oil playlist that I have in the pinned comment at the top of the chat. That'll benefit you greatly. And there are a couple other links throughout the chat which I have added, which I hope you benefit from. I know that the channels that I shared I benefited from, even if we don't fully agree on some things. But yeah, I wish you a good night. I thank you for being here. I'm happy that you got to see my new clothes and enjoy that with me. And yeah, thank you so much for your love and support. If you haven't pressed like already, I would appreciate if you did that. If you could even leave a comment just saying thank you and whatever, that would be greatly beneficial to me to help support my content, because I can't even catch a break, but it's most likely because I won't make a pact with a fucking demon. Okay? I don't know, maybe there's some algorithm demons going around, but I'm still not interested, okay? So, yeah, take care, everybody. My kitty cats bid you a farewell. I'm going to go spend some time with them. Marvin's in the kitchen. Salem is sleeping. And I'm going to go to bed now after I do a few things, okay? All right. So I'm going to put good night here in the chat like usual. Whoops, I need an H. Give me an H, Vanna White. There we go. Good night, everybody. Take care. Thank you for being here. Okay, I'll try to come back. I'm going to try to rest a little bit after this, of course. And then I'll be back with you as soon as I can. If I don't post that video, it's not going to be tonight, but if, it's because I'm thinking about it, even though I've already talked about all this stuff for ages and ages, so I might as well. But fuck, I don't know, man. We'll see what happens, okay? All right, everybody. Take care. Thank you for being here. Bye. Good night. Sweet dreams. Take care. Be safe out there. Don't make a pact with a fucking demon. Good night.